session in China. And if you look at Blue Ocean data here for yesterday on Alibaba, there's a very, very clear 120 level that stood out. And I'll get to what happened off that level yesterday in a second. But you can see we basically just sold off underneath $120 last night in the overnight session, and the night before. It was a clean and obvious clear resistance level. So going back over to the US or our session yesterday, right at the open, you broke away from 120 and then a complete failed breakout where afternoon resistance was right back underneath the 120 level. So that's it. We get to 120, that's the short on BABA. I do agree with this flat bottom look on JD, so I can't argue with that whatsoever. JD.com has not been doing as well. You're losing a major support level in here. I think that can even be like maybe when you close underneath a level like that, I think you start looking for like a swing long, not just a day trade. So it's a big critical day here for JD. But I like BABA, $120, 2 days in a row. It's been a very, very key price level. So let's see if it can do it again.
Yeah, so I was just dealing with something here, but FXI, I mean, I always look at this ETF, but Alibaba is really the best trading vehicle. There's a lot of traders that, it's a tech name, so Alibaba seems to be a good one. Not much action happening today on FXI. I'm probably going to leave it alone. I'm not actually too interested in the China trade whatsoever here today, other than looking at individual names. Like if Alibaba can come into some levels, then as we just discussed, maybe something there. Really disappointing again, honestly. I'm going to hit the fail button. I mean, there's not...
Sleepy.
Yeah, like the market feels like me today. If we get, like, as I said, man, when we first stepped in here, I was very uncertain of a feel on a direction, and that's never a good thing for early trade. I mean, we're still going to trade, and we're going to trade actively, but this is not giving me any reason to do anything. Intel was just on here, but not really. Now it's gone. So there's, we often see NVIDIA at least 400,000, Apple a couple 100,000, something. Oh, okay, finally. Tesla, 77,000. What is that? Someone's defaulted trade? Like these are not levels. These are not big buys or sells. So right now, not getting too much directional movement here off of any of these imbalances. So thanks, Fabian. We're pretty much done the rundown right there. Look, just looking for names. So what I'm looking at here, if I go back over to the list right here, I'm going to have Intel long at 2050. So INTC. These bids are already out. So right now I'm already bidding down there. I actually think we're going to get it. I think Intel's going to flush. Palantir here as well. I think we're going to get all these right now because of my uncertainty in the market. I think we go flip-flop. So that would make sense if Palantir does come down there. Like $1 down for Palantir and I'm long. So that could happen immediately. We just talked about Tesla a little bit. I'm just running through my playbook real quickly for those of you that joined late. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Tesla, I am bidding 248.50 right now. I feel like that might even come in like even before the open. Like you just get one little flush right here in the next minute and a half. We could get that. So this position is definitely, it's a little bit shaky. So we'll have to wait to see if that fills. And then I have ARAB money down here. If we can get something like that around 3 to 310 or so, we like American Rebel into that area. And then the load the boat trade for me is NVIDIA anywhere near 100. So those are the plays that I am looking at. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, actually, look, I mean, I have a couple of shorts that I do like, even though the market is relatively strong. I just feel as if Chinese names don't matter as much to the overall market. We already talked about BABA and Phase, looking for the continuation short after the fail break yesterday. AMD, I'm not putting, after yesterday, I don't want to have bids on Tesla at the open, but the 90 on AMD, which AMD is actually going up going into the open here, just broke 91.5. We'll be patient with it. We did chase it a bit yesterday to grab longs at 92 instead of back at 90. If that happens again, joining a trend is absolutely fine. I like Tesla on the dip, but I'd rather take a trend reversion if it dips as opposed to trying to get caught on that bid. Don't want to have a repeat of what happened in yesterday's trade. Remember, if you're watching Intel, Mobileye Didn't do a lot of liquidity off the open, so be careful. See how that one does do. Let's get it going on this Thursday. Big day for earnings. Adara in 2 and 1. Let's ring it.
All right, thanks, Adara. And yeah, welcome to everybody here with us today. The U.S. markets are now open, as are many worldwide. All right, so we'll just wait here and sit on this trade right now with NVIDIA waiting for that. The name that we thought we could get into early was Tesla. That looks like it bounced clean, basically off our level of 250, but that's only a level that we were talking about. We knew that it wasn't going to be something that we wanted to buy early. Palantir as well. Look at the market. The market is flat, not doing anything early. So there's Tesla. Okay, here comes. I'm going to stay on Tesla. Oh, shoot, I just canceled my bid there by hitting escape. All right, I'm going to have to go back over to it now. But there's Palantir's coming in as well. There's Tesla, 248.50 coming in right now.
Yeah, there was a dip in AMD too, and I saw a dip in NVIDIA, but not a lot on the
it just bounced.
NVIDIA doesn't even get to VWAP. You saw AMD a second ago. Tesla, all right, trying to be patient with this one. Let it go for a little bit. Baba not doing anything. Oh, goodness, we didn't look at Apple. Just quickly, Apple broke out. Just went green at the open. Was on the trade plan, but always have Apple up just as a bit of a barometer, especially if you're trading some of the Chinese names. But it is making a strong move over there in AAPL. All right, AMD, are we getting this dip by? I guess maybe not. It just went down into 90.70. That's not close enough to 90 to have gotten long, for me at least.
We missed by 30 cents on Palantir. It goes to $100.80 right there, and now it's gonzo. Well played, Palantir. Well played. Tesla, GG. We wrote down 248.50, man. The low on that one right there, 249.20. So missed that. So we missed both things basically just by not being aggressive enough. And it's not like we had written down here. I mean, oh man, Tesla 248 to 250, as if the bottom is the middle of that. Oh, that's crazy. So all we had to do again was follow our own rules. But I had talked myself out of it, so such is life. All right, so let's just look at that. We're now looking at 258 on Tesla. Hopefully that can come in. And of course, Intel disappoints us. It doesn't do anything.
Mobileye did dump off the open a bit. It's trying to recover.
Yeah, so I wonder about Intel's holdings there in Mobileye. I don't know how many shares they have because it's not really moving at all based off that. So that's interesting. I mean, we know they're majority stakeholder. Well, that's what our note says, anyways. I thought they divested.
I'm sure they had divested some of it. I don't know. I didn't know how much. I just read a note saying they're still majority, so I take that as it is. But Mobileye apparently filled in the entirety of the gap and is trying to bounce back here. So. And still no liquidity. I'm glad we're not on that. I feel like if I had tried to grab it would be nasty. Bit of a topping tail here in Intel. What are you doing? Why is Tesla the only thing that's like ramping right now?
Well, Palantir is ramping.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just looking at NVIDIA, AMD, Mobileye, Intel just pulled back in there. Tesla, I don't think we're gonna get this shot to fill in the entirety of the gap. If we close this open range above 250, then have to start looking at that. That was the opposite of yesterday. Yesterday, it was down, 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 down. If you tried to get the early bounce, you were smoked. Today, it just goes in one shot off that 250 level. So we'll have to try to buy a dip if we can. AMD is coming right back in.
AMD is a huge move down, right?
Right to that, it's coming back into that 90 level.
What is it doing? Oh,
and Minnesota Trader like 91.70 short this morning. I think you said 91.70.
Yeah, 91.60 is perfect high.
Like it went to 91.60. It's coming into that 90 level. I haven't gotten end phase. I understand it went up, but end phase did not get to 46.5, so I'm not short it yet. I am looking for end phase shorts though. Adara?
Just be aware here, Netflix at new all-time highs. We had all-time highs here around 1064. We tapped those the last 2 days. Today, we actually break out of it right now, high here, just around that $1,072 level. EW also looking strong this morning. Edward Life Sciences, the day one earnings move for EW. Worth noting with that Netflix move, it's under 400,000 shares traded on the day so far, so pretty light for NFLX on volume, but great move to the upside to start the day. No economic data at 9:45 a.m., but at 10 a.m., we will be getting existing home sales. Back to you.
for that one. All right, new position alert for both of us now. End phase for Neil. I've got AMD right now. I'm trying to watch AMD underneath VWAP. If we take it out, great call there by that individual in the chat, as you mentioned there, short at 91, 50, 60s. But here it is, a nice move down. Adair's mic is live, Fabian. So here we go. We'll see if we can get a push down right now for AMD. So I'm going to average it in, right? If we can get something in the 80s, we'll take some more. And then this will be a quick trade. You know, we want to be here in case the market does flash down a little bit. I like the short in this space. We'll watch out for AMD, trying to get some more. Target out 91.10 or so if we do pop. Looking to get more short in the 80s for advanced micro devices. My favorite stock in the world, literally, Palantir. My favorite stock in the personal account and my favorite stock to trade here, especially over the last couple of days. That just rockets up. And we had wrote down on our thing, on our notebook here today that, hey, if we wanted something, we've been nailing Palantir, let's just go for it. And unfortunately, we did go for it, but we missed it by 30 cents. And we just wanted to sit there. We should have maybe used a 200 period moving average. So every day, man, every day we just get a little bit smarter and a little bit more clued into how these individual stocks are playing. So it's great. Like I love the fact that we are looking there and we just missed it. Obviously, we'd rather be in it, but you know, when your ideas work and you're not in, you just need to, hopefully get into something a little more aggressively or whatever, and we're working with all of that. So, all right, so two shorts on end phase and AMD, and that's about it for me right now. AMD's trying to get lower. We're short right now, right here at 50s.
Damn it, Tesla.
Is Tesla coming back in a bit?
Tesla just came back in. I thought we were going to get 250 for a split second. Next thing you know, we're bouncing right off the volume-weighted average price here on Tesla. This was, look, obviously, Tesla is going to be a big part of the plan as a day two play. So we'll see. We'll see if we get down back into that 250. That was the over-under area that we liked. Like, I'm just not sure we're going to be able to get this one. If it holds above VWAP, said I didn't want to be in early, but that is a stair step to the upside on Tesla that I don't want to completely miss here. Where is ENPH, not EPNH? I got to say it out loud so I don't screw it up. There's our topping tail off of yesterday's high on the face. So yeah, we're in early, and if it doesn't break trend, I cannot add to this position. I have my stop at about 75, but we want to be adding on the way back down here on end phase and not try to get wicked out. It did this in yesterday's trade, like big shot to the upside, then confirmed with a lower high. I'm looking for a very similar pattern on this name. Not sure. Yeah, Tesla doesn't want to give you this dip. No, not at all. So, best laid plans, sometimes it just doesn't go that way. It was a complete dump and then bounce. It's seemingly a little bit different here from Tesla into a somewhat strong market. So if we do close above VWAP on this next 3-minute candle, then I have to start looking for the long on a little bit of a chase play here for Tesla. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Alibaba, nothing doing. I'm sitting there at 120. Let me just cancel that. You try to get that pop and fade. I mean, Alibaba's not going anywhere near the 120. I still favor short. But sometimes you move the target. If it doesn't do anything off the open, I can look at the closer resistance. Maybe 119. That'll look like a bit of a play. As long as we stay underneath, I'm going to favor the short here on the Chinese name. Market not doing a heck of a lot, so I feel like you got to be patient.
All right, I just had to text my kid. All right, so just real quickly here. We just averaged it into AMD. I'm only on this one trade right now. I have eyes on Palantir and on Tesla, but right now we're in advanced micro devices, a name that wasn't on my list, so I'd hate to lose off this, but NVIDIA, the only other play that I had in the chip space was Intel or NVIDIA, and right now Intel's not getting me into that level, and Intel, we'll have a quick little look over there as well. Neil just talked, we've been looking at this anyways. It's going upside, so great job there buying Intel if anybody did off the open. I mean, check out what's going on with Apple. I mean, sometimes Apple can be a good barometer of the market. Did you just talk about Apple? No, yeah, so there goes Apple right now coming back in right here. So, hey man, for our shorts right now, Apple helping the market, that's for sure, but not helping our positions, or my position anyways. AMD right now out 7 cents. There goes Apple down to 203. Like, what's up with that? I think that this name, again, a good buy opportunity down at $2 if we can get down there for Apple. Still a ways to go before that level hits. Market just doing not much, man. I have Ben Zink in my ear. I'm not hearing anything. It's just a nice slow climb higher right here, right now, which is pretty, right here, right now, which is pretty impressive. Hello.
It's very impressive.
Palantir up 3%, Neil, and just no red candles in sight right now for PLTR as we continue to get higher highs right now for that name. But here comes AMD. So let's go, man. I'm waiting for get out at 10% if we can. I'm bidding 35s. Maybe we can get down there. That would be a break of the day low. We've had a good shorting opportunity. Unfortunately, we did not get loaded up here at 85, which is where I'm sitting. I'd like a little bump up there to get a full position to make sure that we can trade this properly. But at the end of the day, I'm out of this name at 91.10. I just wanted to say that because it could happen at any moment, especially when we're throwing to Adara.
As we get a little bit of a pop-up in this market here, 2 days highs, we do have some reports coming through here about the state of the trade agreements with India. Charles Gasparino, frequent Fox Business contributor, posting on X that apparently people inside the Trump White House are alerting Wall Street executives that they're nearing an agreement in principle on the trade with India. So apparently White House officials nearing an agreement with India on trade. Back to you.
That's
Bullshit
good news.
that I don't need. We
I
don't
want them to get deals
Oh,
done.
no, so do I. But this nearing this and that, it's great. I just want to hear bang. You know, we've been hearing it for the whole month. We're nearing this, we're nearing that. I would love to get a deal, and I'd love to hear that. So let's go. Thanks, Adara, for that report, and let's see if that is true. And I'm not sure, the keys that India holds to this whole thing, but at the end of the day, it's a big economy, big opportunity.
Good for Apple.
Yeah.
Jinx.
But there must be other companies that have.
My daughter's all about Jinx. You can't say the same thing.
Yeah.
No, there's other companies that'll be affected. The first thing that comes to mind is the one that I'm invested in that would be affected by that. So I like Apple in that regard.
Yep.
Look, Tesla's about to break out the high here. Yeah, we've been groaning at the same
Jinx
time.
again.
It's just ridiculous. No, I'm groaning because I'm not long Tesla.
Yeah,
but I'm trying to be patient with this because the worst thing you can do in a situation like this is try to buy the top. That happened to me in BTC yesterday, or IBIT yesterday, which I'll get to in a second. It's doing nothing. But Jedi, shout out to you, Jedi. Thanks for the super chat. Hello, good morning. Your opinion on Fortinet and Snowflake, I assume you mean, as defensive swings for the next 3 months. If we'll get to those, I promise we'll look at Fortinet. I'm not that familiar with it, but I looked yesterday and was saying Snowflake is a no for me. Because Snowflake, I don't like the ones that don't make the money.
It's a no flake?
Well, I had a swing that I recently covered in it that I showed you guys, and it was a while ago that we covered in phase back to VWAP and folding VWAP. We'll try to reload near the highs. But I want things that are a little bit more, you got to be making cash to get through this. I don't like Snowflake in uncertainty. They're not Palantir. Let's get to the downside here. Enphase starting to come back in. It's the only trade I got on, and we're breaking VWAP.
Yeah, we just put on a bigger position right here on AMD. So our average price now 85. Our average price was 78. So we're starting to pull back a little bit here. So I'm going to start to take some profit on this play. It's a decent amount of shares here, and let's just see if it can fall back. We are starting to piece some out though at the 200 period in and around the 60 level. So Adara's got more.
I do have more here. PONY, Pony AI. This is a day 2 mover. Yesterday, they had some news on the robotaxis. More news on the robotaxis today, announcing that they have some LiDAR sensors selected for all of their 7th generation robotaxis. So PONY, small cap with robotaxi catalyst. Back to you.
Cue the genuine music.
Yeah, ride that pony. All right, so there it goes. As soon as we got in, we got out, basically right there on AMD. So we'll have to slap a fail on the short because we were only able to get out of a little bit there, and it fades back to the upside. But again, a quick in, a quick out on AMD. It's going to be a fail. That was not... did not work out. I mean, we tried it there at VWAP. We tried it at the 50-period moving average. Now we can get away from it. We said that we were a little bit stunted on where this market would go today. And oh boy, the longs that we had written down were completely right, but we just were not aggressive enough because, again, remember what I said, when I don't have that real strong belief in one way or the market, I get a little less aggressive, and we just missed this by 30 cents. And there goes Palantir up $4 now, up 4% and up through 104. And then Tesla as well.
SMCI is flying.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these names now starting to go, okay, AMD, is that what you really wanted to do right there? That's too bad that we got stopped out where we did. But we'll try it one more time up near that high spot. There's that run right into that pre-market level for AMD. So I'm okay with where we are right now on this name. Let's just see if it can hold out this low now, and then we're just going to get stopped out on that high if it runs it again. 91.30 AMD. I'm going to try it again up there, and hopefully we don't get run, but we could. 91.30 is our new stop here for Advanced Micro Devices. I've seen this story many times. Let's see if we can cash in on it again, but I don't know.
Yeah, so SMCI broke out the highs. That's up 4%. ARM is absolutely flying. Only now is NVIDIA trying to participate a bit more. I don't know why it's so relatively weak. I'm still only in end phase. I'll reload off the top if it gets there. Just looking for a similar pattern to yesterday, like up, up, up.
Okay,
He's still potentially on the back end. I want to see a lower high here on end phase and then a possible trend into the downside. ServiceNow, oh my goodness.
This market is loving whatever this is.
ServiceNow is now up 14% and seems to want $1,000. I guess they're going to need to split soon too as well. So ServiceNow, they reported last night, they were one of the runners. Unlike IBM, it actually held their gains and they're flying to the upside. And IBM, oh well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. No, I was like, look how bearish that chart is. But I'm going to take a day 2 play over a day 1 play, so we short end phase. But IBM, ball don't lie. It doesn't matter what you think of those earnings, man. And beat, guide, I don't care. All the confidence in the world they had in their call. We're not affected by tariffs. They're selling the living you-know-what out of IBM into an up market. So $220 on IBM is it'd be SSR if it gets down there. It's a 200 period on the daily. That's the only place I'd look to not catch a falling life, but look for a reversion play. Can't believe this is going to be double digits to the downside in an up market. That's a bad, bad sign for IBM. So end phase reloaded at 46 for, it just tagged the even at VWAP, but it can't break VWAP. This is an upward trending market. I think you have to pick your spots in these shorts, at least for now. I'm not going to get that AMD into that 90. I wanted to be wrong at 89.5. So getting in, it had to be well under 90.5 to get into that one. So I'm not going to be long any of the chips at this point. And Tesla, for all the strength in the market, Tesla's actually pulling back right now. So maybe we get our shot to buy the dip in Tesla after all. Patience might pay.
Yeah, exactly. I think you got to, I mean, that's exactly what the name of the game is here with this market today, especially if you're not long early. Now you're going to have to wait for some kind of pullbacks. We'll take a breakout trade here and see if it wants to go. We're on Amazon right now. Amazon only up not even up 1% yet as the market's trying to go as well. It doesn't look like this. It looks like this. So I think there's a lot of room to run here for Amazon. It's a name that I like. We've liked it for a while here. 182.60. I think that could be a good little level there for Amazon. So we'll get some orders out if we can get up to there. Let's talk about the downside in case it doesn't work for us. Again, VWAP is here. I don't know. You know, I saw some people like, maybe sit on our hands. Might be a good trade early, and I thought that would have been the case. The NASDAQ just rocketing the way it is right now. Yeah, it just wants to go. So we'll take that. As far as getting out, like that's 181 down there. So I think worth $1, I think, as a hold. I don't think there's a problem trying for that. So that's what we're going to try to do, is try to make that dollar. First area, though, to get out is yesterday's level there of 50s, basically right into here. So if we can get something out there, that would be great. But I do want to average into this trade. So if it does get worse for us, I'm looking to average in, and I do have a bid right now on Amazon. I got to make sure 181.50. So it's coming back in. We're not layered into this, crazily here yet or anything. It's a breakout trade. I haven't really taken those too much. Yesterday we took Palantir breaking 100 and it worked. So let's see right here okay, well now Amazon's pulling back, of course. So now we'll have to grab that bid. So maybe we'll get filled and be able to ride this right back up to the upside. Amazon coming right in for us here.
Yeah, this is a key pullback if you're anything short. And I can tell you, Enphase is trying to press VWAP again. So it comes in here, it's like 30 pennies in the money. Next bid is at 50 cents, and then I want that low of the day. But there's no follow through the volume weighted average price on this bad boy. AMD, just going to double check on that. It's still trending back upside, so I guess we're not going to get that dip buy in advanced micro devices. And Alibaba, this was the other name on our list. Very muted inside day. I don't want to pivot away from this too much, but there was that JD.
All right, well, here we are.
I mean, JD's holding underneath that 33 very nicely. That might be a better play. I don't want to pivot too far away. Now you're getting the push through potentially on end phase, which is what I'm staring down. Because if it holds VWAP, I do want to get a leg out. Instead of trying to take 59.8s, I want to get the 46. So I'm watching that one very, very closely in here on AMPH. Yeah, just going to have to be very patient with this. Well, it's a bold move there, Zapster, saying short everything.
Yeah, I might not be wrong.
Well, I'm not there just
I mean, everything
yet.
is a little bit of a blanket statement.
Well, that would just mean shorting the futures. I'm not at that point yet. I only had two ideas that I wanted short. One was Enphase and one was Alibaba. And as you can tell, the level I wanted in Alibaba, it's not doing anything. It's more us confirming 119 as a short. So the only place you can short it is off the 119. At least I can short it, I think, is off this 119 and wait for it to retest the high. So I'm not with the short everything. I haven't even seen a red candle on NVIDIA yet. And it's just steady Eddie. Like, look at the 3-minute on NVIDIA. It's just steady Eddie to the upside.
What is Intel doing? All right, so we just, we bought we bought where we wanted to. We're long at 180, 180 now. We got the 50 level there for Amazon, and it's right there right now. So hopefully that can hold out. All right, so we did get a little bit of a dip down into $21 here for Intel. So we'll still wait to see what happens if we do get that bid down into 2050 area for INTC. We did have a missed opportunity one more time here for Amazon. I was bidding 30s and we didn't get filled there. So unfortunately that just missed off that 200 period or off the 50 period. So if this can go back up to the upside, that'd be all right. We'll take a long through 182 through 200, I wish. Through 182 right now. But the market is starting to make a move up. There's 19,000. We just ticked out of 19,000. So if we're going to look at the futures here on a daily chart, we could, well, this is a 1-minute chart, but we'll call it up on the daily in a second. 19,000 on the Qs could be something there. So we'll have a quick look, but I need to watch out for this Amazon coming into 81.30 again. Going to be a level definitely for me to watch out. It's not, I just thought Amazon wanted to go at some point. It doesn't look like it does. I was trying to think about a name that I thought could be strong, that was against the market a little bit, that had some room to run. So when we broke that 182, it was not only the pre-market high, but I thought that we'd sort of matched with it from yesterday, right into here, trying to break up into this level. Maybe the right way to go was wait for this 182.50 to break. So we're in it a little bit early. If the market fades out, then this will obviously hit the pipe as well. So we'll go back over here to Tesla, have a quick look. There's that top. So we said the good trade yesterday was around this time, waiting for it to base out. It based out yesterday at the bottom, if we remember correctly, in and around here, right at this time. Yeah, 9:50, 10 o'clock, and then we shot up. So if Tesla's going to do something similar, we didn't just get that Amazon. If it's done something similar, then you do have a nice little top area right there that looks like something to trade for sure off of that level. So yeah, looking for something here on Amazon, looking for something on Tesla, and on Tesla it might be a short. So watch out as this pulls right back into VWAP right now, 252.
Well, I've seen a lot of people yell this one in the chat, and an ARM is looking, look, our homie over there in the other. Oh man, it's looking like like Sharif's guns over here.
Oh, okay.
4% to the upside at yesterday's high, absolutely flying. About the only thing looking stronger than ARM and Palantir are all of the names. It's the quantum names. They're all beastly. I don't know why. I asked Adair if there was any news on these quantum names, but ARM breaking out the top. I'm happy because I recently bought it. I don't like the lack of liquidity. 30-cent spread on ARM right now makes it a no-go. But I'll tell you what, if we're not getting what we want to see for the setups, then sometimes you go to what is strong and see if there's any continuation. Rigetti's up 5 points. I know D-Wave, I always want to call it Qubits. QBTS is looking strong. Let's see how they do holding on to VWAP or consolidation off top. I mean, a pullback into the prior high is underneath the volume weighted average price. So I think maybe looking for some dip buys can make some sense. Just trade whichever one. I think they're about the same, Rigetti and D-Wave. They're both, yeah, you couldn't even tell when I flipped the charts there. The only difference, actually, QBTS might be a bit better because VWAP is yesterday's high. That'll break the tie for me. I think QBTS I'll put up on the list because I like when there's a little more confluence like that.
Oh, AREB. Let's have a quick look on there. I mean, I think this was ripping.
Get AREB.
All right, so yeah, we had marked it down here on our list today, down to $3. If we ever got near there, thought that we could maybe have that little bit of a bump. But wow, we just talked about it, and there it goes. Huge. I mean, it has nothing to do with us talking about it, but there's that huge candle. Just right now, in 1 minute, we take down $4. And go to 425, and that's already been up here, so watch out. This high has been 430. Looks like we want to break that right now. Again, a low float name, AREB, American Rebel, starting to get lifted here with the market, and there it goes. And I was just joking about this with the market earlier on in the day, but it looks like this up another 40%. It's up 100% yesterday or so. It went from $2 to $4, closing in and around that $3 level, and then making that move in the pre-market. There goes American Rebel one more time to the upside. Let's check out for GameStop. I saw there must be Pokemon card released again today. I should have talked to my kid because I saw a lineup at the GameStop near my house this morning. So GameStop right now, not a bad move, but outpacing is the market than GameStop, but still up 0.5%, nice move. So Amazon just got right back up to where we were, like our average price, because I was like, okay, good. Now we're flat. It got to 82. We were actually in the money there briefly on Amazon. We didn't take that profit, but I am waiting to get something out if we get up to $82. And now that 182. Now that I see where we are, I'm going to go to like 94s or let's go to 95s, see if we can get out of 10% if it does get back up there, and just try to get something out before that break spot of 182 again. It's a switch 2 is out today? Okay. So there we go. Yeah, so probably for the Switch 2. Okay. The only reason I said Pokemon cards is the last time I did that, I messaged my son right away and was like, oh my God, there's a lineup there. And he's like, yeah, there was
my daughter wants
something about that. So yeah, he's back into that right
We're
now.
waiting for, I'm not getting the Switch 2 right away. I
just got the PS5, which is a little late. That PS5 was released a long time ago. Here comes Amazon right back in. So this market in Amazon, not
here comes the dip.
Yeah, not treating the shorts very nice here, or not the longs nice on Amazon, because the market bouncing off 19,000.
Yeah, we just bounced off of, well, you just bounced off 19,000. So same range, only I missed the bid on VWAP on Enphase. We got back in, this time at 42 actually. Well, my price is 41.5, and see, and this time it rounds down. I was joking about this yesterday, but we didn't get the bid on VWAP. So we're trying to bid out VWAP and continue to rinse and repeat, because eventually, if you have a bull flag that holds in a strong market, a lot of times we'll break out the top. If we break out the top, I'm jumping out of this trade. There's nothing else you can do. And it's nothing against Rigetti. Someone said you're jumping away from Rigetti when looking at the quant names. It was just Rigetti, here's VWAP, there's yesterday's high, and QBTS. When I looked at the two, there's VWAP, there's yesterday's high. The charts are similar. They're both holding the 50-period moving average. They're both in the same space. They're up the same percentage. Just going to go with the one that kind of sets up a little bit better technically. That's it.
All right, here we go. Thanks for that. Yeah, we just slapped the table there because I was like, thankfully, Amazon finally going back there to the upside. This is the NQs. Look at this. We're Moon City right now. There goes Amazon. I need to take some more out here. This is going to be a good trade. Oh, sorry, let me go over to it. I was going to show you on the daily there. We're almost back right now on our whole day here after that horrible trade on AMD, as that just kept on Rip City. Shout out to Portland and anybody who calls themselves Rip City. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside. I only know that because the jerseys I saw them wear. It says Rip City on their jerseys. Yes. All right, so here we go. 81, 182.25. Congratulations to the Los Angeles Lakers. They took care of business a couple days ago. We forgot to mention that one. But we're in a better mood now, baby, because there goes Amazon, and we are loaded up. It's too bad that we didn't get that 181.50 or 181.30 level. But again, remember where our average price was. It was 180.80. So we do the first in, first out method. So it's just going to show you that as a trade. So as I keep getting out, my price will get better. But it is the price I have is the price I have. If you're with me on that. So here we go, man. It's a beautiful move up now for Amazon. I'm going to cash out a little bit more. As I said, if we can get to that 50 level, would be my next target for AMZN. And we're doing it, and we're doing it live, and we're doing it well.
I represent Queens. She was raised out in Brooklyn.
baby. Yeah, there it goes. So nice little call there for LL Cool J, because I'm going to knock Amazon out, or it's going to knock me out. But right now, it's a big one. It's a big, big trade. Bang, right there for Amazon. Man, oh man, we are like sitting in these trades. We're building it. We talked about why we liked it. We had faith in it. We held this against us about 50 cents or so, 180, 180. We just missed the 30 level. Now it's upside. So holding it against us about 40 cents to make 80. That makes sense right now. So we are starting to cash out. I'm only out of 40% of it though. So let's go, man, on that one. But we are, we're still battling the demons of this trade. I don't know what you're still in end phase. So congratulations.
End phase is working nicely off our level.
Yeah, this AMD is not.
But I'm looking.
Wow, Amazon.
Yeah, NVIDIA just broke 105. That just, wow, that distracted me for a split second there. So end phase is breaking the volume weighted average price. I don't know if we'll get a 4-3 load off that high. We like one short, two shorts actually, 1 o'clock close, but 46.5 has held like an absolute champion. I think we're breaking down to the low. It's yesterday's low. It's an obvious range trade for me. It's an all-time. The 52-week low, I don't know if it's it wouldn't be an all-time low, I suppose, here yesterday on end phase. It's probably just a 52-week low. And then before we get back to Adara, QBTS I did get long. First offer is at the high of the day or in front of the high of the day. Let's go to Adara.
Lower than expected existing home sales coming through. 4.02 million for the month of March versus 4.13 million expected and 4.26 million previous. So we are well below the previous and expected prints. Much, I guess, as you would expect here. Existing home sales change also lower than expected, negative 5.9% versus negative 3.05% expected, and positive 4.2% previous. So lower than expected existing home sales and existing home sales change. Here is the NASDAQ, still at day's highs, up about 1% here. Lots of uncertainty as to what's happening here between China and the U.S. and trade, as has kind of been the norm. But be aware, Donald Trump will be speaking to the Prime Minister of Norway today, so stay tuned for that. That meeting will begin at 1:05 p.m. We know sometimes in the Q&A, market and trade-related questions can come up, so I'll be following that for you guys. Netflix here at day's highs, one of many names that's been pretty strong today. And we also have a ton of earnings. IBM, one of these day one earnings plays. They beat on EPS and sales, stronger than expected guidance, but a little bit of a weak look here for IBM, which did gap down and is trading lower today. Back to you.
So QBTS just got to the top, so hopefully this one can go moonshot. Remember, it's already up 6%, and when we zoomed out,
moonshot.
I forgot to show you this, $7.80 local resistance on D-Wave, not qubits, Neil. But we bought that, the first available dip, managed to hold on to the higher low here at 747. Kind of an interesting number, not the plane. So that's the only two trades we've been in here is, and that wasn't even part of the plan. End phase still holding that underneath VWAP after holding the 46.5 level that we wanted to short. I think we're going to the bottom. The only way I add to this is if we start respecting the lower high at the volume weighted average price. This is what it did yesterday. It went into one top, lower high, and then continued to channel down. So far, so good, 2 for 2. But we didn't get into Tesla at all. So 2 for 2, but no Tesla long. Tesla did come off VWAP there.
Me and Joe battling over here right now. Yeah, Shaj. I mean, look, guys, we're getting excited. I mean, and for good reason. This Amazon trade is an absolute monster for me again here. We got some good trades going on, looking at different sectors. Someone even in the chat was talking about Rigetti there as well. So maybe that name also trying to make some moves. Space. Yeah, the whole space. So good job there, QBTS. We'll pat ourselves on the back for Amazon because it is just going right now. So good job there. AMZN. Fly me to the moon, and don't quit our day jobs anytime soon. It's a nice. All right, let's go. I'm gonna get out some more here just in case. Don't need to go too crazy here, but Amazon, another out as we break through 183. Let's just hold this as much as we can now. I only have a third left. That target of 183, remember we zoomed back out and we were like, hey man, if we could get something around there, we'd be pretty good. And that was right where we are right now, 182.65. There's 183.60, 183.50, maybe the next level of something here that we'd want to look at. But again, good movement there. we're happy as you know what about a pig and something on that fill. All right, now we're starting to fade out though, Neil. I don't know if you're not really in anything Mag 7 here, but as the Nasdaq comes back in right now, you could see we are starting to fade a little bit here in Amazon.
Yeah,
so I just tried to offer 50s and missed it. And as my guy Sharif says, that went down as quick as you like, but there it comes right back as quick as you like. So we just get our 50 right there, and that's part of sitting around, especially if you're doing what we're doing here, is have your orders out. I mean, there's been numerous examples over the time of, wow, that fill just came in and where'd that come from? Especially in these markets, if you don't have your bids out, and I don't know what that would look like in the options market or anything like that, but as far as equity, Neil and I are trading the physical equity themselves. So, we make plays based on the stock prices, and sometimes you can get those little, like, oh my God, there's a headline, and then the stock just goes like that a little bit. So you want to make sure you have bids out or offers. Like, that's a good example on Amazon right there. We just got 182.50 when we were like, oh my God, we missed it, right? And it came right back in there. And I didn't even finish talking, which is no surprise to anybody probably, but that right there just gave it to us. And when you're trading with size, or no matter what you're doing, you want to make sure that if there's a 50-cent bump like that and you're a little cautious, get your fill and then, pound the table after because it was the wrong decision. But right there, you take it, you take some off the table, and now we're even lighter, obviously, on this trade. So we have we still have about 30%. We didn't get out of a whole bunch there on that move higher. So 30% still left in Amazon, and that's the only trade for me. Before I go back, I just want to show you AMD is off to the races. That was, again, we'll pat ourselves, if we can come over here, Fabian, just real quick. We'll pat ourselves on the back one more time for this move. And this was a negative trade, but I feel so good now about getting out of these things and not like having to deal with this. If your trade is going to be wrong early, exit stage left and find something else. And I mean, that's like, if I'd sat here and lost my whole day on AMD, then we would have missed this opportunity on Amazon. So that's something to consider for those of you that sometimes, and I used to be that way too, right? Like sitting there like, oh my God, this is not going up. This is not going up. I don't believe this. Stubborn.
American Rebel is 50% up now. Oh, we got to talk about it. Scott H in the chat. Look, absolutely we can pull it up. I just missed, you were just talking about that dip, and I wasn't anything that would follow the market. Yeah, D-Wave did dip, but I didn't get filled. I'll show you that in a second, but ARAB is breaking out the highs. There's some levels out here. If you look at like $7, I hesitate to say that because that's another 50% from here, but if you look at $7, that would be a decent resistance zone on American Rebel. Then QBTS did come back in. I threw my bids back at break even to get the same price and then try to chase it a little bit. It's right back up at the high, so we didn't get the dip buy there. Let's go over to Adara and go American Rebel for everybody.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market. We do have some comments coming here through from Fed's Waller, who I was not seeing is initially scheduled to speak, but we know these Feds can often do interviews. He's saying here the general tone is that many companies are frozen by tariff uncertainty. He says that it's actually not likely that we'll be able to see clear tariff impacts even by July. So he's saying that these tariff impacts are going to take a lot longer to actually materialize and be seen and felt. Furthermore, he basically said that he wouldn't even be surprised to see more layoffs and higher employment. So kind of a bleak picture of the market and economy going forward being painted by Fed's Waller right now during these comments. Back to you.
Bleak outlook on the economy. Okay, I see how it's going to be. Got to go back over to Enphase. That could be giving us an entry back at the high. Do not want, like I said, bull flags in a strong market tend to resolve themselves breaking out. So we'll be happy that it worked as well as it did, but I'm not reloading this. It was a break of VWAP and another fail at 45.8, and the best outs we were getting are like 45.90-ish. So if we can't get anything better than that, it could be a breakout play. Our level worked, but if it breaks out the top, I'm jumping out of Enphase and looking for the next. I will slap a fail on myself. I didn't find the join in AMD today, but it never really tested our level. And if I was wrong underneath here, I said before, if I'm wrong underneath 89.5, then it didn't come close enough to give me the dip buy. But here we are getting a little bit of a pullback, popping tail candle. This could be that chance that you could get a real dip in AMD. So QBTS, we're still in the long, that's working. CNG asking about how high can ARM go? I think you're looking at all the chips in the same vein here. Remember, it was good earnings we got from Lamb, and Lamb's a good bellwether for the overall market. I haven't double-checked to see what Lamb is doing, but my first thought is right here on ARM is a big level at 111. If I was more bearish, I'd be considering shorting it, but I'm not really that bearish today. So yeah, you're at the pretty big level. You break through this. There's not much standing in its way. 115 is a good psychological one, I suppose, but there's no levels I'm shorting on ARM. That's for sure.
All right. Yeah, so a good little look at a couple different names. I'm taking this opportunity to get some more out here of Amazon. So we take out another 10% right there at that level. Alibaba, let's have a quick look at some of these other names. A 120 mark should be something there for Alibaba. And the reason why I just called this name up is looky what we see right here. We nailed the Amazon top, right? I mean, we got the 182 long, but then it faded back out against us, and we had to buy a better price only to get the, the $1.50 winner that we have right now on Amazon. But that had to come with work. So I don't know if you want to take this Alibaba break right now. It is still zeros on the day, but this looks pretty good to me. Right back into yesterday's close. Generally speaking, I would be all over this trade. I'm just a little nervous about it being China. And I don't know, maybe that's being a little bit overthinking things right here. Alibaba right now, Fed Waller, okay, believes the tariffs are a one-time effect. So, wow, we've already got one time right now on the NASDAQ because right here is M25. Whoopsies, wrong symbol. Right there is what we're looking at. That has already, look at the daily. I said we'd look at this again together maybe. So this is the NASDAQ here on April 1st. So that is right here. We are already back. The whole month right now is already given back. So in what was the worst start of a month, maybe, I'm not going to say ever, but I don't know, it might be. Huge move down there. We lost 3,000 NASDAQ points right there at the beginning of the month. 19,000 down to 16,400 right there. And all the way back up right now. So it's looking like we're going to have some actionable movements here in the futures. So I don't know, maybe selling some of these tops could be in play. But if we do get a deal with China, India, Vietnam, Canada would be preferable, please.
Yes.
But again, we have 4 days until election, right? Monday, I guess it is, the 28th. So, maybe there's something waiting for that to happen. I don't know. I could see maybe something happening once Carney, and that's going to be who the current incumbent, the current prime minister is, Mark Carney. And it looks like, according to Polymarket here, let me
it's like 80% now.
Let me refresh it. Yeah, I think it was over. Kalshi, I think, is bigger than Polymarket. Would you guys agree with that? All right, here it is right here. 62 million in volume right now. Last time I looked at this, it was 800,000 or something in volume on this trade there. But there it is, the next Prime Minister of Canada, apparently. I don't know. Do you remember what the odds were? Remember when it was Hillary versus Donald Trump? You guys in the
wish
chat,
I could say I do, but
what were those odds? Because I remember Vegas.
I feel like it could have been as high as.
Yeah, that night. I think he could have got like 10-1 or something on Trump, like as those results were sort of coming in there. And I know that was ballot counting and like a lot closer than many think. I'm not sure that's going to happen here. And we have a very, very, very different electoral college.
Or system.
Electoral college, I think is the right word.
Well, they have it there.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
The way ours is set up
it's very different.
is very, very different. So I think that this is much more likely to happen because of, like, our West won't even get to vote before the prime minister is elected. So the way the seats in the caucus work is a little different. But congratulations to the Liberal Party, it seems like right now. And that might be good for Trump, only because he's said he doesn't mind dealing with them. So
I think it's good for us getting a deal.
Maybe I'm just throwing too many.
I think it's good for us getting a deal. And that's one thing. You got to keep the politics out of it and leave it at that. I think it's going to be good for the Canadian market. But what is not good for my soul, our level work, stay green on end phase, but I just got top wick. Told you if it broke out that 46.5 top level, I'd jump out of the trade. Well, it wicked me out. And it was a heavy candle. It broke and was instantly back down. Now you're back at VWAP. I do want to get back into this because my level got respected very well. I'll just have to either wait for the top or that lower high that is not materialized on the stock like yesterday. So I never expect it to push up as much as it did the day before. That's why we're looking at 46.5. But I do need to find my way back into this trade. Unfortunately, it was the only thing we were in for a long time, and then all of a sudden, we get stopped out when the markets continue to go higher. But I need to get back into that trade. It's either at the high or underneath VWAP. And then QBTS, we grabbed the reload in front of 50. So basically on the same plane as before. If we lose the prior day high, I'm not thinking long. If we lose this local bottom, I'm jumping out and waiting till the prior day high. So a couple of ideas there. The second you mentioned Alibaba breaking 119, I thought, okay, 120.
Yeah.
Because that's the level that I like. Oh, it didn't break. 120 is the level I wanted to short Alibaba. I only had two short ideas, Enphase and Alibaba, and Baba looked like it had a chance to get to that 120 for sure. Mark's cars, what about NEO? So, here's the thing. Alibaba, you can see it not breaking out, and if I'm thinking short in the Chinese names, short the one that's not breaking resistance. Yes, NEO is almost at that 420 level, and yes, that's a 50-period moving average, but it's relatively strong. So I don't know the reason why. It was just at 4.2% as well. That's kind of funny. I don't know why. So I'm going to stay away from this. I still like Baba at 120 because it's got some relative weakness on it, but NEO seems a little bit strong. It's a resistance in about 10 cents or so. But if you're long this, I think you're feeling pretty good that it's actually even up on a day like today. All right, now pivot back over to advanced micro devices.
Oh,
that's the one I haven't been able to weasel my way into. And it's still same topping tail formation here. No pullback into VWAP. Nothing really doing on AMD. I'm not trying to long highs like this. It didn't do well for you yesterday if you did it. If anything, you got to be looking for a reversion play. What's Intel doing? Too late. Intel's already reverted. All right, AMD still setting up for
I still want longs, though. You
Well,
want shorts?
Well, this thing is $1.40 from VWAP.
Yeah, I know.
So if it gets to VWAP, I'm going long. But if it gets there, there's probably a mean reversion trade. It just broke trend here. So there's kind of like a 15-cent risk short on AMD, which is setting up.
Yeah, what's up to everybody? Those of you talking about whether or not the Liberal government or whatever will be a good thing for us in Canada, I don't know. I'm just, we just had Trudeau here for a while.
Yeah, but it's because
he's a little
said he will deal.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I was like, it wasn't a comment on like this is great for Canada or anything like that. It's just like hopefully that can help us potentially get a deal, get at least some talks, and just wouldn't be surprised if they are sort of waiting a little bit for the election to settle before they start to make a call over here. But I mean, I guess Trump said his door's open, so hopefully Carney could kick that door open and get that done right now.
Leave the door
and I don't think Trump is going to be budging too much on cars and those tariffs because it's been a real big pushing spot there to keep American built and to support that industry over there. So that's a big point of content here, or I guess this discussion
point of contention.
Point of contention for us here in Canada is to try to bring some of those jobs back, and I don't know if that's going to be something that Trump in the U.S. is going to be looking at. But there's Tesla. Tesla right now. We talked about it basing out at that high right there. Well, look what happens when we broke that at 254. We just ripped right up, and there it goes. See ya there for Tesla. 254 breaks, and that now is a great long because right now you have the VWAP there, you have the 50-period moving average, and you have a nice little support level that it didn't even consider as resistance. Like it just came up, and if you shorted in front of that, you might have had a chance to get out in 1 minute, but if you didn't and you were hoping for the short, well, you had 0 outs because the most it retraced back was 253.98. So you didn't have an opportunity unless you just said, I'm throwing in the towel, and there it goes up $4 from that last spot. So it looks like Tesla right now is where the party's at. I don't know what's going on with Elon and Doge, but he had mentioned out of there sooner rather than later. So that's going to be a good thing for Tesla. Tesla now, Joe, up 2.5%. Palantir up to 105. It's doing its dance as well. Monster moves there down to 104.20. That could be a buy if we get that. But as Neil mentioned, there's a lot of these names that are just cruising. And unfortunately, the one that's not cruising is Amazon. Amazon's only up 0.8 right now. When we just looked at many other names that are multiples of that, including the chip spaces,
Well,
right?
Google's weaker. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't think it's all Mag 7 names. It's the chip names. What is Google up? Or Google reports, though, today.
They report tonight, and they're back at VWAP, so it's not like it's everything. Apple, remember Apple when it was dipping? Well, Apple's at the high and at some resistance. That could have been a trend break as well, but I took AMD, and just to show you, just in case you didn't see it, like there's the strong trend line up that it held, pretty clean. The first red candle came on the break and a wick high, so there's the consolidation. I like that setup because I can just throw the stop at the high and throw a bid at resistance or support, throw a bid at the next key level to the downside, out in front of yesterday's high. I want it out, and then all the way down into here in front of 91.75. So I like that kind of a trade because it's pretty binary. But wow, I mean, you said Tesla's absolutely strong. Apple's doing a job today. But we're not breaking these highs if none of these things can get through this resistance. We're not going to go through and make a fresh high in the NASDAQ and the ES if the only thing going is Tesla. That's just, it doesn't seem very likely to me. NVIDIA is holding underneath the high. So I think you can have some maybe temporary pullbacks. That's why I got this mean reversion trade on in AMD. And let's go over to Adara. I believe we have a small cap recap.
We do have the small cap recap, Neil, and this IWM looking distinctly different from yesterday's performance. It had the gap up and then it kind of sold off all day. Today, though, actually nice move pre-market. Looks like a strong start for the Russell 2000. Lots of these small cappers to talk about. One of them is AREB, American Rebel. This is now a day two move. On Tuesday afternoon, they announced they're basically going to be strategically expanding into North Carolina via a distribution agreement made with Adams Beverages. AREB gets tons of retail attention. They've traded higher in the past. Float of under 1 million shares. Last I saw was about 927,000. And it is also worth noting they have about a 13% short float. Then we have AMBP. This is RDAW Metals. This is a day one earnings play, small cap. Adjusted earnings per share up on a year-over-year basis. They beat on sales, so good look for AMBP. Last but not least, this CEP, this is Cantor Equity Partners, ran yesterday at day's highs today. Looks like Tether, SoftBank, and Jack Mallers are going to be launching a Bitcoin native company called 21 through a business combination with CEP. So tons of small caps to watch out for today. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. And back to you.
Insane. This CEP is going absolutely ham. Like
Back-to-back days.
You should see the tape. Like the tape on this thing is ridiculous on CEP. Like it's just flying through. It's going to go into a halt. It's at the halt band at 31.49 as we speak. So in like 5 or 6 seconds, you're going to see it go into an up halt here. There you go. They're not going to print this one down. Instant taps at 32. You guys can see it live. I don't know why I'm pointing instead of doing that. So we'll tap at 32 on CP. First halt of the day. It's going absolutely ridiculous to the upside. Of course, my first short in a non-end phase stock is AMD, the stock we wanted long at 90. We put the mean reversion on. It broke the stop. I got to zoom in so you can see. There you go. It broke the prior bar high. So my out is a prior bar high. So short the consolidation, out the prior bar high. AMD's on an absolute tear at this point. And of course, end phase is back underneath VWAP. So I got out of end phase, which is still setting up like it's going to be a good one. But wow, I don't know what to make of that CEG. I just want to say be cautious with this. Whoops. I just said CEG in my head. It's not CEG. It's CEP, everybody. Cantor Equity. So it's a little bit crazy. Remember, the base is at that $10 level. You're now 3x from anybody that got into this thing at the bottoms. As quick as these will go up, you will easily get more rapid moves sometimes to the downside. So this is much crazier today than it is yesterday. Just want to get that. Like, it was much more stable and linear to the upside yesterday. Today, it's just ripping faces off. So no one ever went broke taking profit and all that good stuff. We did get that dip buying QBTS. It's kind of just staying in the bull flag here. So the QBTS holding the prior day high, buying the 750s, and then trying to get out through the top. I think there's room to 780. That's the next level on the daily chart there for QBTS. There goes NVIDIA finally breaking the top. Yeah, so NVIDIA is going with the rest of this market and breaking out these tops. So, the longs are starting to work once again in here. But that stock is insane. We'll keep it up and let you guys know where it opens.
And right back to highs right now is Amazon. So Amazon comes right back up to 183, so we'll take another out right there. As we'll still continue to look for more plays. I mean, Boeing on a day 2 play right here as well. If there's anybody in the chat that wants to discuss anything with us, obviously hit us up immediately. I just looked at this FinViz scanner right here, and just to look at, you know, maybe what's going on as far as different sectors are concerned. Let me just maybe if I can, can I zoom in on this a little bit? There it is, right there. So technology right now up 2.5%, comm services, consumer cyclical leading the way. The only red sectors today, utilities. So we'll find out what's going on there. And then consumer defensive names. So I've never done this. Okay, there we go. If we can click on this, we can see maybe what the action is right there. Obviously, Green Lane. That's not a big one. As some of the education groups kicking out now as well. Sort by volume to see maybe what's kicking around in consumer land. Procter and Gamble down today. What? That's down 4% right now. Procter, Coca-Cola down right now. Yeah, okay. So Walmart actually down. I can't believe Walmart $94. I mean, I think there's some value there for sure at Walmart. I mean, we've talked about some of those plays back and forth there a bit. So I do like Walmart. Boeing right there, nice move down to 170, back up to 172. Walmart had that dip down into $80 for Walmart. So that level coming into play, maybe never again. I don't want to say never again, but that could be true. That was a monster dip for Walmart. They didn't even have horrible earnings. And then it just fell off a cliff real quick as we all worried. There's that 80 mark. And I don't want to, I'm just kind of joking that we'll never see it again. I mean, I don't know, but that seems like a great buy. I mean, on a name that just had this kind of trajectory, then to pull back in like this, I like Walmart down here near 80 if we ever get that opportunity. You know my affiliation for Costco as well. That's been a real strong name for a very long. Oh my gosh, Randy, you have all hail Randy right now. Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot there, Randy. And I know Neil's got to go, but
how long?
Yeah, I just want to say, look at Tesla, man. Another 2.5% up there for Tesla, man. Still climbing, looking good on the daily, trying to take down this 50-period moving average. Randy, I believe if we get above 270, then 300 is likely, I would say, at this point. So despite all the bad news that's in the market right now with Tesla, you tell me, you're surprised, right? I mean, you and I talked about Tesla not being a buy down into this area, and I agreed. We thought we was going to go down, but tell me something about Tesla that I don't know already, which would probably be a lot. But what's something?
I just didn't think there would be this kind of a bounce back. I mean, the EPS was negative and the deliveries were down, and yes, Elon's leaving Doge and coming back to grab the reins and to take hold of
Get back to work.
Well, yeah, get back to work. There's lots of work to do. I mean, lots.
What's your opinion on the business of robotaxi? Because I feel like that's the next big thing that a lot of us are going to wait for. I mean, the story today was, as Sharif brought to our attention, 1,500 rides already conducted there with employee-based rides.
I think there's a lot of regulatory hurdles, both
that makes sense.
state and provincially, federally, whatever in other countries. There's a lot of hurdles. So does the technology work?
Yes.
Maybe. Sure, give it a 9 out of 10. But the hurdles and the concept of jumping into a taxi with nobody driving it.
Would you do it?
I'd rather have Sharif drive.
Basically means we're
that's
not making
Uber,
money
right?
on this for a while.
I see it as a long-term play because of the hurdles.
Right.
So do people trust this thing? Sort of, maybe not. There's the safety factor involved, and
I like bullish Randy more.
Just being realistic here, there's a long ways to go. And are you going to bet the company's profits on this one product? No.
But the Model 2 or Q or whatever, that's part of this robotaxi release as well.
Yes.
So maybe if the robotaxi aspect of it does not
the
take
hardware
off per se.
The platform is definitely a component of this.
Wow,
but
Amazon.
the software is the bigger piece of the pie here. So
Ouch.
I don't know. The only thing I liked about their earnings report was that the energy storage and power generation was up, but a lot of the suppliers that feed that side of the business are getting tariffed.
And Waymo? I mean, I thought Waymo was doing okay. Is that unsupervised? That's unsupervised, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're rolling out well.
They're making
relatively speaking.
Keep talking
yes,
because whatever you're
yes.
doing is working for Amazon.
They're making progress. I said there's a lot of hurdles here. I think we have quite a ways to go yet. I'll drive myself for now, or get Sharif to do it.
Yeah. Yes.
What's up with getting Sharif to do things?
I don't know where that.
Sharif Uber as a side gig.
I don't know where that
like
came
that I don't know about, because if so, Sharif, pick me up, my guy. All right. Well, what's going on right now is. Money. Wow, we are now $2 right now in the money on this play, and it is AMZN. And there we go, man. It's 10:30, and Amazon now finally taking out the top as we continue to go. Let's go. Yeah, you're right, Hamster. I mean, I was trying to get him to keep talking because it was definitely working for my positions, straight there to the upside. Again, 1 for 1 only today, because AMD was a disaster early. Well, not really, but I mean, it was a bad trade as we got short and then got the heck out of Dodge on that one, heck out of Dogecoin on that one, and then there it is all the way up to the upside. As there goes AMZN, man, now finally catching up. We play the catch-up game right now, and there it goes. We finally made those burgers last night, and they were well received by the family. But you know what I do, Neil? I don't know if you make them yourself or not, but I, get the ground beef, and then honestly, it's called Kinder's, and they have different blends and different spices available at your local Costco.
We do sometimes. We're like 50-50.
Yeah.
I've told you how lazy I am. My wife is much more likely to really do burgers.
She's the one that goes in, eh?
Like, okay. I'm more likely to just pull it out of the freezer and throw them on the grill. Like, I'm not seasoning the ground beef. Like, I don't really get into that as much. I shouldn't usually have as much time, but it is what it is.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, but like
I was gonna ask you what you season them with. Was what I was gonna get at, but like when you do it, are you like you put in like some barbecue spices, Cajun? Do you like them a little spicier? Do you throw in? So for me, I
like spice, so I do like the Cajun, but my daughter doesn't eat that, so like a very light barbecue. Because my daughter is not like me at all. She does not like anything spicy, which that's hard for me.
It'll be a developed
I hope
just
so.
keep on feeding that fire.
Because I really love spicy food, and I don't really eat much of it when we're having the same thing.
Does your daughter like pie at all?
Oh my goodness!
Then do not bring her to Joe's birthday or anything, but there'll be no pie there.
All right, everybody. Apple pie and all of the pie in the world is brought to you by Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. You can buy a lot of pie with that. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded.
True.
And both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. It just depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. Whichever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. Join TradeThePool.com and scan the QR code and get 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and a little bit for everybody. And you know what? A little bit of crypto for everybody right now with Adara. Didn't even look at it.
Yeah, let's take a look here at Bitcoin. Bit of a topping tail candle here at that 95, around that 95,000 level made yesterday. Now we're seeing a little bit of support here around 92,000, but we'll have to wait and see here, a bit of a lower high. This could be a brief temporary end to this nice little rounded bottom / breakout thing that we've seen on the daily chart as of late for BTC after some pretty intense selling with BTC and the rest of the market. Bitcoin roughly flat today. Ethereum down about 2%, back below 1,800. We have XRP down about 3%, BNB down about 2%, Solana about 1% to the downside, Dogecoin 2% to the downside. So generally weaker here for these crypto names this morning as the market pushes to the upside. I've seen some reading online here about the idea that Bitcoin or crypto and the market are now trading inverse one another. If you look at this today compared to the market, that does seem to be the case. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. As we look over some crypto, and I was just like, to me, I was like, what? XRP's down 3%. So we'll have to just immediately log in and sell everything we have for that. Just joking. There's Amazon right now. That segment brought to you by Amazon, just straight up to the upside right now as it continues to go. I wish we weren't planting red flowers here, red roses, but that's what we did, man. There's the plant, there's the growth. Nice upside move there for Amazon. Really glad that we are still in that. We just did look at a few different names for you via the sector watch, or a little bit of a sector watch anyways. I'm going to find there are different things you can look at for, sector watches and whatnot. But this is the heat map that I prefer to look at. I don't want to sign up for any of those ads, though. There's Microsoft. Today's been a good day. Let's just get rid of that. Get rid of that. And there it is, man. Microsoft, Apple. Like, Neil actually turned to me and said, we don't really look at Microsoft too much anymore. I was like, yeah, we don't. That is true. Maybe we should get back in that. Microsoft and Meta, for me, it's a little too pricey at these levels. And Neil had mentioned something earlier about, spreads and sort of liquidity drying up. I would just prefer to look at names that are a little less priced than the $400 to $500 space right now. But that's why, we're back in, Amazon's still good. It's $2 billion. we're trading Amazon, no problem. And we're trading Tesla, no problem as well at $250. It's just a little bit more comfortable with those. You could see here all of these tech names just really starting to blast, man. You could see Broadcom up 3.5%. And as I look through this list, we have ARM there, right there, up 5%. Texas Instruments up 6%. NXPI, as we continue to go, a lot of love here for many of these names today in the market. So again, congratulations anybody that hit the long earlier on in the month. As we now go green, I'm gonna have to see month to date right now, because I think we're pretty close to getting to that green spot again here, which makes a lot of trade. I was looking at the Qs earlier, so yeah, we could probably see it on a monthly chart, but I don't know if it'd have to fill up after today. But another 2% up for the NASDAQ. Like, these days are like ho-hum days right now, but it's been a good one. We can look at the SPY to see if that's positive here on the month.
Not quite. Close.
Not quite, eh? Yeah, that's what I mean. We're right here. So this is April 2nd. So this would be April 1st. So we still have a little ways to go on the SPY. On the month, right? But the Qs is a NASDAQ name, so let's just go have a look. Again, I'm looking at the actual Qs here, so this is not the NASDAQ proper. But there's April 1st is this candle right here. So this red candle. So we're not, so my bad, we're not there yet. It's got to get to about the closing or opening price, I guess, to determine if it's positive. 470. So we're $7 away, Neil, on 460. I don't know what that math is, but another 2%, maybe a little bit less than that, get back up to the upside. So we're getting pretty close now to all your nightmares turning into dreams if you bought that dip. But my account is still well underwater from the highs.
So far from the
highs, right?
The question is, can we get back to those highs? So I think the answer is entirely known only by maybe a couple of presidents, and one of them is in China and one of them is the United States. Because we get a deal, I think we'll be absolutely fine. And we get a deal, you have a chance at those all-time highs coming in again. If you don't, I think there's no possible way. I don't think earnings will be that good. And I did get back into end phase. I actually tried to add more in here on the way down. So a bit of a mistake in not getting everything. But we did wick out one time on end phase. It's still the same range, 46.5. We like it for the short. It does seem like this is one of the few things that's holding out and not breaking even further and further and further. And then just going to go back to AMD. We tried one short in AMD and lost. It has yet to stop going and going and going. So bit of a weird one that I wanted long, and we had one short on it. We'll have to find something of a pullback. I don't think we're going to get VWAP at all. Important indicator.
Yeah, Amazon now $3 in the money, but you can read all of these very clearly with the best charting in the business, that is eSignal. So make sure you do hit the QR code right there on your screen. We are offering a first month free right now on Amazon. So if you are on Amazon, not on Amazon, on eSignal. We have our first month free, so make sure you do sign up, click that QR code, just log in, grab the account, see if you like it, and if you do, then give us a big shout out, because this is something that we've really promoted, and we like the software, we like what it's doing. Connect over 50 plus brokers, grab that first month free on eSignal. Get the entitlements, right? I mean, Neil's talked about Blue Ocean and some of the moves that happen after hours and in different exchanges. I mean, check out the Japanese markets to trade there. You can entitle those however you like. If you're only a futures trader, only grab the CME then, right? I mean, that's the benefit right now of getting hooked up with eSignal. And I just, the back testing and some of the things that happen there with eSignal as far as tick replays and being able to sort of scan through the opportunities. I like it. I like it a lot. Jeez, Joseph, man.
Oh, Fabian.
Next time you're going to Jamaica, man, I'm hopping with you because this ride here on Amazon is definitely taking care of some of those vacation plans because this is $181.50, guys. Like, this is $3 now. There goes Amazon. It was not... Sorry, I want to put it there so I can see the price next to the chart. But right there, you could see the kind of damage that we're putting on this name right here. I was like, man, you know what? Like that, why was Amazon not outpacing the market? I mean, right there, we bought the dip. And then we always say this, man, stay in control, stay focused. We've seen breakouts before. We talk about it. Neil talks about this all the time as well. Like what trade is going to react which way. Breakouts act differently than, you know, sitting around and catching different knives. It's a different trade. So we bought half of our position there, then we added half more here against VWAP and the 50-period moving average. Now this can be a disaster. Like if it breaks and the market turns on its head, then you are like the Undertaker, you're a dead man walking. But this trade had the market with it. So that's the difference today. The market was going and Amazon wasn't. So all it had to do was play catch up and it did. So we're going to get out another piece here at 184. It's a good day, man, for us here. We're green on the day, and whenever you're green on the day, then you celebrate a little bit there. We just had to buy our PWHL, which is the women's hockey, which, you know, obviously we're season ticket holders. Their playoffs just got released, and so we had to buy those tickets. And then I got I got the bill for my daughter's hockey, and all in, obviously, minus any sort of, you know, food and travel and anything like that. $5,400 for the year for hockey. So, and that's one kid.
You know what?
And that's one sport.
You know what's crazy? Actually, that's
not
unreasonable.
That's
actually not that bad.
That doesn't include equipment.
I know, and I don't want to. I know a dad that's spending 13 grand for baseball for their kid. And
But that must be travel. They must be going to the States or something.
I think because in baseball it's a lot of U.S. travel, and that's the issue.
Yeah, and
it's a
I'm not
ton.
including
It's
that
a ton of
number.
U.S. travel, and I know another dad where they went to the Dominican Republic for a tournament.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Kid's 9 years old, and they're going to the.
Sounds like a vacation.
That's a little bit intense.
I'm going to North Bay, freezing my ass off.
Well,
for
that's what I'm saying.
$5,400.
It's just a different beast. I think the good thing about hockey
Shout out to North Bay.
is it's so big here that you can really develop here in Canada. Whereas if you're a baseball player, you've got to play down.
Shout out to the Winnipeg Jets, by the way, Adara.
Yeah, shout out to the Jets.
Up 2-0.
Before we get to it, I'm in VWAP on Intel, and I want more short. And as long as the market keeps going, it wicked me out underneath volume weighted price. I put in the chat that I liked Intel off of VWAP in there, but it briefly broke. I just jumped right back in it when it wicked out, and we'll take that. End phase, I do want to get more of this. The market just keeps going higher and higher, and this is a brick wall at our level at 46.5. So I'm going to hold on to that as long as we can. And let's go to Adara for sector watch. See if Proctor has come back. Probably not.
Go Jets and also go market. But if you want to know why Procter & Gamble is down, that's because we had earnings. PG and PEP both reporting earnings, bringing down this consumer durables sector. There's one thing you'll notice about the sector board during earnings season, and it basically is that sometimes we'll have sectors that are really strong or really weak, but then one or two names are standing out. That's usually, you can tell, earnings. In this case, both PG and PEP reported. We have IBM, similarly to the downside here in technology services, which is otherwise really strong. Finance strong, electronics strong, electronic technology strong. Amazon, one of the few stronger names here in retail trade. Great look here for producer manufacturing. Generally a pretty good look here for consumer services, transportation as well. So honestly, the PG and PEP earnings and consumer non-durables really some of the weaker things in an otherwise pretty strong market, guys.
Apparently.
The weed stocks are moving. I just told Sharif I was down 98% on my
I meant to hit
Canopy, down I think 99% on Tilray.
I meant to hit this one instead.
Diamond hands, baby.
Just hold. 18.
Well, just hold. Yeah, I'm just holding
I'm
something
joking.
in my hand instead.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
joking.
this is
It's gonna look at this.
Disaster.
CGC is actually breaking trend right here. Look at this daily chart.
happening. This is just that. This is just.
Look, I actually
this is
don't
just-
know if anything's happening here.
Oh
so-
man,
But
CPC.
no, it's legit. It's up 18%. It bounced off $1. It's making some higher
maybe that's
lows.
the thing. The dollar.
Maybe there is a story. Maybe
it
there
broke
is
$1
story
a couple
here.
days ago.
I don't know. Maybe there is some kind of a story. You guys let us know. Is there anything brewing online about the cannabis names here? Or is this maybe just a little bit of a technical break and the shorts are getting squeezed, which is absolutely fine. You don't mind that. Brenworks says same thing as in February. Yeah, okay, true. Yes, but haha. It didn't hold the 50-period moving average in February. It failed the 50-period. This looks like it's breaking. It broke to the 50. Now it's breaking away from the 50. So I would say it's different from February in that regard. Lighter volume, but better technical break. So that's all I will say for CGC. Again, if there's a story, great. We did get back in Intel. I have to put my orders back in to try to play it into the high. I did have a look at Mobileye, MLBY. Yeah, what just happened? Whoa, what just happened to the bid there? All right, my stop's at 05. It is so crazy how quickly they will just release the bid, and then it's right back. Like, it was holding VWAP. My stop was underneath 05, so my stop was literally at 4, and then it goes right to 5 and then bounces right back above VWAP. It's insane. I don't know if this is the reason why they're dropping SEC fees, but the lack of liquidity whenever they just pull the bid is kind of jokes. I wanted to go to more. It was weird, like everything was fine, and then all of a sudden the bid dropped a little bit there. Let's go to Adara, see if there was a headline.
Yeah.
Something might be.
So I was looking here for news on the marijuana or cannabis space. I've talked about this before. There is a website that generally I would find if there is news, it populates here. It's called Marijuana Moment. The launch of a new federally backed marijuana research center. Other than that, I'm not seeing any news. As I mentioned earlier, I would say about 90% of the time, if there's news on cannabis, it has to do with with this site. But also, it's worth noting these cannabis-related names get a lot of attention on social media, so sometimes that can be the reason for the move as well. Back to you.
Well, there was a
Headache here
truth,
today.
but it's related to. I'll read this. I just did that whole thing when my coffee was way too.
Yeah. So
full
you
and-
spelled what? You trying to copy me? Yesterday
And I
spilled
spilt
it all over
that
myself as
coffee,
well.
but it's okay. It's clean now. Here we go. Let me just read this one out loud. Boeing should default China for not taking the beautifully finished planes that China committed to purchase. This is just a small example of what China has done to the U.S. for years. And by the way, fentanyl continues to pour into our country from China through Mexico and Canada, killing hundreds of thousands of our people, and it better stop now. Well, yeah, that's probably not the best.
December.
What did Boeing do on that? Anything? Did you just check the expiry date on the?
Yeah, Ramin said make sure you're not taking expired drugs.
Yeah, that's.
Someone must have experience over there.
Yep. Any? Well,
No, I'm just,
last
they're
a long-
expired in
long-
December, and I don't have too many left. Well, I told you my plan, generally. Why would I complain about anything, Ramin? What do you, okay. Ramin. Be more positive this year. But no, I don't know. I think you could have, I don't know if they're a best before date or what there, but yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm taking Sharif's advice, not yours.
They're not as
Ramin.
effective. Yeah.
December
I use old ones all the time.
of 26, okay? I do have a little bit of a headache, but that's because a little bit of a lack. I don't know why.
Ramin,
oh, you know what I think it
Ramin,
was?
see this in the chat right here from Ali, in all caps. And I'm cool with the all caps here. The people want a mic on Ramin because we're having a discussion.
We've tried to do that.
That we can all, for Sean and I, we can hear it, and Sharif and Joe can hear you, and we have to try to relay both sides of it, but the people would like it the same way Joe Rogan has Jamie, and you can hear Jamie talk. It would be pretty cool if we got that one solved. I'm just throwing it out there. It would make it so much more fun.
Yeah. Well, it's not about solving the problem. She just has to activate the mic right there. But thank you, everybody, for watching. Hit the like and the subscribe if you are enjoying the show thus far and all of the trading that we've been doing. I mean, Neil's been in many more names, although I don't think very many today.
Not really.
I've only been in Amazon and AMD as we continue to look for opportunities. Trump True Social post there on Boeing, of course, and not really moving around. Merck. So Merck today, I was going to say getting marked, but not really, is it? Just down 1.28% there as their earnings beat Wall Street and adjust their 2025 profit outlook today as well. So Merck with the downside move as well. Let's figure out what's going on with gold. Nope. GLD is not what I'm looking for, not gold. So criticizing China a little bit with that Truth Post there apparently is what I'm hearing in my ear. And again, Adaira's like been all over this. We want to thank her for that. Gold getting a little bit of a bump right there as well as maybe some more uncertainties trying to hit right now. We are lucky just to get another pop in Amazon. So I look over, we have about 8% left of this Amazon trade. Yeah, no, I don't know. I didn't get too many hours last night. I don't know why. It was just up a bunch and it's just affecting me a little bit here, just with the lights and everything. So everything is good to go as far as that is concerned. Maybe it's AMD time to turn around. If the market is going to bleed a little bit, this break of the 50-period moving average right there is going to be a good look for AMD because you already have, see what I'm talking about? You have that defined top. You don't have execution?
No, I don't have execution right now. I don't have execution.
Okay, we'll have to hit up our...
Social post. We make infographics, a bit of a host of things. It's me up here doing all of this, so check it out on X at TTV Research. The other thing I want to mention here is basically the post, in case you missed it, I know Neil read it out, was that Trump wants Boeing to default China for, quote, not taking the beautifully finished planes that China committed to purchase. Kelly Ortberg of Boeing, the CEO, this US dollar. We've talked here a lot about these lower highs, lower lows. We based out pretty nicely here, a bit of a double bottom and a bullish engulfing candle here that we got on Tuesday. Nice base around that 98,000 level, but right now trying to push a little bit lower after a green day yesterday. I also want to mention here these odds for the rate cut at the next meeting. Almost 97% of participants, 96.6% of participants are not seeing any rate change at the May meeting. 3.4% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. So we are expecting very, very highly there to be no rate change at the next meeting. But when you come back to June, we still have about 60% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. So it looks like the 25 basis point cut in June is still priced in. Participants still expecting, likewise, no cut in May. Back to you.
So we're back, and the reason I knew, like you heard me say, like, oh, I have no execution, and it came right back on there, is my stop on Intel triggered, didn't punch me out. I looked over, and I got an error message, and then I went to punch out of it manually. By the time execution came up, I was getting filled at 21 instead of 21.04, 24.5, something along those lines. So, I mean, it happens time to time, but we're back. This does feel like we rolled over a little bit in the market. Gives you extra slippage, but that happens. End phase is still hitting at those lows. We'll see what that one's able to do. QBTS. So I want to check something on end phase here.
End phase not really moving around too much.
It's holding the high really well, but I'm waiting for it to break down. It's good technical level at 45.74 or 75. If it breaks that, I think we got another leg to the downside, but I wanted to make sure that range from yesterday. Qubits is right, it's underneath VWAP, but it's above the prior day high, this is why I liked it more than Rigetti, because I felt like you had a bounce spot. We scalped a couple times out there. I didn't add back in at VWAP, but I think once we're solidly holding back above that prior day high, then I'll jump in. So we've already done a bit of a bounce. We can consolidate here. My stop is underneath yesterday's high on QBTS.
All right, with tonight's draft. I mean, what better to look right now for the #1 look for unbeatable odds on the biggest games? Look no further. Switch to Profit X's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track all the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. Profit X Sports Playing Reimagined. Users can use code TRADERTV at checkout to sign up and grab that 2% back on Profit X. Neil and I will probably go over some more of those. Join us on the afternoon show.
Well, I'm 100%.
We'll look at some of those odds, what those look like for Shedeur and everything like that tonight. As you know, you can bet how many quarterbacks in the first round. You can go ahead, talk about it, where Jackson Dart's going to go, any wide receivers, who's going to be the first overall pick, what will Tennessee do? I think that's going to be Cam Ward.
Someone's trading up in late first to get Dart. That's what I think.
A late first. Okay, that might make sense. I mean, we don't know what Pittsburgh's doing at 7 or whatever they're picking, right? That could be a quarterback there as well. And then the Giants are a mystery, in my opinion, because they should be the one taking Sanders. A big market. I think Dion would be happy there. And then they only have Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, so they might as well not dress a quarterback at all. But as we go, thank you to Profit X for all of that. But we have to discuss, because Joe's right there, and he's always wondering what's for lunch.
Yes.
Okay. What's for lunch today? Oh, man. It's our favorite protein once again. And if you guessed that it was the feathered one, then you are right, because it is a chicken dinner tonight. The feathered one. Yeah, that's not bad, right? Or maybe I'll have to use that a little bit more. But it's not bad, right? You got some barbecue.
I'll go with it.
Chickens have feathers, right, I think?
Yeah.
I guess it could be duck. I mean, how often do we have duck around here?
That'd be
barbecued quail with spiced potato wedges.
Yes.
Take it.
Yeah.
With steamed seasoned veg. That's okay. I mean, steamed is nice healthy way of going about it. With a chef's choice salad. So I'm thinking that we probably will also have a chicken breast on our salad. And going on the midday, well, yesterday I showed the What we're doing is just cooking up something real special here, because there goes Amazon, now up 2.1%, now up more than the market. We were in this name when it was about 20% of the S&P. Now it's outpacing the dollar winner right there. So there goes Amazon. Now we are piecing it out, man. We said we had about 8% left. We just took another piece right here at the high of the day. So we'll roll with this 5%. And I actually put it in the chat, how can I do better on these plays? So I need to figure this out for myself, just because, right? And it's just like, I hate losing. Like when we lose on AMD and we lose, like we're up on the day, you know, so it's fine. But like if I had just held this position similarly to what I was expecting on AMD, then we could have made a heck of a lot more. So I just, you know, my first area to get out was right here, and we did a pretty good job of that, of around 182.60. But remember, our average price at that time was like 181.80. Something around 183. So we do have a bunch of outs right in around this 183 area right there. Then it dipped back and we got nervous. We actually almost caught a reload, but missed it. Then more outs right here at 183. Then as it starts to climb, I just start piecing it out again. It's just like piecemeal trading. It's it's effective for me because I don't have to pay for any of these. And actually I get paid every time you see one of these ticks. It's a small amount. Even if it's for 10 shares or 20 shares, I'm not paying $4.99 a trade there, or else that makes this kind of a style completely irrelevant. But at the end of it all, it's a good trade there for Amazon. And maybe Fibonacci's, I always hear that. I did call up RSI for a minute there and was trying to use that, but RSI in this kind of an environment to me doesn't really give me the juice that I'm looking for, because you have huge moves and it will sort of counteract what RSI was doing. But anyways, I don't know.
People use ATR.
I know, an average tree range might not be great these days either
It's
because
tricky.
the ranges are so huge.
Exactly, because the volatility is just so different.
Best advice, never sell. Yeah, well, okay.
Well, that's the easy part.
That's an easy way to get shut down. I don't remember the last time I've ever been put in sim mode or anything like that. So yeah, getting shut down is not something that I would like to do.
Try not to, because you never know.
But you can, like holding all day. There are some traders for sure that say today's long, they get long and they just average into it all day and then stop out maybe at the close.
Well, I could never stomach it. You remember Arun? To do it in front of the green screen.
We've had a green screen for a minute, that's for sure. We are getting excited because we're going to go through some major renovations very soon, so get ready for that. ETA the fall, so it's a little ways away, but believe me when I tell you, it shall be worth it. So again, thank you so much, DDT. I remember James Winston crabs. The guy went into that, doesn't have crabs. It was crab legs.
That's why I was
he went into when he was with Florida there in college. I guess he went into a grocery store and walked out of there with a bunch of crab legs. I think the guy told him he could have them. Anyways, I like James Winston. Shout out to Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
This has to be said. That happens because you have a bit of an entitlement. Like a lot of these athletes, like the time they were stars in high school, probably are used to just walking anywhere local, being big, you know what, and they would just give them stuff for free. You create that type of an environment, things like that are going to happen. You need to make sure people are responsible and accountable for their actions and don't think they get the world handed to them. That's my old man rant. And I still have, look, James Winston, FSU, he's a good quarterback. He's not going to do anything for the Giants this year.
He's going to chuck a couple balls. He's going to be good for neighbors.
Some interceptions, maybe.
Great for interceptions.
But let's go on over. I'll tell you this right now. It's not that much better over in Dallas for sure. Let's go to the midday boys. Joey Options and the Professor on the Mount Rushmore, which we didn't show again today. I don't think Sharif got to see the Mount Rushmore, so maybe we should pull that one up for him.
Yeah, he was here.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Someone show it to Sharif.
See ya.
He didn't see it.
Boom! What is up, beautiful people? Oh, my bad. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to find their way on over from here.
I like the market possibly topping here. There's a lot. Okay, we're going to talk about this stuff because there's a lot going on. I got to talk about what we had cooking up here in Tesla. We might have to hop out of this trade here momentarily, but then we also got a VPA signal here on the TQ, so we're going to look to take advantage of this one once again here, folks. But Sharif, let's roll call, my guys. Time to finish what we had.
All right, baby, we got Daniel. Are those shoes still available? We got drop trades. We got Dinkelberg. How about Clint Hamilton, Dexter Smith? We got Sir David of Smooch a lot. Okay, bro. We got Pizza Rat Nephew with a capital P, my man. We got social insurance number in there. Shout out to Pedro Khan, Young Talent Great. We got Mary. We got Vern. We got Johnny. How about Pizza Rat, your boy? We got Blue Arrow, Juan Padilla, and Eric. Adair's in the chat. Cristobal, Money G. We got Gorev, your boy. Well, he's everybody. He's an OG. Daniel. Who else we got, my man? We got Hondo Man, Greg VR. We got Common Sense, I like that. Shout out to Holly, Caleb, Brand Rex, Spark Shop. Who else, man? The Piper. Some new names. Throw your name in there. Shout out to the OG, Jay Lee, Fatty. We got, F. Ziadi, Pete Rock, Astra, not AstraZeneca, calm down. We got Brian Nelk, man. Stay cozy, baby. We got Ozan yelling China already. Ozan, you must love the thumbnail for today's show. You got your boy Shi on top of there. We got Rookie Trader, Pax. How about Dude Rocks 420? 420 was on the weekend, wasn't it? Sadiq, Ralph, Greg, YY, Maddie Lowe, 95211 Joseph, Apple G King. Shout out to all the OGs, all the kings and the queens in the chat. Thank you for joining Joseph and I on this Thursday, Joseph.
Yeah,
we got something cooking there.
Let's see what we got going on here, guys. A lot to talk about. There's no doubt about that one on this front. Let's see if the Qs are going to squeeze, but I want to talk about this Tesla trade a little bit here and just why I decided to stay in it a little bit longer and what the options chain was exactly telling me. So you can see that we have a lot of open interest around that 260 strike, and then that's where I was essentially aiming for here. So you can see we start really slow, we add to the position, guys, and then we add, we start here quite aggressively, and then we add to the position, and we take it all the way to the top side. So that is that here, and then we take it out, and then we got out at VWAP, maybe a little bit prematurely, but that's okay. We're to crack, and I would have got out of that position anyway. So that one's that. Nice trade there on TSLS. But then here we go on SQQs. I'm long on this. Why am I long here? Because we have some potential topping signals. I want to see if we can defend this print right here. This is extremely important. I already took one short on it, but it looks like the market wants to squeeze. If we crack it to the top side, I'm out of the trade because it does look like the market wants to continue to rally. But we did get that initial move to the downside. You can see that isolated volume signature right here and that indecision print, guys. So that's why I decided to go long the SQQs. That would be at the bottom of this. But it does, considering that we're at this point in this, across this, I guess, this candle print here, this price action print, I do believe once you've exceeded a certain amount, usually 50% of the candle, then we squeeze. So I wouldn't be surprised here momentarily if some of these big names really got the ball rolling and we squeeze past this, and I'm going to get out of dodge on this trade because I'm not going to be fighting any trend today whatsoever. We already had a small trade on the SQs. We're going to go over that right now, and we're just looking for that second entry and for these highs to hold, but it doesn't look like it here. That's when you heard Neil. I'm like trying to take some out, and that's when you heard Neil be like, oh, nothing was working. I'm like, why aren't any of my executions working? And then sure enough, I eventually got stopped out break even. Look for that hold, and then we enter once again, but now we're starting to go back towards the south side. So we're going long here in the Qs itself. So I'm long SQs, so synthetically short the market. And if we crack this, then I'm going to get out of dodge. But this engulfing candle right here does not look good. There, Sharif.
I like how you
hold on. Short seller, Joe is wrong. Where am I wrong? Please elaborate. At what point am I wrong? No, because here, if I'm wrong, then where was I wrong here? Please elaborate a little bit more there, Short Smeller. There you go. Was I wrong here? I don't think so.
Tell him, Joe.
I'm being honest. Was I wrong here? I don't think so. May I be wrong here? Yeah, okay. So what? That's okay. You may be wrong too, so there it is.
I love it. Usually you get called you're a cool customer, bro. No one can rattle your cage. Me, I'm just yelling at everybody. I like to yell. Okay, can you tell? All right, guys, here's what I'm looking at today, baby. We're involved in one right now, AMBP. I'm weaseled into this one. This is a 10 exponential on the 5 pullback. I'm looking at adding into the volume-weighted average price. It's up 26.5%. I like the look, but I want to talk about this one. This one I traded yesterday, and it was way lower than the current price. CEP. It's still very spready. Waiting. There it is. There. I was waiting for that. I know. Adara, I don't like change of tradition. Right? You know what I mean? I'm a very habitual person. So are you, by the way. So shout out to Adara. No, here's what we're actually looking at right now. CEP, we took a couple of, took $1 on this one for a couple of outs there, a few outs actually. It's still doing the dance between, I want to say, the 10 exponential and that $34 level. For whatever reason, $34 is acting as an intraday area of resistance. It's been once, twice, OB thrice, and now we're on the fourth attempt to take out 34. Sure, we wicked above 34, but we can't close above 34. And you've heard me wax poetic multiple times about the closing prints being the more important of the prints. These intra-candle prints, wicks up, wicks down below key levels. Do not get me going over here. I need that closing print love. So $34, a hard road to hoe right now, above that level. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. It's already a triple-digit winner, baby. It's 102%. It's a second-day runner. This thing was running yesterday, but it still has that same problem, as I mentioned, a wider spread and very volatile. As you can see, this thing wicked up into 39, dropped down into 28. Imagine bag holding that $10 against you. We know how these small cap gappers are traded. Big shares for small movements. Right? This one may be a bit of an exception because giving dollars, but you're likely to size into this anyway. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Very interested in a breakout trade above 34. We're positive on it. Hopefully we'll do a little bit better. Now, the current one that I'm on, AMBP, definitely not as aggressive of a move as your friend CEP, but holding at number. There's two reasons I'm in this at this level. One, it's at that $half level. We've seen this story before. These half dollars can be psychological areas of either support or resistance. In addition to it being the $half level, it is pulling back into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And the last time it did that, it caught a bit of a bid. Now, this one did move up to 350. Again, met resistance at 350, dropped down into 3 1/3, and then made that new high at 360. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to weasel my way in here the best way I know how, and that's to get in at the 10 exponential. That isn't my only plan for this trade. Let me make my case. I am very interested in adding more. Couple of reasons. One, it's strong. Two, the 10 exponential and the volume-weighted average price awfully close together. That gives me more of an opportunity to add more without being too much out of the money. Right? Because VWAP to me is the better retracement level than the 10. Most of the time, it's not a hard and fast rule. So that's what I'm looking at right now. As you see there on my screen, that baby blue white or that baby blue line with the circle, that is a planned dollar cost average on AMBP. So that's my look. Back to CEP over here, because it's still zigging. It's still zagging a little above 33, a little bit below. The point is, it's below $34. I'm all ears and eyes and everything else for that 34 break on a closing basis. Now, before we send it back to Joe so he can yell back at that guy, I want to talk about the other ones that I've got over here. I'm playing with you, bro. AREB, shout out to my man Bovin. Bovin, I always call him my other pair of eyes, baby. Keep your eye out for your boy Bovin's levels in the chat and his call-outs as well for what's moving. He likes AREB, but Bovin has different rules than I do. He's okay taking these bad boys long below the volume-weighted average price. That's not something I do, okay? So I told Bovin in the chat this is going to have to weasel above. I'm talking about AREB here, that AREB money, above that 415, 420-ish area. That gets it above VWAP, then we can have a discussion at that time. SERV, another one we were trading yesterday. This one looked like it flat bottom broke, right? Lower high, lower high, lower high, with that VWAP area acting as an area low, an area support. Then all hell broke loose to the downside, as typically is the case with these flat bottom breaks. Lo and frickin' behold, though, it finds support at 6 1/3, and it's right back into that 6 1/2, trying to reclaim the volume-weighted average price. So I'm keeping my eye on that. CERO will lose its spot on the side chart here momentarily. It's breaking down well below VWAP, and it looks like it's going to lose the dollar as well. Cut a couple of weird ones over here. UMAC. Whatever. Looks like it's kind of bull flagging over here at 6 1/3. If it sets up well at 615, which is where VWAP is, I'm all ears and eyes. VSH as well. This one, bull flagging a little bit up into that 12 3/4. If it wants to find support at 1255 where VWAP is, I'm game as well. So those are the ones I'm keeping my eye on today. As you know, though, if you've been watching this for a hot minute, they're very fluid. I'm talking about these side charts. And they could lose their position on the side chart, and we can substitute something else. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Those are the 8 small cap gappers that we've got on watch, Joseph. We're involved with AMBP right now, and we're technically 4 pennies out of the money. That's all right, because we're looking at DCAing Adara. What's up?
Give some insight here on UMAC. You said that ticker and it triggered something in my memory. I looked it up to confirm, and it is correct. Unusual Machines or UMAC, they're Donald Trump Jr. has been appointed to their board. So that ran back in December on that news. So yeah, this one was the stock that Donald Trump Jr. or DJTJ, as he's sometimes called, is on the board of. So that is, I guess, one connection here to UMAC. The story we get today, though, I guess, has to do with this global agricultural drone space. I guess UMAC is in this space, and this market is projected to reach $8 billion by 2029. So a press release about the overall drone space seems to be pushing UMAC to the upside today. Back to you.
The coffee's hitting, Joseph. The coffee's hitting, Joseph.
That's stuff there. All right, I mentioned, I was like, okay, yeah, we're going to possibly go through some of these candles. We reached that halfway point of this indecision print, and that's when I knew I was in trouble. So once we cracked it, we got out. So we'll go 1 for 2 on that one. 50% still keeping it positive. That's the name of the game. NVDA is continuing to climb higher. I'm going to wait for it to run into some resistance. But Natalia in the chat asked me to take a look at the chain on PLTR and why it's getting stuck at some key levels. I will most definitely do that because I like your manners and I like kind individuals. So, what did you say on PLTR? What was that key level we were looking at, Natalia? Okay, I can. So Natalia, why is it struggling at 105? Perfect. Here, you want to see why? Right there. There it is. Look at it relative to everything else. You can see we have 32,000 open contracts at that level. So that's why we can be running into some overhead resistance. That is a supply zone. And it doesn't look like there is enough liquidity for us to get through there and hold above it. So there you go, Natalia. Good look on that front. But I want to go over what we went. I didn't look at the chain here on the overall market. One thing to keep to note is just that NVDA strength, and there is still a lot of overhead resistance, but that's okay. Why did we trade TSLA and go long? Because essentially what I was looking for, I wasn't wrong on this one here. So there we go. Look at this one. So that's just how it is. You know what I mean, Sharif? So I was looking at the chain and I'm like, okay, where's the path of least resistance and where can we run into some resistance? And that's exactly at 260. So that's why I decided to add into this position and then ride it all the way up to 258. That's relative to 258 here on Tesla. And then that's where we can see about 24,000 current open contracts on this one. So here you go. Nice trade, following the options chain, waiting for those overhead, those levels to come in and using those strike prices to get us to those specific levels. So that's exactly what we want to see, and that's what we want to do. We're going to go over NBA here's options chain really right after we get back from Madera, because I think it's really important.
Get it, Darryl.
I do have another small cap potentially here for you, Sharif, if it's not already on your radar. It is OMEC. It's Odyssey Marine Exploration. Now, as you can see, this started running around 11 a.m. That is because Reuters reported around that time that, as we know, Donald Trump is set to sign executive orders tonight. Apparently, according to Reuters, these executive orders will have to do with advancing the deep sea mining industry. OMEX is a stock in this space. I was trying to find stocks in this space, could not find any, but OMEX clearly one of them. Keep an eye on Odyssey Marine Exploration. Again, on watch, Trump is reported to sign executive orders related to advancing the deep sea mining industry tonight. Back to you.
I got to cover this, bro. You know where we went, right?
Here we go. No, you did. Not already.
We went to two, bro. We went to two. Bro, I'm on today. I'm not talking about good trading. I'm talking about psychotic. I feel psychotic with this coffee. I don't know. Someone spiked it there, Joseph. All right, let's go, baby. We got in 31.50 on your friend there. CEP up 103%. Boom, 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 all the way up into 33.5. Very proud of this trade. I like how this one is trading. 35 though is the breakout level. You heard Neil, you heard Sean talk about different trades using breakout methodology versus catching them off key areas of support. $35 here, I'll submit to you, is the real breakout level. Trade it as a breakout above 35, or choose to trade it like I did as a range there between, I want to say 31.5, I got the lower end, or 31, excuse me, 31 to 35. For whatever reason, this has a $4 range and has had that $4 range for the better part of the last 20 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 25 minutes now. All the while, and hard to see, you have to kind of zoom in a little bit. These are higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. So we could possibly get, a very hard to discern ascending wedge or a flat top break, whatever you want to call it. The point is, there's certainly selling at 34, with the breakout trade being at that $35 area. We'll have to wait and see how this one ends up working out. But I want to say, Darryl, you and Bubin seem to be on the same tip there, because the second you brought OMEX to my attention, your friend Bubin in the chat was also bringing it to my attention. So I'm going to take another opportunity to shout out Bubin, because he's always keeping an eye out. And this is a good entry right now. I'll submit to you guys on OMEX. It just pulled into the volume-weighted average price, so it's going to have a lot of eyes on it. A lot of these algos won't trade it if it's below VWAP. Having said that about algos, let me take this opportunity to tell you that this is a sub $1 stock. And by extension of that, there may be algos that won't participate in the trading of a sub $1 stock. So I'm not trying to say that there won't be liquidity. There's usually implemented liquidity given the price of these bad boys, but you may not have that aggressive buy-side algo come in, kind of backstop you and to support your move up. So OMEX, certainly on watch for me here. What the hell is this AMBP doing, bro? I mean, I got so excited with the CEP trade, I forgot to manage the other one. So we're out of the money on this one. We're 5 pennies out of the money. We're still waiting for that entry, though. I've been waiting for that entry for a hot minute at $3.43. This entry here is to front run the volume-weighted average price on AMBP, which on my chart is around $3.38 right now. So that's going to be my line in the sand. All right, the stop's already in place. If that 43 order triggers and it loses 38, I'll give it a couple of pennies, maybe 36, something like that. That's it for AMBP. It's a slow mover. The volume's kind of dropping down a little bit. It's up 25%. It's not a bad look, but definitely of concern. So let me give you the information right now. First and foremost, about the one that you see on your screen there, AMBP. This is a 143 million share float, so larger, with about a 3.12% short float. Now, let's talk about CEP, the other one that I was involved in. CEP has a 10 million share float, and I do not know what the short float is here, not being given it by trade idea. So I don't want to say a small float, but 10 million shares usually is considered smaller, especially as I just showed you there, AMBP has got 143 million shares. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Keeping CEP on watch over here. Here it is, again, zigging and zagging with 34. This could be the breakout trade. This could be the breakout trade here, guys. Here we go, 35. It's taking out levels, and now we're going to have to chase it. So we're going to go, we're doing it live over here. So it's going to have to hold where my 18s. So let's go ahead and put something at 40. Oh, that's 44. That's an unlucky number, Joseph. I want to cancel that. Oh, it's a big takeover.
Okay, yeah, no problem, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on. Amazon, 16,000 open contracts at 184. 185, sorry guys, so you can see, boom, falling out at around that 185, that can be a positive sign. This is going to be my last attempt on the SQs, because if we get into squeeze territory, then I'm not going to be counter-trending whatsoever. But I mentioned multiple names, so 2NY. 105 possibly short there on PLTR, lots of open contracts there. And then when we run into 106 and then 185 on NVDA and Amazon, lots of overhead resistance. So looking for that to come into play. If we crack the lows, then we're just going to get out of this, but we're going to give this one more attempt, and we're slowly starting to work. But there is some key resistance zones that we need to punch through, that are support zones that we need to get through. And some of these big names need to break. So again, really extended from the volume-weighted average price, looking for that mean reversion here, but if it's going to be a strong trend day, you don't want to fight it, and I don't want to give away my day on Tesla, so we'll be really patient. One more attempt here, because I do like the setup, and that's what you got to do. Hey, exactly, so there we go. There's that on Amazon. And NVDA, I told you guys where I'm in on this name. I'm swinging this name. I wish I DCA'd a little bit more down here in like the 98s and whatsoever, but I'm like, I don't want to hop on margin or anything along those lines. So here we go. Let's climb. I'm happy if this name continues to move, and I'm happy if IBIT continues to climb. But here we go. The Qs are starting to pull back. So that's it. That's all we're doing, guys. We're using the options chain to our benefit, and it's really starting to work out. You can use these ranges and gauge them. Look for overhead resistance. Look for support, and use those as your benefit. So there we go. We're getting that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. Right now, we are still slightly extended trade, but things are starting to work out. Just going off of open interest on the chain, because that's what we do.
All right, man. We did okay on this next little trade. Oh, here we go again. Goodness gracious. This is going wild. I'm talking about CEP, guys. Here it is. Now it's making newer, not high day, obviously, but newer local area highs. Very strong. Try to get these on the micro pullbacks. Don't be a schmuck like me and try to punch in at highs. Sometimes it doesn't give you that opportunity. Here comes 36, though. Oh, baby. So let's see if we can weasel in here a little bit lower. It's not having me at this level. It's not letting me in. Yeah, which is totally fine. I mean, we already did a little bit on it. Let's see if we can get in a little bit over here. I'm talking about CEP, guys, getting in on a micro pullback over here. I'd like something in and around this level. Now we're long again at 8, so let's go ahead and wait as your friend. Boom! To the high side yet again, bro. Give me that money, man. All right, here we go. Now we're waiting at 36.15. Let's go. Let's see if we can take out 36. Lots of shares churning right now. Seller at 88. Big seller at 88. 90s just showed up there, so we did take them out. 91s now on the ask. We're low. Okay. Oh, we already got taken out. I didn't even see that spike up there. So we did get it above 36. So please, this is dang punch about that. We'll continue to do a live here for you guys. CEP, continuing to zig, but mostly to the high side over here. $36 as a level right now. We've been talking about these whole dollars as areas of support and resistance. So keep your eye on this one. It's continuing to go. It's 115% now in the green and looking like it's not going to stop. Now keep your eye out on 39.29. That is the high of the day. I'll submit to you that it's likely going to be that $40 area. It's going to be the big boy area. So keep your eye out on that. Very happy with this trade. Looking at doing more because it's not done. It's not done. It's putting in higher lows, higher highs. For a very volatile stock, it's awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I'm quite surprised by this. So very happy with this trade. Let's see what everybody else is saying over here. My man Ozan out is always 69, baby. My man Ozan knows what's up. Scott H, AMBP has to get through big resistance at 360. Shout out to you, Scott. High day, 359, so that does make sense. Let's see what we got over here.
2NY super chat.
Yeah. Oh, 2NY. My bad. 2 New York cents. Thanks for the help. I don't know who you're talking to there. Probably Joseph, because I usually just yell and help. Juan Padilla, you remind me of that boom kit. Can I get 3 booms? Boom. Absolutely. Bot Yacht Club. Got some wins with you on that one. Let's freaking go. Shout out to my man Bot Yacht Club in the chat. Hope you print out multiple stores. My man Jay Lee. I just reshorted CEP at 36. You're already $3 in the money. We're going to hit the club. Boom. For your friend Jay Lee, the OG in the chat. Shout out to my man. He goes short. I go long. Somehow we both make money. I've seen that on this side of the desk multiple times. Neil going long, Sean going short, or the opposite. They always end up somehow extracting profits from that. Just shows you that technical analysis doesn't work, of course, Joseph. I'm being facetious.
Yeah, obviously. But there you go. Prime example here, guys. See if we can continue to climb up here in the SQQs. You can see if we can pull up my chart momentarily. There we go. So we got back in. I was a little late on the entry. My RBR would be significantly better if I did it in around 33.46. But we're starting to come back in towards this now. Squeeze type price action. That's the thing. These counter trend moves are going to be more difficult, right? Because you can see how strong this market is. So when you get that move down, look to start taking some profit and just leave a little bit of a runner just in case you do come, it does head more in your direction and it doesn't come quite to your break even. So that's the game plan here. We still got about, what do I got? Half of my position on right now. If we can construct a new high on the SQs and now we'll be putting in a new low here in the market, then we'll look to take a little bit more off. Breaking trend before going into SQ long. No confirmation yet. See, okay, so Alexandre, I'm not too sure how long you've been trading or anything along those lines, and I hear what you're saying, but it's completely subjective, and here we go. So what I'm looking at and what theses have been built, and I'm not too sure if you're familiar with volume price analysis. If you are, then you would understand what this is right here, right? I shouldn't have to elaborate anymore here. Let me pull up my trusty tool stream, and here we go. We're starting to climb, baby. Come on, whoever just, come on. This is it. This is it here, guys. So yeah, Andre Emerald. So this is what we're referring to here. And I'm also using other forms of indicators too. That's why I always refer to the option shape. But let me pull up my trusty tool and give you a little brief description of exactly what we're looking at here. Sorry if that's too thick. I hate how that works. Okay, so that, right? And then this volume signature as well too, right? So those are potential stopping volume and reversal signals. And then I'm also using more conviction within the option chain to say, hey, we're ready to turn around. And you can see that being displayed right now. So this isolated volume signature with that isolated inverted candle right there. And you also have another isolated signature and then some more along those lines too. So that's essentially what I'm playing off. And you can see that is really starting to work right now. So I understand I'm not going to disagree with you on the fact that, hey, use the trend lines, play the break of the trend lines, but sometimes when you do that, you can be slightly too late. So just be prepared for that. But you can see here, guys, we entered there, and then we took a little bit more off right there, another 33% up position as we head towards the downside. But Joseph,
what happened?
My 35th birthday today. I've been watching your ears. Thanks for making the days exciting. When trading is such a lonely game. Brandon Townsend, our guy, thank you very much. Much appreciated for your inputs, my friend. And I'm glad that you've been here for multiple years and continue to watch us. All we're trying to do is put as Katina Man, as Sharif, as Neil, as Adair, as everybody here on the desk would be saying, all we want to do is put on some good trades, display them to you, and then explain exactly what we were thinking. So there you go. You're getting happy birthday from around the clock. The whole floor is telling Brandon Townsend happy birthday from TV Live. We're going to continue to move to the south side because I think there might be potential short here, Sharif, in the market as we continue to climb down. But I'm long the SQs. What a good look. Happy birthday, Brandon.
Yeah, man, absolutely happy birthday, Brandon Townsend, a long-time viewer and a great participator in the chat. Always respectful, always kind, and always informative. Shout out to Brandon and happy birthday, my guy. All right, here's the deal. Let's have a look at the MAG. We haven't said a word about the MAG 7. So let's see who's strong and not percentage-wise. That's easy for you guys to glean. I don't have to read that to you. But who's strong? Who's more near highs? Who's bouncing off key levels than some others? I'll submit to you guys just a cursory review. Amazon, Microsoft look really good. They're both at the 10 exponential. You're seeing Meta below. Meta's below the 20. Apple's at the 20. Tesla's at VWAP. Google's at the 20. And Nvidia's at the 20. So I feel there might be more relative strength, at least for the moment. It doesn't have to be this way forever and evermore. In Microsoft and in Amazon. And they're both decently up on the day. Amazon being up 2% with Microsoft 2 1/3. So not a bad look there. You're getting Meta below 1 1/3, Apple's at 0.5%, Goggles 1.5%, Tesla 1.45, Nvidia's up the most, technically 2.44, but it's. Yeah, we'll see. 106 level on Nvidia right now acting as a level of resistance. And if history is any guide, at least on the day, the 20 exponential pullback on Nvidia has been bought up. So currently it's in a 4-candle drawdown right now on the 5. I'm talking about Nvidia on the 5-minute chart. 4 red candles, still holding above 105, still above the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. So good strength in Nvidia, but I do like Amazon, I do like Microsoft. I saw the Katina man take Amazon long today, and it seems to be one of the stronger ones. So if I was to trade one of these, I'd be looking at. Back to the small cap gappers, my man Bovin bringing HOLO. Obviously, a former runner, one that we know very well. It has a hard time, though, sometimes staying above key levels. So we're going to load up HOLO. Is this a Bovin? I was about to ask you if that was a real wick, but it just deleted itself. Anyway, HOLO has been also quite respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and I see a bull flag, quite frankly, and a very bullish bull flag, if that can be any more bullish. And the reason I say that, thank you, dear. The reason I say that is because we're getting that flat top at 1320. But we're getting that ascending wedge. So you're not getting an upward channel. You're not getting a scattered kind of flag. You're getting a very, distinct pennant, what we call an ascending wedge. Basically a flat top break. So a key level here would be, it seems, for the moment, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Currently, that level, on my chart anyway, is about 285. Now, you do have this false breakout, which probably caught a lot of people offside. I'm talking about the candle here on the 5-minute at 1125. It weaseled all the way up to 1360. Probably a lot of people got long on that, thinking the same thing I was thinking. Flat top breakthrough 1320 or 1325. And then they're probably all offside, almost $1 out of the money now because we're printing 1290. So I would submit to you guys the money fill here, as my friend Neil likes to say, is to pick it up off the 10 exponential. Now, it's a bit spready. You just saw it. It was at 1280 something. Now it's back up 1303. So the spread is a little wide. You may have to wait a little while to get that fill because you might not be first in priority. So HOLO looking awfully good. Ascending wedge, bull flag, 13 1/5, 13 1/4, flat top break. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel I'm channeling my inner Katina man. I feel right now. I just got to take a breath and somewhat relax here. No, I'm only joking, guys.
What happened?
No. Things are working out, man. Okay. That's all that matters, right?
You got your drawing tools.
Yeah, I got my tool. I was using them a couple minutes ago. You didn't see that? Yeah. I was telling the folks why exactly I took that specific trade.
Okay.
Yeah. We can go over that again one more time if you guys want. And we can pull out the trusty tools, but I don't think there's any need for that. No, I was just showing this, Sharif, this isolated volume signature with that doji print right there. And then again, you have that more conviction, but we squeeze past it and then we just take another re-entry on that front. So we only have a little bit left here, guys. So there you go. I was just using two things. Honestly, what was the chain telling me, and what was price action telling me? As my good Obi would say, that's essentially what you need to follow. And I love using the chain as well too. So you can see how that really worked out for us well. Just sticking to our guns on that front. I was just looking at what's going on with Amazon. Okay, so this was my thought process. What are the strongest tech names so far if I'm going to short this trend? What are the strongest tech names? So with that, I seen that it was NVDA and Amazon. Okay, so what do I do next? I pull up the options chain. Where is the most overhead resistance on both of these underlying assets?
Where?
185 and 106. Okay, where do we stall out? All out at Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We stall out at 106 on NVDA and we stall at 185 on Amazon. Perfect. Now I have more indecision prints on the candles themselves. What does that tell me? Joseph, take one more stab at that trade, and that's what we did. So again, just following what the chain is telling me and following what the price action is telling me. Those are two keys. I love the in-depth look of the options chain. It's crazy that I wasn't using it more, I guess, but I guess that's just a part of it. Okay, refresh, guys. If there's any issues with the mics, just we'll just get a refresh, and I think everything should be okay on that front. But again, just to going back, what my thought process was is, okay. My thought process was, okay, strongest names, what's the chain telling me, and then what's price action telling me at that, and then that's why we decided to take one more stab here on the SQs. I wish, obviously I wish, shoulda, coulda, woulda, I held on to this Tesla a little bit longer, but Hal, I don't know, Hal, if you're listening, I'm sure you are because you're always in the back. So this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday of just like setting stops and then letting price action play out until either one comes out. And I actually got out of my last bid, it was a little bit more than 10% right here before the break of the volume weighted average price as the market was moving down. That was a mistake on my behalf because there's a potential ad scenario there, and then you can get back in. Just looking for ways to improve. Otherwise, you can't go, like, again, you always want to be bigger at some point, but I can't complain here. Got in here, using a 10-cent stop on this front, and then that's when we piece it all the way up. So there it is. That's what I was looking at, using the options chain for the Tesla trade once again. So guys, hopefully everyone is implementing that within their trading and using these key levels of support and resistance, and you can find that through via open interest, and that's exactly what I did. Don't just pick any level of strike price. It has to be a standout amount, and then that's going to help you say, hey, okay, yeah, there's quite a bit of open contracts relative to all the other strikes, and this is where we might possibly see a reversal or a bounce off a specific level, and that's exactly what I did, Tree.
Absolutely, Joseph. Shout out to you. That's a good look there. All right, guys, I wet the beak there quickly on for one out, though. Let's just call a spade a spade. I don't know how this one's going to do, AMBP. I'm going to defend it into the volume weighted average price. That's my plan. I'm sticking to it. We've de-risked a little bit, but we're still holding the majority of the position. It's having trouble with the $0.50, full disclosure. All right, I've set up a dip trade here on, we'll see if this is my friend or not. Well, I don't want to call it my friend quite yet. I have mixed feelings about Holo. It's been good to me at times. It's pooped on me on others. So we'll have to pack our patience. Showing me 90 now on the bid. I'm waiting at 95s. Look at this, 90 on the bid, 12.90, that is, 13.10 on the ask, 20 pennies on a 13.12 and change dollar name, quite wide. And in fact, I'm 5 pennies above the bid, and I'm still not getting printed, which just gives you an idea. You know, that's why some of these small cap gapper-esque type stocks that are spready might be a bit difficult to trade. The reason I'm involving myself in this one is I've observed respect for the 10 exponential. So I'm trying to base my trade. I feel that the money fill here will be off or around the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 for a possible eventual flat top break. And here's what, if you're a newer trader, no worries. Let me, and if you're a more experienced trader, just tune out for a second. You probably have heard this before. Look at this area low. So we moved all the way up, and when we dropped low, and then we popped back up, encountered the same resistance area, 1320, 1325. Drop down again. Oh, it's going without me. Come on now, man. Drop down again. Now, this drop down over here has to be juxtaposed to this drop down. Why? Because this is one area low, and that's another area low. We don't have another area high. We have the same area high. So when you have higher lows with that same area high, that's what we call an ascending wedge. And I've perceived it to be a very reliable pattern. Nothing is foolproof ever in trading, period. But we try to put the odds on our side or the statistics on our side, and that's what I'm doing right here. So $13 seems to be now maybe the money fill because the 10 exponential is a dynamic level, meaning it moves with the price action. And my order was based on the previous level of the 10 exponential, which is no longer valid. Now it's about a little bit higher. So anyway, I'm not getting filled right now on it. I'm trying to get filled on HOLO. I perceive this to be a possible flat top break candidate, and I'm trying to get the money fills around the 10 exponential. We'll pack our patience there. Let's have a look back at CEP, because aside from the wicks, and that's all they are, wicks below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, I'm talking now about CEP, we're getting a lot of respect here for the 10 exponential. That green line on my black charts, will always be the 10 exponential. So you do have wicks. I'm not going to tell you, it's held it to a strict sense. It hasn't. And you're going to have to account for that in your stop placement. So, if you're placing your stop like a couple of pennies below the 10 exponential, don't expect to do well on this. You're going to have trouble, right? Because it's shown you the range per candle is quite wide. It's also $34, $35, whatever. So it's expensive, more expensive than your typical small cap gapper. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking possibly at working back into CEP. It's continuing to put in that higher low. It's just very obvious it's putting in higher lows. Now, it did fool you over here. When it broke out, I was involved in this trade. I was profitable on it. I didn't hold, but it fooled a lot of people. Let's be honest, man. That $34 break works up to $36, drops back to 32. So it's a bit of a tougher look, but trade it carefully. Try to get the money fills on this one, and I think it should be okay as long as it's above VWAP, guys. You kind of feel like the buyers may still be in control. So CEP. Not out of the woods yet, or not done as a trade yet. Still more left to give on that one. HOLO is just not filling me, but I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to move up my order just a couple of shekels. So maybe we can get the money filled, maybe around 99s. So I had it at 95s before. Let's see if we can get 99 up in this you-know-what, and then we'll see there. Jay Lee, Holo has a 16-cent spread as far as I see on my broker. Brother, I saw it at 30 a little while ago when I was making that description. What's that, Adara? Adara said, get it, Holo. All right. Adara had a banger today on Netflix, by the way. I want to shout her out on that. I saw a 10 banger there, by the way. Just I don't know what it ended up being, but it was a good trade. What? It didn't work out, but she tried. But you could have had, when I saw it, it was almost $10 in the money. So you could have. You chose not to. So shout out to you, Adara. All right, we got Holo. We got Holo. Now we're filled at 99s. Now what's the deal? So this has been respectful of the 10. So here's what I'm doing. I'm giving to 79s, okay? So that's what we're doing. We're doing it live. We're going to do it 79s. And then where are we going to take profits, though? Right? Like if this stops me out, fine. I'm going to take first profit level, 15s, and then I'm going to get OG with it, and then we're going to go 25s. We'll see if we get something there. So right now, it's giving me 94s on the level 1, 1303 on the level 2, 90s, excuse me, on the bid, 03s on the ask, still holding above the 10. But now, this current candle, this current 5-minute candle has a lower high. So that does concern me. It's still holding the 10 exponential, but I don't know for how long. We'll have to wait and see. We're involved. I'm gonna give it to $12.79. I'm long $12.99, so we are risking 20 pennies here on HOLO. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Okay, guys. Here we go. Right, like that. I absolutely love the chain, man. I don't know. I love a lot of things, but I absolutely love the options chain, Sharif. It's a beautiful.
Tell me something I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I like it a lot, man, and I'm pretty sure you guys know it as well too. But these levels are just coming into play. There's so money. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to really starting to hopefully take super advantage of some of these moves here. Where do we stall out on NVDA, right? Like where do we stall out, right? You know what I mean? Let's pull up. Where do we stall out, right? Like again, here you go through 190, a lot of overhead, so squeeze type price action. So yeah, just keep an eye out on that stuff if you have access to it. I'm sure a lot of you who are trading, I pay essentially Bubkiss for options data. It's like $1 a month or something like that. And if you end up making a transaction that's more than $6 or $10 per month or something like that, it's waived. So yeah, you can get it for free. So if you look at the chain or you want options data, just get into your broker and see if you can tap into that as well too. So are you looking at time and sales? Sure, of course, at all times. This is really important. It's right here.
It's right there.
Yeah, really, really important. I think if you have that tool, this is one of the most important. And then get comfortable with reading this as well. So what I tell individuals in the chat is tape reading is definitely an art. I'm not going to argue that with that, and a lot of people who taught me how to trade say it takes a long time to understand it, but they never gave me this one kind of kind of a little trick of the trade, I guess I can say, that I figured out for myself. So if you really want to understand how to read the tape, and I'm saying I don't know how to, but how I interpret the tape, so what you can do, if you have the ability to go back into Tick Replay, or your platform allows you to go back and watch the tape, go and find a stock in the morning that has a really strong opening range, right? Like if it's really strong trading to the top side, watch the tape. And then do the exact same thing for the inverse. If it's going down, if it's really weak to the downside, then go back and watch the tape and see how those transactions are being printed. And then also go and watch the tape on an underlying asset that just essentially moves sideways, right? So a lot of choppiness, and you'll see the difference within those three scenarios that I gave you. That it will most definitely help you understand what is going on with the time and sales, because a lot of it is noise. 99% of it is noise. But when you're looking for key precise entries, whether it be in the opening first 15 or 20 minutes of the day, the tape is really, really important in my opinion. I think a lot of traders can agree with me on that front. So yeah, just go back and do that, and then eventually you'll just build yourself into understanding what the options chain is telling us and where we can find specific key support and resistance levels. So you can see that we had this nice trade here on the SQs, and that was more of a chain-based trade, as well as the TSL. But during earnings seasons, when I tend to trade my best is when I'm focusing on the tape in the morning, when we had a nice report the previous day, and I'm looking for the continuation in strength. So just go back and do that, read the tape. Again, this is a lot of noise, but if you look at the tape during key levels and you look at the chain for key levels and key strikes, it's going to help you out a lot. Try to void out all that noise, even though it gets hard at times.
Well said, Joseph. All right. So we don't usually do it this early, but Jameson asked specifically to cover or to talk about Google earnings. So I did my homework, as I typically do. So we're going to cover it right now. If you can show my screen, please. Thank you. All right, here's what we're expecting, guys, after the bell. Now, today, Alphabet, Google, whatever the hell you want to call them, reports after the bell today. Widely expected for earnings per share to come in at $2.01 versus that $1.89 print we got last year in Q1. Revenue, geez Louise, bro. $89.1 billion on the quarter, guys, not the year. Expected for revenue. Last year, excluding traffic acquisition costs, we're looking for a 75.5 print. Ad revenue, obviously their number one money maker, expected to be about 66.4 billion, a little bit shy than that 66.5. That beats easily that 61.1 billion we got last year. YouTube alone, bro, is like a Netflix. $8.9 billion are looking for revenue from YouTube, with Google Cloud Platform, just Google Cloud, estimated to bring in about 12.3. I didn't even know that Google Cloud was bigger revenue-wise than YouTube. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, I didn't know that at all. Tariffs are going to be an issue, sadly. While not expected to impact Q1 results, investors are watching for forward guidance, and we've already seen companies pull their forward guidance or not give it at all. Analysts like Barclays warn digital ad growth may weaken in Q2. We talked about this yesterday. We talked about the fact that China use Google, they use Meta to advertise to American consumers, despite the fact that those social media platforms or Google are not available for, technically, obviously you can use them for a VPN in China, but the Chinese advertisers use them. So they're worried about that, because if tariffs are expensive, tariffs reduce spending, then ad spending will be reduced as well. There's also an AI search shift. We've been talking about this one nonstop. Joseph uses it differently. I think Neil does as well. Brendo, Katina Man, myself, we use a lot of these LLMs, as opposed to, the traditional methodology of going into Google and typing keywords. So there is that word. So agencies reportedly reevaluating search ad strategies as users turn more to AI tools as well as social media. Like, I was talking to some people a little bit younger than me, and they're like, we use TikTok to search stuff. They don't even go into Google. They just go into TikTok and type whatever they want, and then the videos give them the results that they want. So they're not even looking for text results, they're looking for video. There's also the Doge cuts and tariffs. So Mizuho is noting that Google Cloud Platform customers linked to government contracts and tariff hit sectors may reduce their spending. So that is a bit of a concern there. Some are already down 25% versus the forecast. Also, AI infrastructure. Yeah, you can see that there. AI infrastructure. We already heard Google mention that they want to spend $75 billion in 2025 for their AI data centers. That could be, we'll see if they reiterate that. There's also capacity limits. CFO Anat Ashakanzi says that resource constraints are limiting the revenue that they're able to make from AI services until more servers come online. So it's kind of like, hello, Fabian. How are you?
What's up, Faye?
Everything good? You like what Ramin is doing over there?
Yeah.
Not bad, huh? I know you do that a lot. I single-handedly changed the way that I do my morning routine because of this man right here.
Dang.
He terrorized me. He's like, bro, I don't want to see that border. No border on the...
Yeah, no border, man.
Hey, yes, it is. Because he's not watching. He's doing his job, right?
You, Dave.
There you go. Dave, you're getting called out by the Chilean nightmare, baby.
Dave Trisak?
Let's keep going on over here. Legal and regulatory issues. We know that Google's being sued wherever they can get their hands on Google. They're trying to get their hands on Google. So a U.S. federal judge obviously ruled Google holds an illegal monopoly in the ad tech space. Restructuring may be required. We already know about that. Search monopoly ruling as well. That echoes a 2023 decision finding similar antitrust violations in the core search and ads business. So expect to hear more about that during the call. At least I would, because these are pressing issues right now. So lots to listen for today on Google or during Google's earnings. So make sure if you're invested in the company or you're looking at trading it, definitely keep your eye on that. Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. And one thing to do, I think just Google is a little late to changing the search engine. Like Google search has been the same for how long now?
Big time.
Big time, man.
Big time.
Why can't they just...
Like they got Gemini.
They got Gemini, but is it... When I type in Google, though, like, I have to go to Google, let me pull up Google Chrome, which I personally don't even use. I don't even have a thing here. I don't like Google Chrome.
You don't like it?
I like this thing right here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Someone just asked me about those shoes again, Joseph. So we're gonna continue the social experiment over here.
Let them know about the shoes, Shreek. Let them know about the Air Max 95.
Jeremy. His name is Jeremy.
Right,
Hi. Are these available? Paste.
Dang. Just like, nah, yeah, you know what you got to do there.
Or just copy and paste.
Yeah,
Joseph.
just copy and paste.
Good,
Yeah,
baby.
just send the own thing. There we go. Let's see what's going on. My guy.
What?
My guy Charlie Taff.
Said you like? Okay.
I don't know about that right now, but Mr. Charlie, no, I'm only playing. Yeah, I see what you're looking at here, around 6,000 open Connies, around that 1,100 strike price. And you can see that we're running into some overhead resistance at those levels. So there you go. Good. He's using it as well.
Neil, you better not message me. Are these available, bro? I'll lose it.
No, don't even.
Neil, he wants to do it. I can feel it.
Imagine, so don't. People are gonna find you on Marketplace.
I'm sending it to Neil, not anybody else.
People are gonna find you on Marketplace and then start sending you peer messages.
Oh, that's a good point, Joseph. I don't want that, bro.
So yeah, we don't want that. But here we go. Look at. See, we're moving higher, and this is one of these days where. It's like you got to watch out, even though we have all these kind of these indicators displaying, hey, this might be the potential top. But if the market really wants to squeeze, don't fight it whatsoever. You can see that I'm all out of that SQQ trade, and there's a specific reason, right? So someone who I used to trade with way back in the day would tell me, Joseph, if your trade goes from so if you enter a position and then you go to about 1.5 R, so 1.5 return, and you don't take any profit and it comes back to your break even, get out of the position, right? Get out of the position. These guys are going on the Air Max. Sharif's making a deal now. This guy's making a deal on the side about the Air Max 95s, which is crazy. There we go. So there you go. He's getting messaged out the wazoo about them. But one thing to note, guys, so if you enter a trade, let me pull out my trusty tool here and just kind of give a brief explanation of how I was taught. So essentially what it is, you enter, okay, so we'll use this as an example. You enter here, right? You're using this as your stop. You hit that 2-to-1 and you start to take some out. But if you're looking for a 3-to-1 and you don't take any out and then it comes back, get out of the trade, right? Break even, because you don't want a trade that went 3-to-1 and then let it come back to a loss, right? And you get stopped out. So if you're using a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, whatever your risk to reward may be, and you're about halfway in the money to your target and then it comes back against you, don't take that full stop. In my opinion, again, totally subjective, get out break even, and what does getting out at break even tell us? That we're flat and we can always have another opportunity to get back into the trade. So hopefully that works out for you guys, because that's something that I stuck by, and it also just keeps risk measures absolutely in place. And I think that's the name of the game until you really start to get the ball rolling. So that's just a little trick that I personally do. This is trading is so subjective, and if you can manage to build a system that works for you, then stick to it. All I can do is just give you some little knowledgeism nugget that I personally use. And if they mean anything or if they work for you, then so be it. And if not, if you have your own style, then continue to do what you're doing, and hopefully it works.
Why is Holo not stopping me out, Joseph? Oh, we didn't. We added. That's why. Okay. Well, we'll take a hit on Holo. Oh, well, that'll be the first L today on HOLO. It lost the 10 exponential. It's at VWAP, but that wasn't why I wanted to trade this. Holo, to me, was an ascending wedge and a flat top break through 13.25. That didn't manifest, so I'll take the L on this one. Simple as that. Now, I don't want to trade this off VWAP because it's a spready trade. This was supposed to be a breakout trade, not... Thank you. It was not supposed to be a pullback trade into a key level. At least that was my thinking on a Holo. Now, it may find support at VWAP, right? Currently, VWAP, at least on my side chart, is 1255, 1254, something in that region. So we'll see. If it can get above that level, we'll keep an eye out there. CEP is losing the bid. Okay, CEP just broke down below that $30 area momentarily. Now, it's done this before. You see these candles over here, these wicks, they all dropped down into 28, 29, but they did get bought up. What's important about CEP here is it's still above VWAP. Now, again, I don't want to catch a falling knife here. It's too expensive, it's too volatile, and it's just too spready for me to feel comfortable picking it up as a dip trade. Because the cost of doing business on that dip trade, if I wait at 29, for example, and I give it to, say, 28.50, I'm just giving you any numbers, okay? Then realistically, given the spread, my cost of doing business could be up to 30 cents a share. So if I trigger, say at 28.48, it could go all the way down to maybe 28.28, 28.18, depending on really how spready it is. So I don't want to catch a falling knife on CEP. That ain't going to be my move. I'm looking for a breakout trade. Now, the other one that I'm involved in, finally, we got the add into this on AMBP. So this is going to have to hold up VWAP. Hold above VWAP, excuse me. VWAP currently on my chart, $3.40. We've got 48s. It's showing me 44, so we're 4 pennies out of the money on this one. AMBP, wet the beak here quickly above 50, but this one, again, like a lot of these small cap gappers, they are giving up the ghost a little bit. They're not at the highs. They're pulling back. Normal for this time of day, noon hour, everybody's going on lunch. They want to stuff their stomach with some food instead of punching into positions. Totally understandable, but the point is to try to look for the ones that are running during this time and not to try to take these ones that are pulling back. So I won't be getting into any new ones off a key area of support. I'll be looking for breakout trades. Now, having mentioned that, let me also show you what's coming into key areas of support. So CEP, right at VWAP, and it could find support here. I won't be buying it here. I am concerned about the spread and the volatility of this one, so I'll take a breakout trade only. But there it is at the volume weighted average price, holding it to a T for the moment. Underline that. VWAP currently 28.50 on my chart. 28.50, the volume weighted average price on CEP. HOLO as well did hammer candle into VWAP at around 1260, back up to 1275, but that pattern of lower lows and lower highs is really what's glaring about Holo at the moment, rather than it holding up above VWAP. So I am not likely to want to punch into that either. But OMEX, shout out to Adara, shout out to Bovin for calling this one out. This one did lose VWAP, okay? So it popped up into 86 pennies. It probably had people thinking, all right, here comes that dollar. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. From 86, we went down to 65. Lo and behold, though, the bid's coming back because we're now zigging and zagging between 77 pennies and 80 pennies. Keep your eye out for that break at around 86, 87 pennies, because then you have about a 13 to 14 penny kind of buffer between that and the dollar area. And I'll submit to you that dollar area gonna likely be basically a technical area of resistance. Whether or not you get through that dollar quick as you like or you zig and zag, that really depends on the individual name, but that dollar will be 3 likely resistance. If OMEX is to get to it, we are going to send you to Adara for happening now, and then we're going to Neil's lesson of the day.
We're going to go to Neil's lesson of the day, but first, let's take a look at the lessons this market has been teaching us. S&P 500 to the upside, but as you can see, we're running into some resistance here on that 544 level. Actually pretty range-bound when you look at it from a 15-minute chart. The NASDAQ actually looking pretty similar here. Both of them just putting a bit of a topping tail candle on the 15. Donald Trump has been posting so many times today on his Truth Social so far, more than he usually does on an intraday basis. But this one, certainly the biggest market-related post he's made today. He commented that Boeing should be defaulting China for not taking, quote, the beautifully finished planes that China committed to purchase. So interesting note there from President Trump, who is set to be greeting the Prime Minister of Norway, Mr. Støre, pretty soon. Then they'll have their bilateral meeting at 1:05. So 12:05 p.m. Eastern is the greeting. Then at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, we are set to have their bilateral meeting. OMEX, as Strafe mentioned earlier, this one is pretty strong here. Reuters reporting that Donald Trump's executive order set to be signed today might have something to do with deep sea mining and advancing in that space. TMC was another one that I saw was moving a little bit off of this as well, though OMEX probably a bit stronger. Google reporting earnings tonight, Intel reporting earnings tonight, T-Mobile reporting earnings tonight. Check out all of these earnings and more on the market recap with myself and Sean, I believe, Sharif, for another earnings party, so make sure to check that out. Also on X at TTV Research, we have a handful of Intel-related infographics. You can check those out as well. And I may be spotlighting those later in the day. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and make sure you get your notepads out for Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away.
The lesson of the day brought to you by these awesome glasses. But you know what? Shout out to Shadow Rap. We're going to look at Tesla for you, okay? Because Tesla's involved in the lesson of the day, but we're going to look at it right now. Why? Because part of my plan was to be long Tesla, and it's about going over and sort of reviewing your plan of action and how you can grade it. While Tesla is holding, let's just get through the technicals on this, because it's holding downtrend. I said I was going to long it off of VWAP. There was one bounce. And you're like, oh, yay, I got a bounce and I got the top wick. Well, the good news is, yes, I got the top wick to get some out. The bad news is it held that trend on that top wick and is now breaking down. Now, if you were to look at it, a lot of times you want to look at something like this, like, okay, there's the dip into the high, there's the trend. You still have a bottom of the trend that could hold on as it's a descending wedge in here. So if I'm going to be long Tesla again, I think it needs to break out this wedge. I don't want to hit save just yet because I don't want it to crash on me while I'm doing this. But the reality is sometimes in a strong market, it's going to tell you really distinctly relative strength and weakness. And Tesla's up 1%. For now, it's still within the pocket, but relatively weak. So I wouldn't give up on the long. It needs to change something. My plan of action when I go back over and I look at my note, because AMD, I was looking back and I could kind of live with AMD. A bit. I think I can live with AMD. We'll get to that in a second. Earnings day 2, resistance 260. Okay, don't think it was close enough to 260 for a short. 243 to 45 gap area has held. If we flush, the yada, yada, yada. So neither one of those things happen. Like we do press, the 50 kind of goes for a little over under at the 50. You could have maybe taken that, but no press into the bottom. I don't think it gave me the short. So when something's trending and I'm favoring long, okay, do I try it off of VWAP when it breaks trend? So there's your break of the downtrend, buy the dip in front of VWAP, get some out there. I think I follow the plan of action on Tesla. And if we break this low, I think we can get to 243 to 245. That's not too bad. We waited patiently to take our shot. I didn't overtrade it. But here's where I do have a bit of an issue. Because AMD, you would have seen on that note, was a top one, strong breakout yesterday. It reversed to the 90. Need to play over under at the 90 level. Well, there was an entry. Even though I said if I wasn't wrong till down here, it didn't quite come close enough to get long, being sitting in front of 90. I would agree with that. For my style of trading, that's true. But what's not true is that there wasn't an entry point. Why? Because if you follow this show enough or follow a lot of traders, do you think open prices are more important than closes? And I've said it time and time again, the closing price is more important than the open price. And if you look at where this closed, it was at $90.39, right? So $90.39 was the close price. When it dipped and didn't get to the area that I wanted the long, but I'm favoring longs over that price, it dips right into $90 and about 36 or 37 cents. It immediately holds. There's your retake of VWAP. There is your local prior bar break right in here at 90.85. That's a local breakout holding VWAP where you can either stop out at VWAP or you can stop at the previous close. That is fantastic risk reward. It's a fail for not having. I don't mind taking a trend reverse. I'll do that. Look, I'll risk 15 cents to try to make $1 every single time. I have no issue with that. But that was an entry that's part of the toolbox that I think I needed to have on AMD. So I ranked that as a fail. And then I go to, I also had Alibaba, which never got to 120, and Enphase. By the way, AMD double top. That could get spicy if it breaks out the high. Then I go back into Enphase, which was, let's short it in front of 46.5. Outside of a single stop out at the high after taking profit, and a trail out at the VWAP, and then continuing to short it for profit, that's following plan. We liked the level, we traded the level, it worked, but that AMD, man, you've got to find a way. That's the big one for me. It's not about whether for me, it's never about whether you necessarily win, lose, or draw. It can simply be how did you follow your plan execution-wise, and I got to be long in there. And I got to find a different type of long, and you should always try to find something that A, fits your plan. That prior close being 939, it was almost perfect, everybody, right to that prior close. There's nothing wrong with having a key level, but if your number one trade ID is bullish above a key level, you should probably have some kind of a long if it trends up like this. So when you're reviewing it, it's like, did I make a single trade on AMD that I regret? Answer, no. Okay, that's fine. Was I patient in trying to find something? Answer, yes. So I could be the end of my analysis and say, hey, I didn't do anything wrong on AMD today, so I have no issues. That's not true. That's BS, because it should have been my number one stock today, and I have to look at the reasons why it's not. That's what you do as a trader to try and be consistent, is maximize what you think your best idea is, because you can't have something be this strong to the upside when it was your top idea and not be honest with yourself about where you could have reasonably got in. And there was still a good, tight risk option for me available to the prior close. It was less than 50 cents worth of risk. That's the type of trade that I look for. And it actually gave you one of those on AMD. Sometimes you don't get that kind of a limited risk position or entry. It gave it to me. I didn't take it, but I can look back and honestly say, I know where it went wrong. And I'm willing to admit that even though it's close to a flat day on it because I made one small trade, it's still a bad day. Like, I'd rank it an F, despite the fact that I didn't really lose any money on the stock. And you got to be able to say that. There's your lesson of the day.
Fire, as always, Neil Roberts. Around that noon hour, he will be dropping his lesson of the day. We're going to thank him very much for that. Thank you, Neil, and all the wisdom. Steven James, you all right, bro? Something going on over there? You need help, Steven. We can send help. You just give me the number and the address and we'll send help. You look like you're having some issues over there, brother. I'm just worried about you, Steven. And looking at your YouTube profile, you look like you're a Zen guy. You're going to all these nice, excursions in the wild. You're in the wilderness. Why are you so angry, brother?
Yeah, why are you so... Yeah. Nature.
Down, my guy.
Touching grass, man.
Take it easy.
Touching grass.
Poor soul. Anyway, OMEX broke above $1, $1.04 a high of the day, but true to form, guys. We knew that it would be a different trade at that dollar, a little bit above the dollar, a little bit below. This thing's zigging. This thing's zagging right now. If you're going to trade this for a breakout trade, you need to ensure that it's really cleared that dollar, not just wicked above the dollar. So OMEX having a whole lot of trouble taking out $1, but it is $1.04, at least that's what I'm seeing on my side platform here, $1.04 the high of the day. Zigging and zagging, as I mentioned, Joseph at 97 cents. So let's talk about where you can pick this up. So if you don't want to take it as a breakout trade above that $1, I perceive there to possibly be support at 85 pennies, owing to this area top over here. So usually when an area is a resistance level like this and it gets cleared by some distance, and I'll submit to you it did, then it comes back in, it tests it, usually it finds some support. So keep your eye out here on OMEX. I missed the breakout trade. I was in the bathroom, taking my time off while Neil drops hot lines, but this one
still tradable. It's up 125%. I'd like it a lot more, guys, if it cleared that dollar. And I've mentioned why multiple times. When you're trading it south of $1, you've got 4 decimal places, more room, more levels to post sell orders or offers, keeping that top a little bit heavier. And also a lot of these algos that won't trade it below the dollar. They just don't get turned on until that dollar gets cleared. So keep your eye out on that. I'd like it a lot better, Joseph, if it was above that dollar, my man.
Yeah, E in the chat. Same, brother. Same goes with me. I would love to do that one day. That would be fantastic.
I can't say?
Yeah, I think you can maybe say that. I don't know, but I'm not going to repeat it anyways. But I would totally do the same if I had the opportunity. So I like that. That made me chuckle a little bit. So yeah, funny stuff.
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You're killing me, Kanye.
Is that Kanye?
He's sending you to the White House.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So what happened? What's going on? CRWV 5% down. Yeah, I mean, things garbage, man. That's what happened, TP. There's nothing else really going on. But I mean, the market is still relatively strong. Can we see if we can continue? I mean, it's so hard to counter trend right now considering the strength. But some of the big names are starting to pull back a little bit here. But Amazon, Apple, and NVIDIA holding up really tight, and Google reporting this evening as well too, brought to you by Sharif Adair and Mr. Sean himself. So that would be a good one here, guys. And Palantir, I posted on X if you guys want to go check that out as well. Just why Palantir. Natalia in the chat was actually the one who said, Joe, look at Palantir and what's going on. And you can see multiple areas of resistance there. So what do? We just pull up the options chain, Sharif, and take a look at that specific strike price. And sure enough, that's where the highest level of open interest is, and there you go, we're bouncing off of that, and that's what I referred to earlier, right? I think it's going to be really hard for some of these bigger names to climb through some of these key levels, and that's on this week's expiration cycle. I mean, once those contracts expire, who knows what next week can bring? All we can do is just wait to see what's going on. I can pull it up right now to see if they're still intact, and I don't think they're relatively the same. I mean, 110 on NVDA still has quite a bit of open contracts, but you don't see the depth of the book through 105 to 110 like you do on this week's cycle. So there you go. That could be a positive sign that we might have some room to climb come next week after all these contracts expire, Sharif.
All right, guys. I put a dip trade here on OMEX at 88. I'm front running what I perceive to be support at 85 in case it gets to be a crowded trade. I'm talking about OMEX looking for that 88 print. Now, if I'm wrong, what's the move here? I will have to give it to 80 pennies because that's where VWAP is, okay? So I will have to risk a little bit more here, more than I'd like. 8 pennies on an 88 penny name. You guys get it. It's a little bit wider. So we're waiting right at 88, looking for that one to possibly come in, dropping into 92 now. Let's see what this one does. Now, I've got a new small cap gapper for you guys, one that just weaseled onto the scene now. And you know my affinity for these intraday new ones, the ones that pop up, not in the pre-market, not at the open, but intraday. And I'll submit to you this one is one of those. Now, it's about an hour old, to be fair. I just got eyes on it now. It started going at 11 o'clock, 10:55 to be exact. So it's an hour deep. That's still relatively new. Some of these bad boys were running in the pre-market or at the open. Anyway, 375 high day. You got a lower high over here, but you also have a higher low. So what's the move? What is this respecting? It doesn't look like it's respecting VWAP. It doesn't look like the volume weighted average price is acting as any level of support. If I'm forced to find a level of support, it does look like it's holding up above the 10 EMA. So you could work your way in here, say 345, 340. Currently the 10 EMA is at 340. And you could give it to VWAP, maybe below 330. So you risk about 15 pennies here to make possibly $1 if this really gets going. So TMC, a new small cap gapper just working its way onto the scene now. I will be interested in this one. I think I might work into this one, but I am concerned about it being kind of like a skewed double top, right? Where you have this area here, there's one side of the M, there's the other side, and there's a neckline right around 315, 310. It drops below that 310, there's your double top, and it probably retraces back down into 270, maybe even LOD, low of day, at 258. So TMC in focus. Make sure you're using stops. I wet the beak there on AMBP because I got the ad. I wet the beak at 49s, and now I'm waiting at 51s. It's showing me 50. This is by no means like a banger trade or anything like that, but it's holding up above the predicted areas of support. And I have some shares on here, so I'm going to take out more here at 50 and see if we can de-risk a little bit more. So that's AMBP. Simultaneously, I've still got, oh, come on, bro. You're seriously going to come into 88. You're not going to fill me. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. I hate that. It came into 88 and 2/3, Joseph, and then I didn't get the fill. So let's see, maybe, well, we were waiting at 88s. I hate these sub $1 names because of all the decimal places you have to account for. If it doesn't go all the way down below 88, you don't get the fill. And the reason I'm waiting at 88, guys, to front run what I perceive to be support at 85, and it's already getting away here. All right, well, we're just going to work in, and then we'll DCA into this. So we're going to work in over here. What do we got? We got 94, so let's go ahead.
You punched, eh?
Oh, yeah, I punched. Yeah. And then we're going to wait at 97s. Okay, so we'll throw up some orders there. And then you got to have a little bit over here for the break above a buck. So I'm going to leave my orders there to only take profits up until that point. I'm going to leave the other beak wetter for above a buck, all the while hoping it does go against me, at least momentarily, and picks up my order at 88. We shall see what happens there. Back to now, AMBP. We got the print at 50, still waiting for that print at 51s. How we doing here on HOLO? Are we losing VWAP? Looks like we're dropping here. We're below VWAP on a technical basis by a couple of shekels, not by that much. Still a prohibitive spread on that one. Where happened to my level 2 on this? Oh, there it is. Okay, good.
All right, well,
go ahead.
Sorry,
Joseph.
brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
Natalia.
Oh.
It's your time to shine. There you go. $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help. I love this show and watch every day while I'm working from home. Your time to shine. Thank you very much, Natalia.
Natalia.
And yeah, Natalia, I made an X post exactly on what you were referring to earlier, and you're like, hey, let's take a look at the chain to see what's going on with that front. And then there we go. We put 2 and 2 together. Why are we running into resistance? We take a look at the chain, and it tells us a lot there. One thing here I want to note, guys, my guy Pizza Rat and a bunch of other traders in the chat are also talking about IBIT. Go, IBIT, go is all I have to say, essentially. Even though I'm not even in it, I just cheering you guys on. But we got this gap fill. So my game plan today was actually to fill this gap here, guys, and I didn't. So that's my fault. I was trading Tesla and SQs, but that's a nice little gap fill right there. You can see here on IBIT, and we're continuing to climb higher. I'm going to look for that overhead resistance once again at 53.50 because that's where we have the most current open contracts. So that's what I'm going to be continuing to keep my eye on. And Gaurav, exactly. That's the thing, right? Today, even though we have these key levels, just how strong the market is, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more squeeze-leg type price action and run through some of these key levels. We got to keep an eye out on it. You notice that here, I'll pull up my SQ chart real quick. You notice that we couldn't continuously break down and get that move towards the volume-weighted average price, and that's what was telling me. These tech names are strong, the leaders are being the leaders, and then you see it reflected here in the market. This is the inverse. We got to move. The primary target would have been the volume-weighted average price, but we're not getting there just because the likes of NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, Google, and Meta are really, sorry, I don't want to put Meta same with it. And well, Meta's climbing higher. So when they're all working in conjunction, here you go. You can see that the markets can continue to climb higher. And we got some relative strength here, guys, today on the big Mag 7
You know this guy?
No.
No?
No. Who's that?
I don't know. I don't want to say his name out loud, but
yeah.
look at the option. Look at the message. That's what I was asking.
I told you.
I know,
man.
right?
I
didn't even say what they were, bro.
Yeah,
I didn't even say what they were. I said they were shoes. How many people list shoes?
Yeah. That's
on Marketplace.
Yeah,
that's
see, I told you, man. People will do some diving and
hey, for your boy Joey Options,
crazy.
like I thought he knew you or something.
I have no idea.
Local. He's local. Yeah.
Oh, so there you go, local guy.
Right?
We're not going to say your name on there, but
no. You guys, you're funny, brother.
Yeah,
I like
you mentioned you messaged Sharif there, so shout out to you. We're not going to.
He knows who he is.
Yeah, you know who you are. But yeah, funny stuff.
Well, I'm not that hard to find, Joseph. It's not like I'm hiding, baby. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have Instagram or anything, so I'm a little bit harder to find. But that's what we want. But you can catch me on Twitter or on X there, guys. So add me at Trader TV Joseph. We're gonna post stuff. I'm gonna start doing some more options chains posts. Try to get those daily open interest posts out there for you guys to take a look at and everything along those lines. So yeah, that's working out really well.
That's a move, baby. That's a move. All right, OMEX, zigging and zagging. We were they're able to wet the beak. Still there at 95. I'm still hoping this does drop, hold my level. I will give it to 80 pennies if it does drop, okay? The reason I say that is because that's where the volume weighted average price is, and I don't want to paper hand what could be an explosive trade. It's 116%. It can absolutely rocket above $1 if it gets the right momentum. It doesn't mean it will, right? We have to basically wait and see. So this is currently a breakout trade, a possible breakout trade above that dollar area. It's about getting those money fills. We'll have to see whether we can execute properly on this or not. It does look like it's encountering some resistance, obviously, here in the mid-90s. I did get that 95 and 96 print, actually, 96 print. Now I'm waiting at 97s, and then I will wait well above that dollar for the next print there. So that's what I'm looking at. There's a lot, though, running, guys, so let's get right to it. Over here, there's a lot of breakout trades now that are happening. Pony, P-O-N-Y, finally waking up a little bit over here. Was awfully consolidative since we started the show, and the volume was dropping off to no end. And then, boom, we take out that high at around 710, make a new high day, 7.25 or thereabouts, 723 technically. P-O-N-Y, second day play, guys. This one was moving yesterday. And from the close on, I believe, Tuesday to the current high of the day, we're up 73%. Not the biggest mover, obviously. We've seen way bigger, and today we have, but a respectable move nonetheless. Hard to gauge what the pullback levels are on this. Is it the 20? Is it the 10? Is it VWAP? It's take your pick because it's respected. The 10 at times, the 20 at others, and VWAP at others. So I don't feel like I have a really great read on PONY. Let's see exactly how this one ends up being. TMC as well. I yelled about this one earlier. It's very respectful of the 10, at least locally over here. So I'm inclined to want to work this work in. All right, we got the other print there on OMEX now to the high side at 97. Now it's going to be above $1 before I take anything else out. It's either going to add me, then stop me out below 80, or it's going to take me out through that dollar. We're not going to flatten out. We're going to pack our patience. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles. Bot Yacht Club. No, don't do it. Pony, you saw what happened to me on Pony yesterday. I was complaining to Joe. I executed like a schmuck on it. Like I had good levels. I could have executed well, and I paper-handed the trade. Full disclosure, I executed poorly on it. Maybe we'll execute better on it today. I don't know. Anyway. Back to OMEX here because now it's catching a bit of a bid. 98 pennies in focus. Seller at 98 to be expected. You're going to see that at every penny level, 98, 99, $1, until you can get above that level and really kind of squeeze out the shorts. I don't know if I gave you guys the info on OMEX. If I did, excuse me. Here's the deal. Float, according to Trade Ideas, 23.33 million shares, with the short flow being 7.12%. Not bad, not huge, but not bad either. Let me just verify that on my platform with respect to float. Allow me a second. Market cap of 27 million. It's saying a float of 19.6 million shares, so a little bit smaller than what Trade Ideas is saying. I'm talking about OMEX right now. And so this did wick up. Okay, so it did break $1. It wicked up to 105, Joseph, and I had my order at 108. 105, you would have gotten filled anything all the way up to 105. So this one did breach the high of the day. It did breach that dollar, but true to form, it was met with very aggressive selling, as it typically does meet at the dollar level. That's why I always say these are a different trade north and south of $1. So OMEX did wick up into 105, and by extension of that made a new high a day. The previous high a day was, I think, $1.04 or $1.03. So definitely focusing on those ones right now. Looking at executing a little bit better here on OMEX if I can. Let's see what we're doing over here on AMBP. We're still taking prints. We're in the money, but by not by that much. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Holo, right back above VWAP, but still putting in lower highs, so I'm less inclined to want to do anything on that. CEP is losing the bid here, guys. Very aggressive down move here. This is money for the shorts. This is big boy money for the shorts. Look at this. This $32 drop. This flat bottom break through 31 where there was ample amount of support. And now look at this, $26. Here comes 25 on CEP. So it's lost VWAP. It's got a very clear downtrend right now. If you can get shorts here, if you're able to secure shorts on CEP, this is a banger trade right now. And you could realistically see 21. There's some support here from the pre-market at around 6.15 at around $21. You might find support at 20 being the $10 level, so it might blow through that 21. In any event, trade it carefully, trade it wisely. These are dangerous. Adara.
It's actually Jose himself.
bad,
Joseph,
my bad.
yeah, it's all good, brother. It doesn't even matter anymore, Sharif, because you know why? With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and put down $47 just to get started. That's a great tuition fee right there, guys, only $50. Trade the Pool offers 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 of company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan is designed to fit you when you need more time and flexibility. Whichever path you take, your risk is capped and your opportunity is unlimited. Join tradethepool.com, scan the QR code, and get 10% off. There you go. We talk about it time and time again. You're going to pay tuition one way or the other. So you may as well go check out Trade the Pool to see if you can pass these evaluations. Even if it takes you a couple times, it's well worth it. But let's see what Adara's up to.
Keep an eye here on the market. Just be aware, Donald Trump holding this meeting here, bilateral meeting with the Norway Prime Minister. I was seeing that this is supposed to start at 1:05 p.m. I guess it started a little bit early. He's answering questions right now. He's only really spoken about NATO, as far as I can tell. But just be aware, Donald Trump answering questions during this bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Norway. Back to you.
Got a good gander on our friend Donald right now. He has his own deadline, guys, for the Ukraine peace deal. Obviously, J.D. Vance coming out yesterday and making some comments there. Here we go. Boom! On OMEX, Joseph. I waited for that 108. We got it. Remember that radio station, Energy 108?
No.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm ancient, so it's okay.
Energy 108.
Yeah. It was actually 107.9, but they didn't want to say 107.9 every time. It was like Energy 108. I know you remember that, Neil.
Neil.
Hey, there's my guy.
That's crazy.
All right. Well, we're the same age. Anyway, OMEX, taking out that dollar. Now it's a different trade, guys. Okay, so we talked about that dollar being, that key level of technical resistance. Now I don't think we've spent enough time above that dollar that we can say, all right, let's use it as support now. So keep your eye on OMEX. It's up 151%. It's got a $1.13 high a day. It's got umpteen amount of higher lows. It's respectable trend here. Not a bad look. This dip trade obviously at 88 pennies means nothing at the moment. Nothing for me to do there. What's going on? Not enough memory. All right, now we're good. All right, my chat just went dark there for a second. It's good to go. So here I really want to execute again on OMEX because we didn't obviously take enough share size. What I really want to see, though, and I want to give enough time to manifest, is whether this dollar holds up as support. That's all I want right now. Now, I could put a dip trade at, say, $1.02, $1.03, and then maybe give it to 95 pennies in case it does dip down below that dollar. Get out of Dodge. Many different ways you can execute on this, but this one is... it's got a good trend under it. It's got good volume. It's a trade de novo. Again, it's not a pre-market runner. This one started running at 11 o'clock. So it's, I'm not saying the best trades are ahead of it, but it's definitely the best trade is not behind it at the moment, like some of these pre-market ones are. AMBP, I want to mention this one because I've been involved in it since we started the show. There's certainly, and I won't be convinced otherwise, a seller at 51. Okay. Now, you can see the size posted here at $3.51. Not big. Right? Especially done 5.75 million shares on the day. It's $3. So the seller at 51, I'll submit to you, that's keeping us down is likely a hidden seller.
And we haven't. Oh, wow. Sharif. Whoa, what is going on here? Yeah, there's something going on with Apple. We got a big volatility spike here once again in the market, guys. I'm going to hop right out of this trade here. I don't want any part of this volatility right here, especially trying to short this market. So you can see that Apple just got a massive spike right here.
Apple?
Now heading towards the high of the day. Some of these other big names are really starting to go as well too. So there you go, some volatility spike. We're going to wait for Adara on that news because something must have came in, the volume following it as well. That is really, really important. I thought that I was going to be in a good position. You got it?
Some people are saying here, Adara, I don't know if you can verify this. CityBoy305 says Trump announces tariffs off auto. Not verifying that yet. We're still waiting. He repeated again. Let's go to Adara.
Bang, let's go.
So here's the news here. Donald Trump just said that apparently they had a meeting with China this morning, or there was a meeting with China this morning. It's incredibly vague as to what this meeting was, who it was with. He announced this, that they had this meeting, and then he leaves. He says, okay, we're done for now. So it sounds like there might be some more later. He said, oh, we'll see you outside. But yeah, basically right now, just saying that we had a meeting this morning. Again, unclear who was in this meeting, both on the side of China and the U.S., but apparently a meeting was had. That seems to be what's moving the market here. Back to you.
The reporting as always. Thank you, Adair.
Fantastic. So, okay, so perfect example. This is how we can kind of transition into this conversation here, you Manny trader. So essentially when you have heightened volatility comes heightened options premium. And then when volatility is starting to decline, then you can see the decline in the cost of each specific option. But what does this also tell us with heightened volatility is usually with more bearish sentiment in the market. And then when IV starts to cool off, you can see that you start to slowly climb here in the market. So you ask me, Joseph, why is the IV lower on some of these oil futures that you're looking at or something along those lines, but yet it's still steady, like on the decline, on the incline, sorry. Well, there you go. That's how the inverse correlation works. As IV starts to decay and cool off, that is usually, there's more confidence within the market, and you can see that slow incline to the top side. So I guess that is why you're seeing kind of that inverse correlation, and that's how I would interpret it. I don't know too much about the oil sector, but yeah, that's exactly how I would look at it. But here we go, guys. SQQ, hopefully that helped you out as well, too, a Manny trader. So SQQ, I got to touch on to this, guys. I thought I was going to be able to sell the top of the range here, but sure enough, right? It just is like, okay, boom, volatility spike, see you later. Headline sensitive. I don't want to be shorting this market right now. Let's see what Adair's got for us.
So there's another aspect here to what's going on with Trump and China. We know that he had basically said there was a meeting with China, they had a meeting with China this morning. I guess some reporters asked, who is they? And he said, it doesn't matter who they is. So we don't really know, again, as I mentioned earlier, who this meeting is with, but I just wanted to clarify Donald Trump actually had asked and answered who the they is, and he will not tell us. So we still don't know who necessarily met with China. We also don't have a response from China itself. And in case you missed it, China basically this morning said, or I guess this evening in time with the time zone difference, basically said that they want the U.S. to treat them as equals before there's any kind of deal. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But these comments from Donald Trump, very interesting, especially with the total mystery as to who this meeting was with. Back to you.
Don't ask any questions, Joseph.
I'm not asking any
Don't
questions.
ask any questions. I talked to somebody. You don't need to know who.
I don't need to know.
You don't need to know, Joseph.
No. I don't want to know.
Yeah, get it, Donald.
I don't want to know.
All right. So,
I mean,
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, honestly, Sharif, it's just the headline sensitivity of this market is absolutely insane. Like yesterday, we had 4 or 5 volatility spikes that I've
4
honestly,
years, Joseph.
Yeah, I've never seen that. And
4
then
years.
You get a headline on essentially it's nothing at the end of the day, and then there you go, you get something that just wicks you out. So be prepared for this. I guess there's not much other we can go into it. Yeah.
Biden stock market.
Yeah.
Trump stock market. Think carefully.
Oh, it's not a hard answer at all.
Go.
Again, I would much prefer a more cool, relaxed stock market. I don't want these volatility spikes. They don't do me any good.
Fair.
You know what I mean? And what?
They're good for intraday. Obviously not for the long term.
I'm going to be frank.
Yeah.
I'm going to be frank.
Go.
I like lower volatility environments.
Fair. I respect that.
It's better for my style. Lower volatility environments tell me there's more confidence within the market. Do we see that much confidence in the market right now, Sharif? I don't think so.
No.
Right?
We don't.
For me, I prefer a more cool and relaxed environment, right? I just thrive more in it. I don't want these massive volatility spikes every minute where you're getting wicked out and then it goes back to right to the mean, and then 20 minutes later you're getting another volatility spike. It's like no. I want no part of that. And with that heightened volatility comes heightened options premium.
Oh,
and you know I don't want to be paying more for my options.
I know you
contract.
don't.
So no, I'm going to go with the Sleepy Joe environment. I prefer.
We're getting a mixed bag here.
Yeah.
Some
you know what I
people
mean?
saying Trump, some people saying Biden. I hope it's not along political lines.
No,
that's not where we're at.
No, it's not at all. That's not what we're referring to at all. It's just like, which market do you prefer?
There you go.
And like, I mean, do we have to pull up a SPY? Are the Qs on the daily?
Well, the Katina Man's just returned, so I want to get his intake on this. Input, excuse me. Katina Man, do you prefer a Biden stock market or a Trump stock market? He's not going to answer the question. He's going to tell us something random.
I went from that. I went from the mic.
Curveball.
No, I mean, I think for day trading purposes, I mean, I think what we've been experiencing here since Trump has been in office, I mean, I like it. I mean, the volatility every single day, it's what we're looking for. I mean, we sit here and complain all the time. The market's not moving. We coined that term barcoding. You know, right now, you know, you get in there, you're seeing a stock like Tesla move $20 every day. You're seeing names like Meta, you know, move 30, 40, 50, 5%. The NASDAQ, I mean, when's the last time we came in and the NASDAQ was flat? I mean, every single day we're getting a point and a half.
Exactly.
At least.
Yeah.
So for me.
Okay, let me say something here. Let me say something
here we go.
Would you prefer this? Or would you prefer this?
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, right? I don't know.
I
What
prefer
would
that.
you prefer? Ask me what you would rather prefer. This right here, right? Or this right here? That's all I'm going to say.
But that's
I don't
still
know.
a Trump.
Get it,
Like,
Joe.
I don't know. That's just my argument.
Oh, well, what was the question?
What market would you prefer?
An up or down market? I mean, come on, my guy. Obviously,
Biden
for
or a
investing,
Trump? Well, one is going with the other. It's either would you rather be enjoying this market right here? Why can't I?
So Joe, hold on a second. You're asking me, would as a long only investor, would I rather enjoy a market going up or going down?
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's just make it simple, going up.
Yes.
Now, if you're going to ask me what market I'd rather trade in, it's not even close.
Okay,
it
so
is
now
the
we're
current
going on
market.
two different, but I mean those are two totally different questions.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. What is the question you want me to answer?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well,
I mean,
again.
What is the question in the chat? What is the
So
question?
Jay, and what we asked Katina, man, the question I asked the chat and asked Joe actually was, do you prefer a Donald Trump market or do you prefer a Joe Biden market? I think there can be two answers.
Right,
I think you can
right.
say for investing, things were more calm. The portfolio.
But we're
wasn't
making
as-
America great again, right? I mean, this stock market could get back to all-time highs by the end of the year. And then you would say easily you'd prefer the Trump market
There you
because
go.
this gave you dip buy opportunities.
Yeah,
You
but
know
how
what
are
I
you
mean?
going to be dip buying if you're already fully allocated in your long-term portfolio?
What about
and
for
going with
options?
a buy and hold strategy.
But what about for your option strategy, Joe? I mean, which one works?
It sucks.
Which
This
one works better?
market's- This market legit. I'm being totally
No,
frank
me
with
too,
you,
I'm
because
asking.
It sucks because
Okay, yeah.
one, you get these volatility spikes, and two, you're paying heightened premium with the increase in volatility. So it actually legitimately sucks if you are selling options, or even if you're buying them, because you
Too
are now
expensive,
paying
right?
heightened volatility, right?
Right,
Yeah.
it's too expensive, I guess, right now.
Yeah,
as well, right?
exactly.
So- yeah, okay. So I just came back from and got thrown into this, but thank you
what
for.
happened, Katina, man? Where'd you? What?
Well,
what?
yesterday I did weights.
Hey.
Yeah, and the arms were feeling it today, but it's feeling good. So then today I did did freestyle, then backstroke, then
Nice.
freestyle, then backstroke,
Nice,
then
nice.
freestyle, then that's a wrap.
Getting the cardio in, baby.
Doing something
and
like
low
that.
impact too. It's good on the joints, Katina.
That's
man.
exactly what it was about. Yeah.
Bang.
All right, I'm out of here. I gotta go eat.
It's like, yo, I'm
dude.
eating my food. Get
So
out.
yes,
Right.
so last night I'm
Yeah.
doing some prehab, right? Like just prehab, like
Fair.
just
Yeah.
icing my knees and everything. And I use Saran wrap with with ice bags.
heard
around
about
my
this.
knees.
Yeah, okay,
So
go
then
on.
the movement, and then sure enough, Milo goes and starts eating the Saran wrap by my knees, and I had to grab him so he didn't choke on it, and I got an ab cramp.
Really?
Oh, dude. And I started freaking out, and I was yelling at
Did it
Selena.
lock in?
Oh, it locked
I
so
hate that,
hard. It
dude.
locked
I
so
hate
hard.
that.
And I'm yelling at Selena. I'm like, help me, help me.
What's
And
she supposed to do?
She's standing there laughing at me. And you know when you're in so much, you know when you're in so much pain, you're laughing too. But you're like, man, yeah, pull up Katina Man's lunch. Get the lunch on there. It's on there. Yeah,
He's gonna bring it over.
So I'm like, my ab is cramped, and I have this dog that's eating plastic. Meanwhile, I have ice bags Saran wrapped to my knees because I've been running, and I'm like, this was not.
He's doing
fun.
10K a day, Katina,
Stop
man. Talk
complaining,
some
Joe.
sense into your boy, bro.
Joe has issues.
Yeah.
I mean, so we got this is a turkey, which
Let me get a piece of that there.
don't.
That looks
stay away
fantastic,
from
Katina,
this, my guy.
man. But Katina, man, like, you have any
I
idea how
did
excellent
put
this
some
food is, bro?
balsamic on there,
This is
bro.
fantastic from like a nutritional. You got everything. You got all the bases covered, Katina,
Thank
man.
you, my guy.
Yeah, can you flip that side? Show them the
Yeah, show them the
beans
beans
and everything
and the
like
corn
that.
in
There
there.
you go. There you go, man.
Damn.
More beans on there.
Are you sure
Yeah,
I can
man.
Magical fruit.
Are you sure I
Oh.
can't have a piece of that turkey?
This guy, anytime he sees food, bro. Anytime he sees food, keep your food away from Joseph
Hey,
Wilson.
I will rate it right here, right now, live. You know I have those.
He'll do a live.
No, I'm asking for some of yours. I don't got the turkey. I don't got the turkey.
I love this, man. This is
That's
good
all right.
vibes. Good vibes. Okay, the big spiled one says, Joe complaining about market volatility makes me think, oh, I can't. Big spile, bro. Big spile, man. I can't read
What'd he
this
say?
stuff
What'd he
out there.
say?
I
What'd
gotta
he
send
say?
it to you.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't read
send
the
it to
rest
me.
of it. He's a liability, Big Spile, man. What a guy.
Crazy.
I love him, but he's a liability. Joseph, we're taking some prints here finally on your friend AMBP. If I can show the chart, please. 52 print there. Happy with this one. But I'm still holding OMEX at 84 pennies. We're break even on that one. Got back into OMEX over here. It's going to have to hold VWAP. I've got my out below 80 pennies. How many dollars on what?
Amazon.
The Katina man is $4 in the money on AMZN. He's long 181.5. It's printing 185.5. We're going to shout out the Katina man. He took that Amazon long first thing in the morning when the market was pulling back, and he's got big boy shares. We're going to shout him out. Great trade there, Sean. Shout out to you, my man. All right. Keeping an eye here on OMEX, Joseph. I'm trying to pack my patience with this one. 80 pennies is my line in the sand. We're giving this one the old community college try off the volume weighted average price. If it touches 80 pennies and drops, that's the end of the trade. We're looking for 85, then 88, and then I'm going to leave a beak wetter as I typically do for that dollar break. This one's already been above $1. It's got the unlucky number high right now of $1.13. Are you a superstitious guy?
Yeah, I'm a hockey guy, man.
Okay, so can I tell you how insane I've gotten with my superstition? I won't count rep number 13.
That's crazy. So you just go 12.
I don't say it out
14.
loud. I don't say it out loud.
12. 14.
I'm insane, right? Which is fine. It works for me.
Okay, so what do you think the repercussions would be if you were to say number 13
Injury.
on the injury? Boom.
Injury.
Like, torn pectoral, torn
I
thigh.
hate injuries.
Okay.
Because it just takes time out of the games, right?
Joe
Like,
Mama, stop saying hymns. Are you referring to the hair? Come on, man.
Man, guys, I never understand for the life of me why you would want to bully somebody online. Like, I just
No, I don't know if Joe Mama's actually saying hymns or not. But,
but like seriously, I don't say number 13 anymore. And when I do, I get a little nervous.
You get a little nervous?
The thing is, though, my mom's born on the 13th, so I feel like it's a good, it's a good in one way and not so good in the other. So that's.
I have a hockey superstition that I follow, Sharif. So I
want to hear it.
I have to get dressed a certain way, or I believe I won't score that game.
Really?
Yeah, even if I were to dress.
Do you do anything different? Like, do you circle the ice a couple of times? Anything like that?
Oh, you know what I never do?
What?
I never put the pegs on the goalie net. That's just one thing I'll never do.
Okay.
I don't get it ready. I don't get the net ready. I could be the first guy on the ice. I'm not touching the net. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I'm not touching it. I'll shoot the puck at the boards, anything else, and I'll let somebody else adjust on the net and put the pegs on the old hockey net there too. So.
All right, guys, we're doing it live right here. Sharif or Sharif, whatever you want, Bobby Oxales, baby, you're in charge. You run the show here. We're just out here calling out the plays. No, it's Sharif. It's spelled the French way. That's why it's C, not an S. My parents spoke French as kids, and they want to be extra bougie, and I've had to deal with it all my life. I do apologize in advance. Raheem Alani, baby, how are you? Looking sharp as always. Raheem Alani, guys. Everybody knows who Raheem Alani is.
Fellow Ravens fan as well.
Oh, he is. He is a
There we
Ravens
go.
fan. I forgot about that. Hey.
Yeah, big game.
Yes.
Big game tonight.
It's big. What the boys are referring to, obviously, we got the NFL draft tonight. Pumped about that. Going to be watching. We'll be obviously complaining about the lack of picks by the Cowboys tomorrow. Don't worry. I got you covered on that. We're going to be talking about that as well. So that's what we're involved in right now, boys and girls.
Yeah. Joe Mama. Yeah, you weren't talking about my hair, obviously. We were messing around with you. We know you were actually referring to
what
hands.
happened.
So don't worry, Joe Mama. I got you covered.
Joe Mama.
I know you're my guy. So don't worry about that one there as well too.
I like that.
City Boy, BTC running. How's IBIT options while looking? I told you at 53.50 we might run into some walls there. City Boy 305. You can see it multiple touches on yesterday's intraday session. Go back and you'll see within the first half hour. You're going to see that multiple touches just around that specific strike price. But yeah, and Chris senses, we're not soft around here, man. Come on, we're hard-skinned hockey boys. If you want to see your trash talking, you go on the ice and it's just pure obscenities until you're blue in the face. And I got some good chirps, man. I would like to say I got a pretty good chirper, you know what what I mean? But
Are
I
you
keep it
a
simple.
good chirper? Yeah, you're a hockey guy.
Yeah,
bro.
I'm
Of course you
fantastic.
can
Oh,
chirp,
buddy,
bro.
I'm fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm fantastic.
Fantastic. That guy's so proud of himself,
I'm
bro.
fantastic.
I love it, man. I love this guy, bro.
You know what I mean?
You're
But it is.
sick,
But
bro.
Chris senses I got you, man. Don't worry about that.
I love it. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live here on AMBP. Shout out to my man Bovin. My man Bovin is yelling about A or EB. We got that Arab money running here. It's about to take out the day. Well, the local high's at 450, 475, 479, excuse me, the high of day on AREB. I know I'm not showing it, but because I'm focusing on this trade over here, AMBP. We got 46s. We just took out 56, so we're 10 pennies in the money on this one. Let's keep an eye on that. Oh, baby. OMEX bouncing off that volume weighted average price. Next peak wetter, 88s. And if we get 88s, we're going to pack our patience to north of $1 like we did last time. Here comes 87s, hopefully on OMEX. We're doing both of these live right now. OMEX and AMBP. AMBP, boom, print at 57s, baby. Now we're waiting at 58s here. AMBP, we got shares on this one. Let's keep going over here. Here comes 88 on OMEX. 87 and 3/4. 87 and 2/3 zigging and zagging. 4/5 incoming likely. It's got to cross 88s to get the print. OMEX, volume, weighted, average price, support. Keep your eye on this one. It's up over 100% on the day, but keep your eye on that dollar. That dollar is a technical area of resistance. If it doesn't clear the dollar, it's going to be a hard trade. So make sure you are accounting for that dollar in your analysis of the stock. OMEX, the one I'm talking about, guys. Dick Tracy, Yellow Berry Man. Holo, back to VWAP. Shout out to my man there. Let's pull up Holo. I think I still got it on the trading screen. Look, I like your name, Dick Tracy, Yellow Berry Man, but I don't like the volume today on Holo, nor do I like the spready nature of this stock. 61 on the bid, 79 on the ask. We traded it. Did I trade it successfully? No, I didn't. I got stopped out on this one. So I'm 0 for 1 on Holo. I'm gonna let this one cook. It's really not for me at the moment. I think I'm focusing on OMEX with more volume, and AMBP doesn't have a lot of volume, but we can certainly execute on this one since it's at the high side. The one I wanted to mention though was this one, TMC. This did dip below VWAP. I was considering a volume weighted average price dip trade at around 3 1/3. It lost 3 1/3. It went all the way down to 3 1/5, $3.20. Fine support. Now here's the deal. This one is putting in higher lows. So even though it's not respecting the volume weighted average price as a key area of technical support, it is putting in higher lows. So try maybe, if you're interested, TMC, to pick up something off that higher low. We'll see. Mean Gene Okerlund, SMCI. We got Raheem. Huh?
Sorry, I have a viewer on the phone.
Yeah, come. Oh, yeah.
He wanted to talk about copper. He's actually just
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
walk by and go out shooting.
Absolutely. We're gonna do an analysis on copper right now for your friend. Let's pull up the futures contract. Neil, what's the futures contract on copper?
Sorry, what's that?
Sorry, Neil. I know.
That,
Let me put it in. Let me put it in over here. Give me a second. All right, copper index, HG. HG is what we're talking about there, guys. That's a future on copper. Did you know that, Adara?
What, there's a feature on copper?
Yeah?
That's very cool.
Isn't that cool? All right, let's pull up your friend HG over here, Joseph. That's what we're going to do. We're going to load that up. If you can go to my screen, please. There we go. HG. Where is it, Joseph? Copper index. Futures. Let's go ahead and go with the May contract. Since we're almost expiring from the 28th. Let's do some TA. We'll go to the daily. So obviously a bit of a range here. I do very much like this $4 buy area on copper. Look how long this goes back for. It's being used as an area of technical support. This is the copper futures, guys, by the way. $4 on the copper futures, a money fill. Once, twice, OB thrice. Even before it was support, it was resistance, Joseph. It was zigging and zagging below that level. So it was actually below at 3 2/3. And then it would get up into 4 and reject. That all ended, though, Joseph, March of 2024, once it broke that $4 level. So we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll tell you more about copper once we are back from Brendo at the big desk, who's got a guest.
Thanks so much, guys. We'll continue this conversation on the copper industry. I'm really happy to have Terry Lynch sitting beside me, CEO of Power Metallic Mines and the founder of Save Canadian Mining. I feel like, Terry, great to have you, by the way. Welcome. I feel like this whole tariff conversation has kind of taken a little bit of a step backwards and is not as in the forefront as we have this 90-day window to take a breath and really, get our wits about us and understand a little bit about, the overall state of affairs. I want to talk a little bit about the industry as a whole. And you and I were just talking off camera a little bit about how things have shifted, how the feeling has shifted, how the demand side has shifted from a high level, maybe just to start. What are you seeing as far as how the industry itself is viewing these potential tariffs? And maybe it's worth saying, the copper industry itself hasn't been targeted yet.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, copper is doctor economy, right?
Yeah.
So uncertainty is bad for any economy. So we have a lot of uncertainty right now.
Right.
So generally, economic conditions are who knows. It's certainly a trader's market. So I think that's a pall on the market of the economic growth, especially in China. But the bigger question, like when you get in, because these things, it's not like we can have a cow producing butter, milk, and it gets butter in a day. Unfortunately, in copper, it's like 10 years, 15 years. It takes a long time to get a copper mine from discovery through the process of producing copper. So these supply issues are big, and the demand issues are big.
Right.
So I think the industry is looking at it and saying, hey, historically speaking, demand is continuing to go up. The two charts that the industry focuses on is population growth and energy consumption per unit of population. Both of those are swinging up to the right and always have been.
Yeah.
And now with AI and all these other factors that are driving it even more, copper demand is going to be through the roof.
Yeah.
So in the short term, will there be some bumps, and possibly with the doctor economy thing slowing down while they sort out the new real world order? Most likely. But will there be ultimately massive demand for copper? No doubt.
That's a great way to think about it. And I think a lot of people maybe don't take the time to realize or just don't think about the simple fact that this is such an integral part of our everyday life. If you walk over to your wall and turn on a light switch, you expect there to be light, but don't really understand, the process of how it actually becomes light.
Yep.
And copper is such a huge part of that. Have you seen any sort of shift in demand from different parts of the world or to different parts of the world as preparation, maybe?
Yeah, I was in Washington 3 weeks ago at a big conference with Asian, European, and North American thought leaders, I would say. And certainly because of the tariffs, there's a lot more interest in exploring European opportunities, exploring Asian opportunities, and I think that's going on. Again, it's with the backdrop that internally, America is very much into, we want to make sure America's got supplies.
Yeah.
So their whole thing with Greenland or with Ukraine or even what they're doing now with the Congo and Africa and stuff like that, they're going to secure their supply base.
Right.
Base metals for sure and rare earth metals. So that's happening as well. So, it's an evolving world, but I basically see it sort of setting up where, localization as close to home as possible. They're going to be looking to secure their supply base.
Right.
So I think if you're a Canadian producer of base metals, you're going to be in good shape. I mean, the reality is a lot of Canadian metals can be produced. A lot of the Americans got great base metals opportunities as well, but they have NIMBY problems. Nobody wants to build it because it's in Wisconsin and it's got the lakes and everyone's got their cottage and it's been in litigation for years and years. I mean, I think they built like 3 mines in the last 30 years.
Wow.
I mean, think about that. So I think Trump's approach will change things. They'll expedite some things, but there's some things they can't do because they're just going to be tied up in courts. So Canada, as an example, will have an opportunity, I think, to play a key role in supplying them the base metals they need.
When it comes to demand, for a lot of our viewership is south of the border. When it comes to demand, who are the biggest pull, or where do we see the biggest pull on demand for Canadian copper?
Yeah, so for Canadian copper, more than half it goes to the United States,
right?
52%. China, 17%. Japan, 12%. And then the rest of the world, we get the balance.
Right.
So it makes sense that that it happens that way. For logistics reasons, obviously we're close to the United States. They're the biggest consumer market in the world. So, people just need more electric phones. They need more electric cars. They need more electric power, copper wires, new homes, new housing, and so forth. That drives the copper, right?
Yeah.
So, as America grows, they use a lot more copper. So it makes sense they're going to use a lot of ours.
You made the reference on the AI side. 10%. Forecasts are looking at 10% of
energy
consumption.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know if you've noticed, I'm sure you use a bunch of AI.
Sure.
I use AI, and I noticed the speed has slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because
a lot of traffic.
They don't have the juice.
Right.
So, and you're seeing, when you're seeing them do things like 3 Mile Island to secure their energy source, it shows you how profound that the guys that are really writing the big checks perceive the energy shortage. So it's a real issue.
If a company like yours, for example, if you wanted to ramp up production or maybe pull back production, is that a difficult process? And if so, what does that look like?
Yeah, so we're what we call a development stage company. So we're basically 4 or 5 years out from actually probably having a mine. 5 years is probably a realistic target. So, and when you build that mine output, that's fixed for a couple of years anyway, because it takes time to put in new crushers and new energy conduits and all that stuff, and engineering and permitting and whatever. So it's very difficult you can shrink it back, but again, when you do cut it back, you're losing staff, there's a lot of mothballing problems.
Right.
So it's not a very malleable structure. It's pretty fixed, which is why you see long-term supply contracts, long-term demand contracts, because these are complex systems. And once you stitch them together, it's hard to break them up because it's really disruptive.
Right.
We saw that this year when First Quantum got shut down with the whole Panama, fiasco. And, that had a lot of implications. That's one of the reasons why copper surged, is it took that big chunk of copper off the market. Copper's gone this year, $4 to $4.90. So that's been one of the bigger winners in the commodities world.
And as we said, massively volatile. What's the latest here with Power Metallic?
So with us, we've obviously had a massively high-grade copper discovery in Quebec. And, we just raised $50 million with people like Robert Freeland and Rob McEwen and others writing big checks. So we're great for cash. We've got about 100,000 meters worth of drilling coming out. We got over the next 18 months. It's one of the hottest. It was the hottest stock in mining last year in Canada. So I'm on record of saying I think 25 is going to be better. So it is what it is, and we're trading underneath the $50 million issue price. We did it at $1.45. I think we're at $1.30 right now. So as traders, a hell of a time to be looking at Power Metallic.
Yeah, volatile pricing right now for the underlying as well, as we said. The one really curious thing I think a lot of people are sitting around waiting for is we talked about the 90-day window when it comes to this delay that we're sitting here. We've seen him already extend multiple different delays on multiple different assets. If we get to a point where it's another 90 days, another 90 days, another 90 days, you start to see that comfort come back for some investors.
I think you're starting to see it now.
Right.
I think and I know it's ballsy to say, but I think the bottom is sort of in. I think that people are realizing that, hey, Trump is doing Trump things.
Yeah.
This is the art of the deal 101.
Yeah.
I'm going to put out my big bad position front, and then people are going to scramble to get something less than the big bad position, and then I'm going to make my deal, and I'm going to get more than what I originally would have thought I'd get. That's really been his recipe, right?
Yeah.
So he's following it to a T, and I suspect he will continue to do so. But he's put the big bad position out. He's going to start to reel off some deals here, and then I think the economy starts to bounce back. I mean, he knows he's got a window before midterms. He had to put out the hard medicine now, and the reality is he needs to get things rolling by the fall, early winter. Otherwise, that's going to be problematic for him. So I suspect, again, just macro-wise, that's his playbook.
Right. You founded Save Canadian Mining. Tell everyone what the initiative is.
So in Canada, there's a rule called short market exempt, and it's a rule that your traders don't have, and I don't have, mutual funds don't have. But if you're a hedge fund, you have. And what it allows you to do is become a market maker without a market maker's exemption purview. So regulators are not watching you as closely as they are market makers. So what happens is we found in our stock and in pretty much every stock across the Canadian small cap universe, massive naked short positions. So people would sell a security that they don't have a borrow on, and people are wondering, where is all this paper coming from? Well, that's how it's coming. It's coming through the short market exempt. So naked short selling is basically counterfeiting. It's like if you had a truck permit and if you sold one truck in one permit and you photocopied it 10 times, sold 10 other guys, you go to jail because that's called thievery. And that's what's happening, unfortunately, right now in the stock market. That's why the Canadian TSXV still is trading at close to and near its all-time low. Yet, a commodity market-wise, we're in a top quartile commodity market, and it looks like it's going to get bullish.
Yeah.
So the structure of our market's been impacted. So Safe Canadian Mining is trying to change the structure of the market, get regulators to actually regulate, to stop this short market exempt so hedge funds don't have advantages over individual traders like your guys or me or any of the pension funds. Like, stop that nonsense. People should all trade fairly.
Yeah.
And that's all we're asking. We're not against short selling. We're against naked short selling.
If anybody wanted more information on that, where would they go?
SafeCanadianMining.com.
Perfect. PNPN on the TSX Venture Exchange. Also in the US, OTCQB, PNPNF is Power Metallic Mines. Terry Lynch, CEO and founder, as we said, of Safe Canadian Mining. Great to have you.
Great to be here.
Thanks for
look
doing
forward to seeing you again soon. Cheers.
Brendan and our guest, great information there, and obviously a very burgeoning area.
Terry Lynch there.
Yeah, Terry Lynch, absolutely. And we all know what the critical minerals and critical metals industries like now that China's kind of putting the kibosh.
Right.
So a lot of these exports with tariffs as well, Joseph. So critical to know this kind of information. And the thing is about these input metals, like, you don't know where they're going to find their way into, what supply chains, what industries. It's so diversified, right? The things that copper is used for. So great information, good to know, and definitely happy that I learned a couple of things over here.
Yeah, I mean, copper's used in a lot of stuff. I remember when I worked for Bell Canada, a lot of the underground infrastructure that we use here is copper, and things have transitioned into fiber optics, but the majority of it is copper, guys. So a lot of it in the ground is still copper, and that's kind of what we have, these large networks that provide us internet and all our services.
There you go.
Are via copper lines. So that's very interesting stuff. I mean, Shreve, this market is really strong, guys, and this is what I was referring to earlier. When we went in for those short signals, if the market wasn't that strong, we would have seen more of a capitulatory type action, but we're not getting that right now. We're holding steady. We're holding some key levels, and I was thinking that yesterday, all right? I mentioned to you guys, hey, we're holding up relatively strong. You can see in the post market we had that positive news, but then we held that trend line almost to a T, and then we get a little bit of a gap down in the market, but then we just fill it right back up. So this is a good signal of some strength in the market, and I really, really like this right now, especially for some of the names that I'm in. I know Pizza Rat's in IBIT. James Dell's in IBIT as well too. You guys like Pizza Rat? That's my guy.
It's a great name.
Yeah, Pizza Rat. I mean, so that's what it is, and I think maybe we can continue to climb a little bit here. Again, we were down 25% from peak to the current lows in the market, and now we're getting a big bounce here, down only about 15% or so. About 14% from where we're currently sitting at. So yeah, a really good look. Hopefully this recovery can be sustained, and I think some more positive headlines we're going to lead in this current direction. So yeah.
Your friend Ozan wants to know, Joe.
Yeah.
Did you work with Nokia when you were with Bell Canada?
No, I don't think. Not that I'm aware of. No.
That's okay.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, well, because remember, Nokia was one of the ones, I think they were laying out the 5G because they didn't let Huawei do it because they didn't want the Chinese eavesdropping on our conversation.
Well, I knew.
Joseph.
Well, I knew. I forget. There's some other like third-party networks would use Bell Canada's lines, but then I believe Telus was using Rogers's infrastructure as well too, and they would use and then Rogers would rent Bell's infrastructure as well.
So what Joe's referring to there is the forced renting of your network by the Canadian government. So the Canadian government through the CRTC, which is the, I think, Canadian Radio and Television something or another, regulator, essentially. They would force the big telecom companies in this country to rent their either phone lines, wireless, whatever, to smaller carriers to make the
uncertainty make the what's it called, a bit more level, the playing field a bit more level.
A bit more level.
And then now we're getting more investment from Canadian companies in their actual network. Case in point, Joseph, Shaw throwing their hat into the ring there. They bought Wind. Now it's called Freedom, obviously, and now it's got 5G.
Freedom Mobile.
Yeah, so telecom companies. I feel like telecom companies were a great buy in the late single 2000s, early 2010s, because that's when the big mobile boom was happening. You know what I mean? Like the apps were moving from desktop onto your phone. That whole tailwind there. So I feel like the telecom companies now, oh goodness, are more dividend payers, income generators.
I mean, I don't even, Bell Canada, I don't think that's a good chart to look at.
No. No.
I mean,
have you seen BCE lately?
You know what's crazy,
you want to chuckle?
It's crazy, though, because I remember in the early teens, there was like a big fiber optic boom, right? Like there was that transition from copper to fiber optic cables. And I guess it essentially did nothing because considering like fiber optic is slightly more efficient, you can split the network more easy than you can with copper lining.
Interesting.
But again, a lot of the old networking is still copper lining.
Gotcha. Yeah, we always have these funny ads in Canada. There's two main competitors, Bell, Rogers. That's all you need to know about that, okay? Well, there's others, but the two big ones, the big kahunas, like Neil and Sean, are Bell and Rogers, all right? And Rogers is a cable company, so they use coaxial cables, which are copper. And Bell is a film company, so they lay down pure fiber optics, right? And so they always like to joke, Bell, making fun of Rogers, that their network gets slower, obviously, as more people get on it, and that's the whole thing. It's not really fiber optic. The upload speed is crap relative to real fiber optic. I have Rogers at home, not by choice, because that's what my condo has, and I never have a problem with my internet. No, I have that gig, so I can download up to a gig, and I was maxed out at 20 megabyte upload, and now I was doing the test the other day. I'm hitting 100 now.
Okay, there you go, bang.
So it's not a bad luck?
I mean, I'll always be a Bell guy. I don't know what it is. It's just because of the color blue, I guess, like that. And I personally like Bell.
There you go.
They only charge me $50 a month, so there we go. I take that one there for the internet. But cell phone still have to update. I don't know how I have an iPhone 13. Well, I've never even upgraded. I got a hand-me-down phone, but I'm still paying $75 a month for it.
Bro, I got. Okay, so here,
that's a nice
200 gigs. 200 gigs
a month,
unlimited. Not North America, sorry, Canada. That's a misstatement. Unlimited text, everything like that. Because I'm with Rogers with my condo. $57 tax included.
Bam. Ooh. There we go. But I didn't get that. I didn't get the bundle deal. I got the home.
You got to get the bundle, baby. You got to bundle that mother. You know what? Bundle it up, says the Katina man. Guys. We're doing it live here on OMEX. It's taking out 90. We're long 84s. We already had a couple of good trades on this one. We're doing it live again. This is a VWAP volume, weighted, average price trade. I did give it, full disclosure, guys, I gave it to 80 pennies, which would technically be below VWAP for my stop, but that was my stop. That was not my entry. So the reason I gave it to 80, obviously being the psychological 10 penny level, that was my thinking, not because I was DCing or in trouble with this trade. In fact, I never was. I'm keeping my eye on 80 pennies, and my next out will be above that dollar, or I will get stopped out below 80 pennies. I will not be taking it out. It broke $1 before, and I have a sneaking suspicion we might have another opportunity to take that dollar again. Reason being, we have higher lows. The previous area trough was around 70 pennies. This area trough around 80. So we're putting in higher lows. And we're not necessarily getting higher highs quick as you like, but we are putting in what we need to see for that higher high. At least I'll submit to you that. So that's what I'm doing right now. We're holding from 84s, and I'll be holding to above $1. Simultaneously, AMBP. We got several beak wetters. Sadly, though, the 61 penny beak wetter went unfilled, despite the fact that this hung out at 61 pennies all the way from 12.50 to 105. Are you kidding me, bro? You're not going to even give me that quick print? I'm not even asking for too many shares here, Mr. Market. AMBP I'm talking about right now. Good look on this one, but still having trouble taking out previous area highs at 361.
stagnating in and around there. I don't think I add on this one until the volume weighted average price comes in. Currently, that's around 3 mid-40s, 3 low 40s in and around that region. Let's go back to OMEX here. Is it zigging and zagging above 90? I'm looking for that clearing of a buck, so we're going to pack our patience on this one and see what we get. Pony. Look, Pony is
Going for
the bamboozler, brother. I mean, it respects a 20 over here. It breaches it a little bit over here because you have an opening and closing print both below the 20, not by that much. So I think I'm going to steer clear of Pony. I don't think I would have executed well on this because I would have put my out right at a couple of pennies below that 20 exponential. I wouldn't have put it below 90. So I'm steering clear of that. I just didn't execute on it well yesterday, and I don't want to take another shot at it today. My man Mean Gene Okerlund, SMC, he's yelling about SMCI and SOXL. So we're going to look at both of those. How is my friend Super Micro doing on the day? Let's load up Super Micro. Let's see what the situation is. What is it, Adara? SMCE. Adara says SMCE is having a day, and it is. It's up 6.5%. Is it taking out yesterday's highs? Yes, we are fractionally above yesterday's high. We topped out at $35, right at $9.45 there. Then all hell broke loose to the downside. Today, we're right back at that $35 level, having trouble clearing it. 35.08 technical high day right now on your friend SMCE. Let's load up that ticker there. Excuse me, guys, for not putting in the ticker. So let's keep an eye on that. Good look there, Mean Gene. It's been a hell of a trade. It's either the 20 exponential or the 10. The deeper retracements seem to find support at the 20. While it's trending more, it seems to weasel into the 10. Let's look at SOXL as well. So that's a SOXL. It's the microchip semiconductor long ETF. Is it levered? Is this a levered? It is, yeah, 3 times bull. So it's a levered ETF, meaning that it's going to be a more, I don't want to say volatile, but it moves up more than your regular SMH or whatever the non-levered product of this is. Anyway, we're at high a day, so it looks like these semiconductors running up bigly over here. 1206 high a day, we're printing 1199. Again, another one of those ones that's very respectful of either the 10 or the 20. You typically see that when something is trending quite well on the day. I'm going to show you a quick cursory view of my watch list over here. This is the semiconductor watch list. Nary a red print anywhere. There is nothing red in microchip semiconductor world today. Everything greenery, and we've got some double-digit winners. I'm talking about MCHP microchip. Stephanie Link was buying up a storm on microchip MCHP, as well as that Jenny Harrington woman. She was buying up a storm as well. So MCHP apparently in vogue at the moment. Pi in Pinge. I got rinsed on this one. Full disclosure. Yeah, that's the way it is, Katina, man. On the swing trade account. Bought this bad boy at $160, got stopped out $130, losing $30 a share on this. It's now at the ripe price of $90. I'm talking about PI in Pinge, a microchip name. So keep your eye out on that one if you want to get rinsed as well like me. So shout out to everybody there who wants to get rinsed.
All right, shout out Playmaker Poll too. Shout out Playmaker Poll too, Sharif, because we gotta dock this one up here as well.
Yes, sir. I'm ready to go.
But Belinda, just to answer your question quick, I don't think Netflix is a stock I would necessarily be buying puts on. We'll get more into that here momentarily, but just to briefly answer your question. All right, brother, we're going long.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live here.
I'm ready to go.
Talk to me.
I'm be really surprised if we didn't go long today. All right, 5:45.14.
Bang.
We're taking profits. 5:47.14. We're stopping out 5:44.14.
Bang, and there we go. Yeah, so Belinda, the thing is with Netflix, I think the company's just doing, Belinda, herself, Ty. Belinda and Ty. But yeah, I mean, like the company's supposed to double its ad revenue in 2025. I think it's just, there's too much good going for this company in order to be buying puts. Could there be some short-term downside? Absolutely. But that's just a name I would not be looking to short. I would be looking for something that is significantly more weak, and it's definitely not Netflix. Sharif, I don't know how you feel about that.
Netflix?
Yeah.
What about Netflix?
So someone in the chat asked
Another
us,
high day today, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Someone in the chat asked us if they should be buying June expiration cycle puts on Netflix, and I said I don't think that's the stock you want to have bearish biased on.
No. Netflix is look, guys, it's making all-time highs in a market that's corrected substantially.
Exactly.
So that should tell you all you need to know. Give you some information on it, guys. We're closing in on $500 billion. Okay, we're 424 billion now, Katina man, market cap on Netflix. They reported already April 17th, so the report already came and went. So nothing really to tell you about there. Yes, I did hear about that. So new management, Katina man reminding me about this, that the new management is looking to become $1 trillion company, right? And obviously, you know,
and I like,
easy to say.
But I like Katina man's point as well, too. I think it'll be significantly easier for this stock to hit that $1 trillion if they do a split, right? Like
that's literally doubling in value.
Right. So you have to double in value. Exactly. So, but in order to get more retail participation, I think you need to do a 5-to-1, 10-to-1, or whatever.
Something like that. Yeah, and it's ripe for it. I mean, it doesn't need to be $1,100.
No,
like, what's the purpose of that?
I think it would draw a lot more people like myself into that name if we had the ability. And think about what you can do from a day trading standpoint. For me personally, I'm not going to be trading $1,000 stocks. That's why the likes of NVDL were hot when NVIDIA was hot, and Tesla when it was expensive as well too. So I mean, by all means, that's what I'm personally looking for.
Okay.
Can you? I mean, that's crazy.
What?
Actually, Tesla was around those numbers when I first started trading before it split. It was like $1,000 or $800 or something like that.
Tesla split twice since I've been trading.
Yeah, exactly. Twice, and then NVDA as well too. And there's a lot more participation. I think if they were to do that, getting to that $1 trillion goal would be slightly more easy. Maybe
Joseph,
significantly more.
We've inadvertently aggravated Adara.
Wow.
And that's not something you want to do.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
Adara reads, how dare you guys call for a Netflix split, Joseph and Sharif? Let the spready tickers live their lives. We are sorry, Adara. How dare us want more retail participation? Let's talk a little bit, though, about the fundamentals of this company. The PE currently around 50, a little bit less than 50, 49.59. Sorry, is trading around 22.4. Excuse me about that. I was wrong. 22.4 PE. That's excluding certain items. Their current ratio about 1.39. Let's talk about some other fundamentals over here, if I can. Financials. There we go. Total revenue. 10.54 billion. That's up 12.5%. Gross profit. 5.28 billion. That's up 20%. Operating income continues to increase as well. $3.33 billion, up 27%. Net income. That's their take-home money, guys. They're taking home 3.21 billion. That's up almost 23%. Net income after taxes about 2.9 billion. So they had to pay their taxes there, about 24% year-over-year increase. So good all around. Do you see any major headwinds though for Netflix? Let's be real. So I don't feel that tariffs are really going to be a thing for Netflix. It doesn't seem like it's going to be as affected. Do you see any possible other headwinds other than, of course, reduction in consumer spending? That's always a possible headwind.
I mean, maybe a low-key one, like things like IPTV and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, but that's existed for a hot minute, though.
Existed for a long time. People cutting back costs. I don't know. Netflix is relatively cheap, and if you're cutting back costs, maybe, I don't know, you're not working as much. So what are you going to do at work other than if you're not at work, maybe read a book, which is always a good thing to do. But
people love that.
Yeah, but I personally do. But a lot of people don't. But other than that, I don't see too many headwinds for this name. I think if they continue with these live sports events, Sharif, and then they get another big headline, like another big fight headline that literally crashes the platform, then
that was a good problem to have, though, huh?
That's the best problem you can have. There's too many people funneling into your platform, and then sure enough, it just doesn't work. You didn't have the capacity for it.
You don't want it to happen too many times, though. You get a bad rep, but
you want it to build. Like, I'm sure. I think the people at Netflix are probably smart enough to realize, like, hey, if this is going to be a really big event like that Tyson Paul fight, then we're going to be able to
get it right.
Get it right. But again, I don't see too many headwinds for this name, especially if more people are going to be at home because maybe tariffs are laying them off. Then what are they going to be doing at home?
And that's the thing too, Joseph. Like if you're making cuts, right? Like a lot of people, if we get into a tougher economy, let's be real. People are going to cut.
They're going to cut.
Would Netflix? I'm just asking you, Joseph Wilson. Would Netflix be one of the first things you would be looking to cut if you had to tighten the belt?
That's such a complicated question because, again, for me, I could care less if I had it or not. I could entertain myself other ways. But then it goes down I think it's a complex question because it goes down the line. Like, if you have multiple subscriptions, then you can probably start cutting. Is Netflix going to be probably one of the last ones that you do cut? I would say so.
Yeah,
exactly,
I would agree with that.
Right? It's like, okay, like, see you later, Prime. See you later, Disney. See you later, Apple, and everything. We're going to hold on to something that's the largest one. So I think this thing is going to continue to grow. And again, this ad revenue stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, so what, you got to downgrade your subscription plan and go to the one where you have to watch essentially the endless ads, but people are still subscribing at the end of the day.
Well, there you go. All right, I'm just sending the new ticker, so if you could just cover.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we're starting to get a pullback here in the overall market. That's a positive sign, I guess. We don't want to go too parabolic. We want it to keep it nice and healthy, but I'll take it anyways because you know what I'm in. I'm in some of these names, so this feels really good that we're starting to climb higher in NVDA. Bitcoin's starting to pull back, and the Qs are starting to pull back. So it was a nice slow grind throughout the session. So hopefully we don't just absolutely dump here. But I like where we're sitting at here on NVDA. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint as well. I think that we can continue to move. Where am I? Yeah, I'm in roughly right where we're trading at right now on this name, and I'm in my swing account. I'm relatively heavy too, full disclosure. So we'll wait. I'm waiting for like 120. I think that could be possibly a dream. Is that going to come into play? I don't know. Maybe possibly. I know Sharif is like, there could be some more headwinds in this name, but we're still down 30% off of those all-time high, guys. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to this. I'm really going to be excited. They usually report late. They're one of the later reporting names. So I'm going to be looking forward to that to see what's going on, especially with this H20 news in China. And now they're going to need licensing and everything along those lines. But yeah, I'm in this as well.
And you and I had this discussion today. I said to you, like, as much as I respect everything that NVIDIA has done, and it's just been a ridiculous story, as much as I do feel that they are going to be subject to way more political intervention and headwinds. These AI chips, there's so much military application. There's so much, a commercial use for them that you think that the source, America, wants to be protectionist with it, right? Now, whether the Chinese can weasel their own ultraviolet lithography machine, we're hearing a lot of stories coming out right now of China that Huawei has made like ridiculous gains. And it's not just Huawei in China, guys. I mentioned this to you guys last time as well. One of the dark horses in the microchip space is a company that used to be traded in North America under SMICY. It's called Semiconductor Manufacturer of China. This company is apparently, if you believe some of the sources, and I know a lot of skeptics about what China has to say and the information that they release, I'm not gonna take that chance and think that they are, talking out of their rear end. I think that they will make gains. We saw it with DeepSeek. It came out of nowhere. Sure, they used American processors, AI processors. Umpteen amount of H20s, probably smuggled a bunch of H100s, likely from Singapore. We know the Singapore story. We're well aware of that. But I just think the Chinese, it's a necessity for them. And the necessity is a big driver of innovation. It's a big driver of leaps. So
I also like what Katina Man said as well too. Even though the H20 is a lesser chip, again, they lost that China as a potential customer. Huawei's now gained it with that competitive chip. I don't think they get them back, and I think that's what Katina Man said, and I agree with
that. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, let's see what Adara's up to here, guys.
Go ahead.
This part of the show is brought to you by ProfitX. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot, customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy for you to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Guys, still holding OMEX here. We're about 10 pennies in the money as it works its way back into that 95, penny area. I've already taken some out. This is the second trade on it. I won't be taking anything south of $1, so it's going to have to continue. Hey, Neil, it's going to have to continue above that $1 if I'm going to take anything out. Guys, you have the wrong camera on Neil. Neil's empty seat there. So we'll keep an eye out here on OMEX. Still keeping my eye, guys, on AMBP. It hung out at 61s for no end. We didn't get the print. It defends that 50, and now it's back up to 55. So if we're looking at that 50 retracement as an area low, it's yet another higher low, with the previous area low being about 40 pennies, exactly where I got in there, right at that low. So we'll continue to watch AMBP. It's not the biggest mover. It's not parabolic, but it's above VWAP. It's giving you higher lows, and we'll see if it can continue to make new area highs. That is my look there. TMC. I keep saying I'm going to execute on this one, and I don't, because it doesn't set up in the way that, I feel comfortable entering into this one. I like this one for a lot of reasons. We've got a lot of higher lows over here. It's been respecting the volume weighted average price is 1245. So it's almost now 45 minutes of respect for that level, all the while putting in higher highs and higher lows. I'm talking about TMC. The problem is this one's got a lot of resistance in and around that 3.5. Between 3.5 to about 360. Anytime it wicks up there, it's met with aggressive selling, whether it's profit taking or new area shorts. The other side to that is we're getting a bit of a compression pattern. If you were to connect these area highs and connect these area lows, this looks like a bull pennant. Now, the textbooks say that the bull pennant will resolve in the direction of the trend. Needn't look at anything other than the percentage up on the day to know what the trend is. That means we're likely, if you believe the textbooks, to get that break to the high side. Whether we take out 375 or not, that's a different story. So what I would say to you, if you're going to trade TMC, and what I've been saying to myself, despite the fact that I haven't been following my own advice, get in on the lower end. If you want to get in that 3 1/3 at volume weighted average price, fine. If you want to wait for that trend line to get touched, even better. That's 330. You'll be 5 pennies more in the money. So TMC, looking awfully good here, but I've done absolutely nothing on it, and that disappoints me. So here's what I'm doing. I'm throwing in the order at 337. We're doing it live. We're going to sit at 37s. That front runs the 35s of the volume weighted average price, and it well front runs that lower trend line connecting that compression pattern. So I'm throwing out an order here, a dip trade on TMC, not TSMC, excuse me. TMC up 37, 38%, looking for that pullback. Trade to thrive. I'm going to keep my eye on RLMD here for sure if it can take 85 and increase on volume. Absolutely. I didn't dislike the trend trade to thrive. I disliked the volume. That was it. I liked the fact that it was above VWAP. The trend was up and to the right. You got everything there. I just didn't like the volume on that one. Medical Marinera, appreciate your insights on deep sea mining. Hey, shout out to my man there. Daljit Singh, Wolf. Yeah, I had that bad boy up on the side chart. It displeased me though, so we took it off. Let's have a look at WOLF, and then we'll go up to Adara. Not a bad look. So when I was looking at this, it was actually breaking down. I thought it was going to break down below VWAP, but this is a good look. It's light on volume, but it's up 21%. It's at the high of the day right now. There's not much bad you can say about this one. It's either the 10 or the 20. Take your pick. It doesn't even touch VWAP. I'm talking about the 10 or 20 moving exponential moving averages on the 5. Fantastic look. It's going to work its way back into the side chart. We're going to Adara.
We have heard a lot about tariff negotiations lately. We just had Trump saying that his team spoke with China, but he specifically said they talked to China. So who are they? Trump did not say, but it is worth noting here, I think, taking a look at Trump's trade team. Here are the 5 leaders really at the helm of the trade part of the Trump administration: Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce. We have Jameson Greer, who is the U.S. Trade Representative, Kevin Hassett, the Director of the National Economic Council and one of Trump's chief economic advisors, and then, of course, Peter Navarro, who is the Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing. So I find sometimes it's helpful to put a face to the name, especially when we have so many names running around here with regards to trade. So if you want to take a look at this, go on X at TTV Research. We have a host of graphics for you every single day. Back to you.
Look at my friend Robin Hood. Look at my guy Robin Hood down here. I don't know what I was saying about this name a long
Remember
time
we talked about this one today? ROBN, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Can you believe this?
The 2X. Yeah,
there's a 2X ETF,
it's like
a
half
levered
the price
ETF.
at that on a $47.
It's crazy. Who would do that? Why would you need a Robinhood levered ETF?
I don't know.
It's
man.
there.
Isn't there a Palantir one as well too?
I'm
but
sure
I guess that thing's
yeah,
$100.
but Palantir's a different beast.
It's $100 now. I mean, but back in the day. But I mean, guys, I was talking about Robinhood from a long time ago, especially after that previous earnings report. I'm like, I got got to get involved in this name.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of potential in this stock. So now we're trading at $47. I started grabbing some in here, and then I grabbed a little bit more down here. And I'm going to just continuously add to this name. I really like Robinhood, up to 47 and change here now. So been waxing poetically, Sharif, about this for quite some time. Hopefully, I know a lot of people in the chat. You know what? Actually, was a mixed bag about Robinhood. I noticed that when we were talking about it the other day, Sharif. Some people loved it. Some people hated it from what happened to them with the GME and everything along.
I
but
can
that wasn't Robinhood's fault. But here we go again, up to 47 and change. Going to be knocking on the door of 50 almost here soon, guys. And I think it will continue to climb higher.
Let's go, Joe, says Nate's Best Buys.
Let's go.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, he wants IBIT to continue to go higher. He said, Joe, can you get IBIT to go higher? I said, my friend, if I could do that, we would be sitting
high all day.
Yeah, it'd be like $10 million, and I would be on a yacht somewhere. But unfortunately, I don't have the sailor power.
Hold on, but we've talked about this the other day. We talked about possibly working out of all the equity positions and going.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude.
Gung ho.
Oh, dude. You know what's funny about that? Yeah. You know what's funny about that? So I told you that Google's my second largest holding.
Yep.
And I was looking at my long-term portfolio the other day, Sharif, and I was like, do I just close it, sit on this cash, and then when Bitcoin really starts moving, just you know what I mean? Just go for the dream. Honestly, I was this close to doing it, man.
Look,
I'm
dude,
like, man.
I'm just gonna say what I personally believe.
Yeah.
I think the moving hen has written.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is going to be what we all think it is. Not on our timeline, though.
No, absolutely not. There's no way
getting it right is tough, right?
Yeah.
But I think this goes in one direction. Again, not financial advice. I'm speaking in my own opinion. So why am I saying all this? Because I think Bitcoin has minted more millionaires lately in the last decade and a half than many other things, I think. Just based on what the price was versus what the price is. Now, there's been a lot of bamboozlement.
Absolutely.
Case in point, 2018. What it hit to 2018, almost got to 20,000, right?
Something like
then
that. Then
dropped back down to what? Single digits.
When China banned it or something.
Remember that? No, it was even before that.
Was that before
Even
China
before
banned
that,
it?
yeah. Before the mining ban. The mining ban.
The mining ban.
Yeah, I'm losing it.
Yeah. I mean, well, again, honestly, I'm going to be frank with you guys, man. Whenever like stocks haven't been working for me or anything like that, I just bought more Bitcoin and it worked. Can it be a fluke? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Is there any skill involved in that? Probably not nearly as much as luck.
Well, but patience and discipline is a skill.
Patience was key. Yeah. I mean, I didn't adopt it as early as some individuals, but once I really started to learn about it, and I've seen people like really start funneling into it, is when I was like, why not? It's done wonders for me, and I'm thankful for it. And I'm just going to continue to stick to the things that have worked. So,
I agree.
I'll do that. So.
And I don't want to go 100%, but I definitely want to allocate a large part. And I keep saying that, and I haven't even added into my IBIT.
Well, dude, I'm like,
I haven't, and I dropped down into 75.
Full disclosure, I'm probably about like 70 to 80% Bitcoin.
That's okay. So you're a lot more exposed than I am.
Yeah, I'm like heavily exposed, man.
Good, bro. Then it means you're gonna have more upside than
I told you I was buying IBIT at the IPL. I was buying actual Bitcoin on CoinSquare a long time ago, and then I remember when I was just kept selling, and the transaction fees were just absolutely through the roof. So I was excited when. Yeah, but you know what though, Fabian?
Tell him what he said though. Like,
Fabian said we can ride our Bitcoin yachts when that time comes. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think that exponential growth is obviously behind us right now in the rearview mirror.
Really? I don't know.
Well, no, but Sharif, when you go from something that's $1 to 100,000, you're not going to get that same return.
I don't know,
right
man.
now.
I just think it just goes one way.
So you think that Bitcoin at some point goes to 100 million or $1 billion?
No,
there's no way.
Not in our lifetime.
No,
not in our lifetime. But I think it probably does go to that 250 that everybody's been talking about.
I think in our lifetime it goes to $1 million.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right?
In our lifetime?
Yeah, because the majority of it's already mined. The last little bit of whatever's left is going to be at 100 years after we were off this earth. So yeah, I mean.
And to be fair too, it's like let's just say it gets used as a currency later on. Obviously, the volatility prohibits it from being, or prevents it from being a real currency alternative at the moment. But when we're talking about like the prices, I don't know, let's just go anything here, $1 million, right? Do you think it gets a bit more stable?
Well, that's exactly what I was just going to get at. At some point, it's going to become more stable, right? Because if everybody's really true hodling and it's mined, it becomes more of a store of value, I believe, at the end of the day, and you get that price stability.
And the thing is, too, as people become more suspicious and the world becomes more or less globalized, and I feel like that's kind of where the tailwind is going, less globalization, more, you know, looking to go domestic. The problem with that is then you have less of a global currency or anything that you can transact with that kind of crosses over borders. Sure, you can send money via SWIFT and all that kind of stuff, and there are other ways to do it. But the point is, right, it's going to be that decentralized one, that one that is not controlled by the government. What's up, baby?
Hey,
You don't like Bitcoin, do you? Yeah, you don't like. He doesn't like Tesla. He doesn't like Bitcoin.
I mean,
he craps on everything.
Like domestically, it's fine. You don't care. We can e-transfer states. You can Venmo, pay, whatever it is. But once you get into that international game, it's just significantly easier to trade with somebody or convert currency who's we're sitting here and they're over there in Asia or Africa.
And can I give you an example of why I feel this is the case? Stripe. It's a private company. They are talking about going public, but they're like a kind of a PayPal, a better PayPal, a more modern PayPal. Those two guys that run Stripe, they were on all in. They gave the full picture of what they were doing. I liked what they had to say with this kind of Stripe coin. I don't know what it's called, but it's a Stripe specific coin. And what's good about it's like one of these stable coins where you can transact in it. Right. So if you're making, let me give the point. Right. So if you're selling overseas and you're making money, let's just say in yuan, okay, and you want to convert that back to US dollars. Well, if the yuan weakens against the US dollar, then there's a bit of a currency headwind. So then what we always hear these companies report, oh, we have a Forex headwind of around $2.5 billion. Well, guess what? When you're sending it back in Stripe coin or whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called, you're not losing that unless you convert it back to US dollars. And you don't have to convert it back into US dollars. You can continue to transact in that coin. Right?
Fair enough.
So that's my thinking about that.
And that's where stable coins are coming really into play as well, too. I think stable coins are going to be a great, efficient way.
Yes, that's another really good point.
To transact money. Guys, but Kurt Sanders, our guy, $5 super chat. Bitcoin haters are so funny. If they had one Bitcoin, they would sell for $90K and not be a hater, but excuse me, instead, they keep on hating. There's a lot of people chiming in on the chat. We're going to go through some of these comments here in the chat, but right after we get back from Madeira here, guys. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, guys, let's go through some of these comments on what we're saying. Nate's saying, be like Joe. I wouldn't necessarily. Why not MSTR instead of Bitcoin, says Mr. Plow? Because I want the actual direct exposure. I don't want to own Mr. Saylor himself, but we're going to send it back to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights. Game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Also, Amazon and NVIDIA are going to be on watch here. Basically, a couple minutes ago, I saw this circulating on X. What happened was, I guess there is this HAM Institute for American Energy conference. So this conference organized by this institution, both NVIDIA and NVIDIA and Amazon execs were there, and they both said that they're actually not seeing any significant change in data center demand. They're saying it's not slowing down. Now, this is significant because we had earlier this week reports that Amazon demand for Amazon data centers had slowed. Apparently, they were doing less co-location, according to some analysts. Microsoft earlier this year as well, there were some reports of slower data center spending. But Amazon and NVIDIA executives at this conference both saying they're not seeing any slowdown in data center demand. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, guys, we didn't do the news today, so let's go ahead and go through the main headlines. We already talked about what to expect after the bell today for Alphabet's earnings, aka Google. We talked about that. You can screenshot this or pause or whatever and have a look at it. Let's talk about Tesla, though. All right, this was unexpected today. We did not come in expecting any of this headline. Apparently, they've launched a supervised full self-drive ride-hailing for only their employees in Austin and the San Francisco Bay Area. They've done about 1,500 trips so far, totaling about 15,000 miles driven. Not a bad look there. They released a video on their X account, Tesla_AI, showcasing how the user interface on the ride-hailing app works. We had talked about this. We're like, how are they going to do this? Is it going to be a ride-hailing app or is it going to be a Tesla app? How are they doing it? Now we know. So there's already a user interface being shown online, a video of it, of the ride-hailing app. You saw features like vehicle assignment, trip booking, mission control operations. Tesla says that the rollout will help develop, obviously, and validate these key systems, including the FSD neural network, the remote assistance, and app functionality. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I like the first step. And by the way, guys, I have a video here on my favorite social media platform, TikTok. And apparently there's a guy who flies the drone, his drone, around the Austin facility of the Gigafactory all the time. And apparently what he's looking to do is to see whether anything's out of the ordinary, any new kind of shaped products. Make a long story short, he thinks he's got, and I'll show the video in a second, the kind of the molding of the robotaxi, kind of overlaid it as well on the robotaxi. It fits well, and there's a lot of them. So it looks as if we're already getting some pre-production molds for the robotaxi down in Austin. More on that in a second when we get back to Tesla. Let's move on, though. IBM reported today. Very interesting. It was not a good look. Down aggressively in the pre-market. Where's it at right now? Let's find out. Just let me look quick before I go on. Did we recover or not? No, we're still down 7 1/5. So the decline follows news that 15 different federal contracts were all suspended, resulting in about $100 million loss in their consulting revenue. These are cost cuttings that are tied to DOGE and the cost cutting efforts by the Trump administration. Keep an eye on that. The suspended contracts account for only a small share of IBM's total consulting backlog, but they do signal a vulnerability in the IBM's government contracts as well as larger enterprise contracts as well. Consulting revenue on its own, despite separate from the government contract cancellation, that fell 2% year over year. IBM, though, did reaffirm its target of 5% revenue growth for 2025. What else here? Okay, we'll keep going. Texas Instruments, widely considered to be a bellwether for the microchip space because they have so many different clients and very diversified clients in many different sectors. They did quite well. Let's have a look at how they're doing on the day right now. TXN is up 7 3/4, kind of the opposite look of IBM. EPS easily beat Joseph, $1.28. The street wanted 107. Revenue of $4.07 billion. Again, handily beating that $3.91 billion the street wanted. You got strong performances, helped by sequential growth in the industrial segments, which broke a 7-quarter decline. Looks like their industrial segment was kind of weak there, so keep an eye out on that. They reiterated their positive revenue guidance for June. They're guiding about you can see there, 4.17 to 4.53 billion, which was higher than what the street wanted. The street wanted 4.1 billion. The management, they made some commentary. They described the business environment as highly uncertain due to tariffs, due to geopolitical risks. The management did note that no near-term revenue impacts from tariffs are going to be realized, but they did flag the unpredictable nature of moving forward. When asked whether customers may be front-loading orders, this is really important here. When asked whether customers may be front-loading these orders due to tariff concerns, management said they do not receive that level of transparency from clients. I call BS on that. They know something here that they didn't want to guide. Clients always tell you exactly what they're doing, and I don't believe that at all. So, take of that what you will.
Again, Texas Instruments supplies analog and embedded chips to a wide variety of industries, and as a result, they have over 100,000 customers considered a tech industry bellwether. Believe that if you want. Now, the China story. So your friend Donald got on the mic yesterday and was like, look, the deal with China, a lot closer than you may think. No, says the Ministry of Commerce out of China. He declared there are absolutely no trade negotiations going on with the U.S. Spokesperson He Yandong said any reports of progress should be dismissed. China's stance is as follows. Talks will only happen if they are treated as an equal, and if the U.S. remove these unilateral measures like Trump's new tariffs. So those are the demands or prerequisites, so to speak, that they want. Now, to be fair, we did get more information today that a call did happen. This happened after I made these notes, obviously. Donald Trump would not tell us who in the Chinese government he spoke with today, but according to him, there were talks. So analysts say China is pivoting kind of away from meeting U.S. demands to protecting its own core interests, like a what I need versus a what you need approach. The emphasis by China, apparently, is going to be on looking to fulfill the demand within its own internal market rather than kind of focusing on an export-driven production. So we'll have to see about that. This is what caught my attention, though. China is now also threatening countermeasures against any nation that aligns with the United States against its interests. So this is going to be really interesting here. So if you take America's side to the detriment of China, they may come after you. So keep an eye out on that. American Airlines as well, really interesting here for the whole airline industry. Interrupt me if you have to, by the way.
Yeah, if anything starts going on, I'll definitely engage.
This was really interesting because they're completely withdrawing their 2025 forecast. Why? They're saying the economic unpredictability. This move follows, obviously, Southwest that did the same thing with Alaska Air, reflecting industry-wide volatility. The carriers apparently are grappling with weaker consumer demand, weaker consumer confidence, a reduction in discretionary travel spending, so a bit of a tougher look there. Now, with their Q1 results, they missed everywhere. Net loss, $473 million, way wider than the $312 they lost last year. $12.55 billion in revenue. That was slightly down year over year. EPS as well, $1.70 to $2.70. They already withdrew that. They're not even guiding that anymore. So a bit of a tougher look for the airlines. We'll keep an eye on that. Chipotle. This was a miss. Your boy Brian Nickel leaves there and then it all goes to hell. So here's the look. 29 pennies in EPS. That was slightly better than what the street wanted. They wanted 28. Revenue did miss, though. $2.88 billion in revenue, $2.95 billion expected. Here's where it all falls apart. Same-store sales down. First time ever since 2020. I wonder why. COVID. Transactions also fell 2.3%. Net income was up because they were able to shore up costs, $386 million, up from $359. The new CEO, this Scott Boatwright guy, cited consumer pullback due to economic uncertainty, especially from February onward, hence tariffs. Weather disruptions apparently were also not good. And burrito season, didn't even know there was a burrito season, was apparently delayed due to a later Easter. This is what gets me interested, though, the inflation and how that may affect Chipotle. So look at this. Avocados are especially vulnerable. They bring in about 50% of their avocados from Mexico. And unless those are going to be exempted under the USMCA, they're going to have to pay big boy tariffs on those. They're also, for whatever reason, I don't know why, Joseph, they're worried about aluminum tariffs. I don't know how aluminum factors into their business, but the foil. Adara, that makes absolute sense. The foil. Do they actually give you foil?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
That's what it's in, yeah.
There you go. There you go. I don't eat there, so I have no idea. But that absolutely makes sense. Thank you for that, Adara. Intel reporting after the bell today. This is going to be the first report since your boy Lip Bu Tan took helm at that company, Neil. So we're going to have to see what your boy Lip Bu has to say. So Intel reporting today after the bell. The company's undergoing, obviously, a massive turnaround. Lip Bu Tan, that is, recently acknowledged Intel has been too slow to adapt and they must do better, obviously. So here's what the street's expecting. We're looking at earnings per share of 1 penny. At least it's not a loss. We're looking for 1 penny EPS. Last year was about 18 pennies in EPS revenue. We're looking at 12.3, which would be a reduction of what we printed last year on the quarter, 12.7. So a drop there. But Intel has, weathered the storm, so to speak, this year. It's only down 2% year to date, but year over year, it's down 43%. Here's what we're expecting in their different segments. Client computing supposed to be down 6.9 billion, down from 7.5. Data center and AI also going to be down 2.9 from 3. These are all expectations, guys. Their foundry business as well expected to continue to lose money. We'll keep an eye out on that. Tariff impacts. Again, we got to keep talking about tariffs. Though Intel fabricates most of its chips in the U.S., it's PC business.
Okay, yeah,
go ahead.
Shrip. Okay, I've seen someone in the chat call this one out here. SMCI still going absolutely parabolic here on the day. Some good price action, good call out here in the chat there, guys. So Tobbs T, way to call this out. That volume is most definitely there. But again, nothing crazy from a daily standpoint. But there we go. Good call out there on SMCI. I do believe that the majority of the move has gone, Shreve.
Yes, sir.
As you can see, that we're climbing into 36s now. Wow. So yeah, that's some nice parabolic type
greenery.
Yeah, that is a lot of greenery on that screen. So here you go. You can see I was at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 straight green candles here on Super Microcomputer. But I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things on this name, Sharif, it's not really too much. I mean, but we'll take a couple percentage points. If you have been long this name, it's a solid session here, up about 7% or so. So there we go on SMCI. And this is what I'm looking at.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at the market, and it's just so strong. The shorts are going to be much more tough. I don't know if you're going to get that mean reversion here today. You possibly could, but maybe it's going to be closer to the imbalances or something along those lines. But you can see that SMCI still continuing to move to the top side, up 9%, Sharif, if you want to finish it.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that to attention. That's super important, Joseph. Thank you for that. All right, so the tariff impact, guys, if we can go back to my screen if we can. Very interesting over here because, as I mentioned, Intel makes most of its chips in the United States. However, its PC business, still an important business for them, very vulnerable to Donald Trump's upcoming tariffs, especially on China-made laptops and PCs. And there's a substantial amount that are made in China. Laptops, to be fair, are currently exempt, but duties could be placed on at any time. He did exempt them. We know that. Back, I think, a couple of weeks ago, so we'll have to wait and see how long that stays in place. Bernstein analyst Stacy Rascon, she's forecasting a pull forward of PC sales ahead of that April 2nd Liberation Day tariff announcement. So what she's saying is, or maybe a guy, because Stacy can go both ways, that a lot of people would have been buying these PCs from China ahead of the tariff day, April 2nd, to kind of get around that. So we could see some front loading of revenue, and that can skew things somewhat. So be on the lookout for that. All right, we're going to go to Adara in 1 second. We will talk about Comcast and their decent report in a second. Okay, so we'll keep going on Comcast over here, guys. Very interesting look. Adjusted EPS beat, revenue beat, net income was down, but their adjusted EBITDA was up 2%. Here's what kind of got my attention. Look at this. Broadband losses. 200,000 customers canceled broadband. 427,000 cut cable. And we've been seeing this consistently. Despite the losses, though, guys, domestic broadband revenue was up 1.7% because they were able to shore up costs. We'll talk about their mobile revenue in a second.
I just want to remind you guys here, thank you, Sherry, for putting this out. This is going to be the first Intel earnings report under new CEO Lip Bhutan. But how did the stock do under its previous CEOs? I made this infographic a while ago, just reposted it here on X. I went back as early as 1998 to see how the stock performed under a host of its CEOs. First, we have Craig Barrett here. Again, this is not the first CEO of the company. This is just early as back as I could go in terms of the start and end dates. Craig Barrett here, 1998 to 2005, up about 30%. Then we've got Paul Otellini. He was the CEO for about 8 years. Stock was relatively flat during his tenure. Then we get Brian Krzanich, by far the best CEO for Intel from a stock performance perspective and from that perspective alone, because the stock went up more than 100% during his tenure. Unfortunately, he did resign in disgrace. Then we had Bob Swan come in. He was there for about 3 years, about an 18% increase in the stock at that time. Pat Gelsinger comes in here. He's there for about 3 years here, under 3 years. They got a 61% decline in the stock, leaving David Zinsner and Mary Johnston, or MJ Holthouse, Michelle Johnston, MJ Holthouse, to take over here for a couple months as interim co-CEOs. As Sean mentioned previously when I showed this infographic, their losses under them could possibly also be attributed to Pat Gelsinger, but I wanted to include them as their own entity for the sake of this infographic. We'll have to see how Lit Bhutan fares for the stock, but either way, I think a pretty interesting look. It's also interesting, too, the CEOs that started in May generally had a better stock performance. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Could Lit Bhutan fare a little bit better if he started a couple months later? We'll have to wait and find out. But check out the earnings tonight with Sean, Sharif, and myself on the Market Recap Show at 4 p.m. Eastern. And check out all these infographics on X at GTV Research. Back to you.
Adara, what did that Brian guy do? You can't just leave us in suspense.
Inappropriate relationship.
Okay. All right. Get it, Brian. All right, let's continue to talk about what we're talking about.
Whoa. Our guy Nimrod here, though.
He dropped the money.
What is it? What currency is he?
I think that's actual shekels.
Shekels,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Had to share it. Yesterday, I revenge traded AREB. Bought 10K stocks at 350. Stop loss didn't get triggered until after market, turning a 9+ K to a 13K loss. Decided to hold on, hoping it bump in the next weeks. And today sold it at $4.40. Don't recommend this. More luck than brains. Right,
look, I'm not going to say more luck than brains, but I'm very happy for you, Nimrod. Obviously, you're a great viewer of the show. But yes, you are absolutely right. These small cap gappers, they are around for a good time, not a long time. So you don't fall in love with the story. It's a trade, right? Did you want to say anything else?
No, that was it. I'll talk about the market here. I'll happily talk. Do you have more to cover there?
I got more, but go. We can take a little bit of break here.
We'll take a couple minute breather here to see what we got going on, guys. You can see that we're just continuously climbing higher. Let's go NVDA. Don't try to short anything just yet until those signals display themselves. We've already blown through a couple of them. We'll pull them up here on the cues. Like this is where we got a little short here, and then we tried again and got that move. But you can see just bought right back up, and now we're gonna go and test the high day once again. So this market is really, today's session, I should say, is extremely strong, and I'm happy with that as NVDA continues to climb. Now north of 106. So I'm gonna hit the bang and the props up for myself, even though I don't even have it. So we'll just we'll send it to the line with Jerome Powell, and there we go. So that one's working out really, really well. And I've been starting to pull back in, which I didn't exactly love, but that's okay. We're still heavily in the money in that one. I told you we started buying it when we broke that trend line, and we're going to continue to buy more, like Mr. Michael Saylor himself. Yeah, more. I need more. Small potatoes. For those who know what that is from, first person in the chat gets a big shout out if they know what small potatoes need more is from. But here we go. NVDA, loving this. I do believe that we're going to continue to climb higher. I'm still waiting for somebody in the chat to tell me what that is from, but here we go. Liking this market here today, especially if you're a part of the longs, but let's see what Adara's up to.
The bilateral meeting here between Donald Trump, president of the U.S., and the president of Norway, Jonas Gahr Store, has finally begun about an hour after it was posted. This meeting was supposed to start at 1:05 p.m. It's now almost 2 p.m., but Donald Trump and Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store are finally having this this bilateral meeting at the White House. If there's anything market moving from here, I'll let you guys know. But again, we only have a few minutes till the rundown starts, so we'll have to wait and see. Back to you.
Yeah, for that, no one in the chat knew who Dooley is from the movie Blow with what's his name?
Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
Sick
Blow.
movie.
There we go. So I said it already.
Sad movie
at the end,
bro. That kills me. Yeah, because she turned her back on him, obviously, and that was dark. But one of my favorite movies, by the way.
One of the sickest movies. Well, then you should have known more. We need more small potatoes.
Yeah, well, I'm not like a die-hard.
Dooley,
I don't have it memorized.
It's funny. No, my friend and I used to have back in high school. Used to have that movie on repeat in the background.
It is a sick movie, bro. It's kind of a tragedy if you haven't haven't watched it too, so it is a little sad to watch, but the nature of the beast, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Part of that game. But yeah, just back to these markets, guys. So really, really strong session. Apple now breaking through that high day, Sharif. So you can see this sideways, this eastward price action. This is a choppy mess to sit through, but you can see that we're now breaking through some of these highs. So that's a really, really positive note. Let's take a look at the options chain to see what it's telling us, because right now it's not really coming into play. We're coming in on some key levels, Sharif.
Okay.
And we're blowing past them. We're grinding past them. So there we go. We might get some squeeze leg type price action. But again, tomorrow, a lot of these contracts expire. 210 may be in the works here on AAPL. But then I didn't see this earlier, up to 220. We have about 50,000 open contracts. And that's the exact same thing that we're sitting at this 210 strike price. But what really has really grabbed my attention is that we're continuously climbing here in NVDA. And I know I've been talking about a lot, but 107 has quite a bit of open contracts. And we're slowly growing at that 110 strike price with about just under 100,000 open contracts. So let's see if we can really start to grind up to those levels. I mean, we've gone through some big numbers already. 106 with 82,000, 107 with 69,000. I was saying this earlier, there is a lot of overhead resistance, and for us to continuously grind like that's a really positive sign for the market. So hopefully we can sustain these moves and continue these moves into tomorrow, and then we can get one of those rocket type Fridays, which might be in play, especially if traders start hedging and everything along those lines. If those contracts become in the money, it's like, what do? You got to protect your downside at that front. So I'm really looking forward to I guess today's not even done, but what we can see on the chain and what it's telling us leading into tomorrow's expiration cycle, Sharif.
All right, guys, the Donald Trump Q&A has started. Here it is. He's doing it live, baby. This is live right now. The Donald, the orange one, taking questions in the Oval Office. Get ready for the volatility, okay? Because you don't know what the hell he's going to say, what he's going to talk about, what question he's going to be asked. And we've seen this story before. He is the market mover now. It used to be Papa. Now, you know, him and Papa are dueling fast. Who can move the market more? So Donald Trump Q&A started. Who is this guy, Adara? The Prime Minister of Norway. Thank you, Adara. The Prime Minister of Norway with him there in the Oval Office. Obviously, the press gallery beyond or behind the view of the cameras, but we've seen this before. There's umpteen amount of them. They're all launching questions at him. He doesn't really shy away from these questions, so any industry can get affected here because any question can be asked. So get ready. Volatility Central incoming, possibly. Donald Trump starting his Q&A right now. So there it is. You know how we do others, Inc. We give everybody nicknames around here, man, and lovingly. No nickname that I've ever assigned to anybody on the show has ever been like in a bad way. It's never been pejorative. It's always been in a nice, funny, loving way, and the orange man is just that. He chooses to be that color, so good for him. All right, Joseph, it is now 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, man.
It's 2 o'clock. So I'm going to weasel my way over to the green screen, leave him a thought.
Yeah, ab cramps suck, especially when people are just laughing at you.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. The Big Kahunas are next. I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Must have missed something with the ab cramps suck. Clearly, I guess I didn't hear that story. Joe, you'll have to fill me in at some later time. But the only comment that we just got from President Trump was they want the war to end soon. So I mean that he hasn't really said anything market related just yet. We'll wait. Maybe we'll get something on some headlines. Right now, you've got Apple breaking the high of the day. The futures are at that top. That's the one I'm watching right now because I'm thinking if Donald moves the market, I ideally hope that he can give this channel a bit of a pullback. Here on AAPL, just because it's been holding the same channel. If he does something that kind of rocks liquidity, I think it's an opportunity to maybe get in for some dip buys and what has been a weird uptrend in this particular stock. So welcome everybody. It's big earnings after the bell, obviously. We got a long way to go until we get to that. Great infographic. You guys just saw the performance of Intel. Yeah. Well, it's not like Lip-Book has to do any worse. All they have to do is not lose money, and I think it'll be good for them. Alphabet's a big one after the bell, but this market is rallying. Shoot, I just missed that He's talking more about the Ukraine than anything else. So it's not tariff related. It's really just about Ukraine at this point, I guess.
Yeah, Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, we have Trump in our ear right now. We just got another fill here on Amazon as it's ticking up higher and higher. Welcome, everybody, to the after show. Thank you, Nimrod, for your super chat there on the midday. I actually have to get into the right chat right now. And we're going to go over a couple names. We're going to sort of highlight some of the earnings that we're looking forward to today. There's the Amazon buy. We're just covering some. We still have 5%, so we're getting lighter and lighter on that trade right now. But it's been so far so good. And yeah, I mean, you never know when Trump isn't going to be speaking here how these markets are going to move. So we're just going to sit, relax, watch out for some of these plays. Google also reporting tonight, Alphabet. So back up to 160. That's really nice. That's that sort of target that we're looking for on a break there tonight for Google. Implied move around 5 or 6%. There's the break right there. Hopefully that can happen, get us back there to the upside. And then some big movers here today. And again, that's why I want to get the super chat up. Super chat's on the old show, but thank you, Nimrod, anyways, for it. But AREB today was a hold for him overnight, and it's made a nice move. Got up to 480 there today, very similar to what it did yesterday when it ripped up to the top and then kind of just hung out. Like there's that same move and then hung out. Now we're kind of getting that same move now hanging out lower. We'll see if we can get back up to the upside through $4 right now and holding on to 450. We had this on our sticky note earlier at 3. It only gets as low as 350 today, so we should have been more aggressive with our take on that one. But okay, so Trump now talking about Crimea and so on and so forth. So this guy's all over the place, which is fine. But yeah, that's AREB there. Robinhood, what a great move that's been. And I mean, I know Joe was talking about this. You know, we've really liked this name from a long time. And if the market ever got going, we knew that sort of Robinhood had enough juice behind it to do that. Up another 7% today. Robinhood, and I'm not trying to talk about I'm trying to talk about every kind of name that's moving around here, not just the big guys, but it brings me right back to Tesla because they did have a huge move today from 250 up to 258, now hovering around the middle again there. Anything else? CEP?
SMCI just did a bit of
SMCI, yeah,
right turn here at the high. SMCI is up 10% today, and there's a little bit of a turn happening on a parabolic move. Simultaneously, a bit of a double top happening on AMD that I'm watching. If you come to my chart, SMCI, which was, I mean, steady Eddie, just cruising all day, just caught 36.5. What's even at 36.5? Nothing on the 15-minute, and I have to zoom in because that's not going to reflect the reverse split. No, but yeah, there is resistance up here on the daily, up at 36.5 on SMCI. So it looks like this might be running out of steam. Been waiting. I actually paid for locates and did not take a shot at this at any point. Crazy move here today on SMCI, but along with a bunch of other things. It was nothing specific to them, but the chips were strong. You know, Lam had a great report. It was great, no question about that. So I can come in. I'm still in end phase. I've been in that one conditionally overall for a while.
All right.
Mike is troubles.
Yeah, we haven't been able to figure that one out. So. All right, yeah, we're getting ready to go with Sharif here. Talking about Crimea, talking about all that, so we can look at some I don't know, metal stocks. I don't know what's going on there with Ukraine, but this is CEP. This is another one up 80% today. CEP continues to get higher and higher there as well. And then I'm not sure if what's going to be on the list or not, but IBIT, another mover here today. IBIT making moves. So yeah, it's going to be a good little rundown. We're excited to do it for you. IBIT again almost got to the lows of the day right there, 52.50 again. So look, whether or not you're trading Bitcoin today, or whatever you're trading, we're going to have that covered on the afternoon show. NFL draft tonight should be fun. Maple Leafs tonight. Kings again. Shout out to everybody in LA that you guys destroyed the Edmonton Oilers again last night, 6-2. Edmonton's given up now 12 goals in 2 games. And then we have, that's not good. I just want to see MSTR as well because, you know, someone on the midday was saying to Joe, if you're 70% in Bitcoin, I think that's what he was saying his holdings were, why not go into MSTR? I mean, this is going to be a levered Bitcoin product.
And why go into it? My question.
This will move. The appreciation in this will be.
My guess is if he's 75% Bitcoin, he doesn't want extra.
No, instead of.
Instead of. Does it transfer one to the other?
Well, I mean, it's like if you if you think Bitcoin's going to $1 million, which would be great if it did, right? That's 10x from here. I wonder what, if you do the math on where MSTR might go if it does get to that as well. I don't know. I'm just interested to maybe look into that kind of thing, because I do think that there is some value in doing that. If
I don't believe in Bitcoin that much.
No, but I mean,
love Bitcoin. Go get
look, for someone to say Bitcoin's going to 200,000, that's a double from here.
No, that I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's not unbelievable. I mean,
75% of your
well,
portfolio. Bitcoin.
yeah, I mean,
that's the difference.
That just shows strong belief.
That is very strong
in the play. So yeah, and I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's more just like, can it double? I just, for everybody that thinks like, can Bitcoin double from here? I mean, we're looking at different stocks. Tesla's already doubled from this level. Like, in the past, its high is 480. Palantir went up 7 times last year. Like there are opportunities. We're just talking about your Bitcoin here, Joe.
It went from $90.
Right, and that went up 5 times. Yeah, Netflix went up 5 times.
5 times
from where it is as well.
These are big cap tech stocks.
If we think, if you're going to say that, look, the days of exponential returns on Bitcoin is going to be over. But the idea here, right, exactly. That's what. Yeah, we're agreeing. Is that I think that if the market can start to drift higher, then you will see Bitcoin drift higher. And the question really is, do we think Bitcoin outperforms the S&P 500? Because most people are invested heavily in indexes.
Yes.
So if you're going to use Bitcoin as basically the crypto sort of index, right? I mean, altcoins will be one thing. I think that way you have to guess on which coins may work out. But if you do like Bitcoin and you think that it can have, I mean, on average, the S&P 500 returns about 12 to 13% over the last 25 years. So do we think Bitcoin can do that? Probably. I mean, it had a 10K move just last month. So we'll see what can happen there. The ebbs and flows of the market is real, no matter which asset you are looking at. So, yeah, we do a big shout out to the Bitcoin hodlers out there and wish them the best of luck. I only have 20 Bitcoins. So not for me, it's a light holding.
Well, I'm all in.
Could you imagine?
I'm all in on Fartcoin.
Could you imagine if you just made, like, at one point in my life, I probably did have. Probably 10 Bitcoin.
I don't want to think about the early stakes made in crypto.
Yeah.
Because what's interesting about it is everyone always the line. Sorry, Sharif, this will take like 30 seconds. There's that whole like, oh, if we only put 10 grand into this, whenever, and then usually a lot. of times,
Nvidia is a real story too.
And a lot of times for people, it's like, yeah, but at the time that would have happened, like, did you have the disposable, like, kind of whatever. I'll never forget it with crypto because I remember being at a buddy's wedding when one of our really conviction in crypto was talking it up.
Convicted
and
criminal.
At the time, could have done it, didn't do it. You try not to get the FOMO. Let's talk about.
But but here's the thing. Come to my screen here about Palantir. So we can always have excuses about crypto and this and that, and I'm in the same boat, right? But here's Palantir. A year ago. This is actually not even a year ago. Well, it's more than a year ago. This is January of 24. So right there, Palantir was $15. So right there, you're 7x in a year, in 15 months. So there you go. If you put in 20 grand into Palantir, you're at 150 grand today. And this is just one stock. There's lots of stocks like this. So
stocks can give it to you.
Yeah,
I was more talking about the whole like 25 cents.
Oh yeah. Well, that's an IPO thing, right? I mean, then we could go back and look at where AMD was 10 years ago. It was $2, and that went to $2.50.
Exactly. Like
so
it's the very
have to pick
beginning.
And choose the right.
And that's sort of the idea.
Sharif,
I have a funny feeling one of those
Sharif
things is going to be on the list. What we just talked about, Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, you just heard them. They're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. but you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. New screen setup, guys. We'll look at the 4 major averages to start. The NQ performing the best of the bunch right now, up 2.5%, followed here by the, I believe that is the SPY, up 1.9%. Not a bad look here for small caps either. The Russell 2000 up 1.87, the Dow lagging behind them all, but green on the day nonetheless, up 1%. Good look for these markets on the day. The first ticker, obviously, as decided by you guys, TSLA always seems to make its way up there. Decent day today for Tesla, stronger day yesterday, obviously 2% in the green. They did release this headline today, though. Elon Musk, Tesla and company releasing a let's just say, a rollout version of robotaxi specifically for their employees out in Austin and San Francisco. About 1,500 rides completed, guys. 15,000 miles total.
Good to see some progress there, no questions asked. We're happy about the robotaxi. We're happy that Elon's back to work. Ideally, well, more time back to work, focusing on Tesla. Gonna be happy to see. Look, I think the results are gonna matter more in the back half of the year because everyone cares about the tariffs right now. I think we'll go with that because it wasn't a good report and we're inside a couple of days. I have some trades off VWAP there. I think I was a little more patient with it today than yesterday. And what's weird about it is my plan of action was be patient, only take trend breaks instead of like buying the dip. And then what happened today? Of course, it does the complete opposite, where like the literal wick bottom where you just sit there, get picked up, and then you're on for the ride. It does that instead. So it's like, what are you going to do? It wasn't that good. And then the clean moves off VWAP that you got yesterday, it was not clean again today. So everything that worked yesterday did not work today. Thankfully, when I get hit on Tesla, I get hit for a third of yesterday's trade because I wasn't nearly as aggressive or holding it against me, all that kind of stuff. But I'm long term, I haven't changed anything on my tone with the 220. I'm still holding what I bought there. I'm still holding everything that I had before. I'm no longer thinking I want to sell anymore up at the 280 level. I think we're turning the corner here on Tesla. I'm not completely convinced that we won't see the 180s like I was convinced we were going to see it before. The way that it's holding up after earnings is giving me a little bit of better feelings. And then throw on top of the fact that you're starting to hear some rhetoric from the administration that maybe some backing down is going to happen, responsive to the moves in the bond market. It makes me feel a lot better about Tesla at this 220 level again. So I think it's a hold for me from here. And maybe if we can break out the 50 or 200, you add on strength instead of on weakness, which has been the only way to add this year.
I just want to add some context to the last note there. Yo, Palantir, man. Chill out, my guy. I mean, Palantir right now is we had 91.50 on this 2 days ago. It's 107.50. All right. Tesla, yeah, we had marked down today and we probably should have taken this. We had marked down 248. I mean, Neil just ran through some levels. That 248 was, it went to 249. We came pretty close. We actually wrote down, the more I look into this, it's crazy embarrassing, but 248 to 248, 240.50, 240.50. 248 to 250 is where we wrote down. So we just should have been, we nailed that bottom pretty much exactly, but didn't take the trade. So lesson learned, man. We should always be looking at Tesla, especially some of those levels. But from what happened yesterday, we got hit on the way down. So that was hard to take. I was waiting for a base and it was too quick. It was down and up. So it didn't, if it would have hung out down here for even just like 2 more minutes, I would have been in it, but we weren't. So there goes Tesla. Again, I like the story. I'm surprised it's hanging up here today. If the market was down today or flat, I think Tesla would maybe be down. That's just a guess. You had a huge ride there into the close yesterday, I guess, where there's some sort of big imbalances. And then at the end of the day as well, we had to move down. So move down in the imbalances, then to move back up. So in and around here is where I kind of thought the proper pricing was, and that was 249. So yesterday's closing price looks like it holds amazingly. And so we'll have to take in consideration what today's closing price is when we're going to analyze Tesla for tomorrow's trade. But again, a great one. And I do think that we have to watch out for this top here. Still think it's a short up at 260. Just need that next leg of good news to break through. So for me, Tesla, like the stock, but I still think it's a short up here. And if we get up there today, we're going to do that. So 260 short on Tesla. Next play.
Today, guys, with Alphabet, of course. Good day for Intel today. Good day for all these microchip semiconductor names, all green on my watch list at least. 3.86 in the green today for Intel. Here's what we're expecting after the bell, guys. Either a penny or $0 per share for EPS. That's down from 18 pennies last year. Also, revenue expected to drop as well to 12.3 billion. These are expectations down from last year on the quarter, 12.72. We shall find out shortly.
Yeah, we'll find out after the bell. You got to like it when all you need to do is not lose money when you still have a big legacy business. Okay, just before we get to Intel, a little bit of a wick high here, SMCI. Remember I had zoomed out. It's a chip stock, so it counts. We had zoomed out and found the resistance here at 36.5 on the daily chart on SMCI. And we said, well, if you miss that trend break, which obviously we did, and then you get any kind of a wick top, I want to play the failure and look for the reversion short on SMCI. As that happened, Apple coming right back into the trend line. The prior high on Apple was 207, so I wanted to buy the dip into 207, and I realized I don't have a stop out. But I have to go over to Intel.
Keep going.
So I have to go over to Intel. It was about as unfortunate as it could get for me. We lost execution for a brief minute in this morning, and I was long on Intel. I ended up punching out when we got the execution back, and I should have got right back in when this held VWAP, but I'll be pretty candid about it. I trade some market-making stuff on the side. It's extremely problematic for me when we lose all of our orders and all that kind of stuff. And I picked today to double my default on a bunch of those stocks and then kind of get left hanging. So I was not focused on getting back into Intel at that moment because I had a bunch of other stuff to handle. But when everything came back, Intel holding trend line. Obviously, all of the chips are going to be really strong here today. The fact that expectations are so low and it's got a hard bottom in here on it, it's hard not to think, hey, you're favoring longs on Intel. Expectations are so low. It just has to not be bad for them after market today. And there's so much room to those local high up here at like 27, 28. So, if I was a betting man, obviously you'd be rather long in the teens because we all know where the bottom is on this stock. It's been 18, 19. But certainly it's close enough to that low that I figure it can go.
So VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached $678 million, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. 97,000 plus EVs delivered in 2024, including 53,000 in Q4 alone, a 192% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion. 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March of 25, including both VinFast owned and dealer operated locations. There's also green mobility ecosystem that they're building with continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Check out VinFast, VFS, today. Yeah, thank you, VinFast. But Intel, again, I think it only goes up today, honestly. It's been a great little level there. I still want to hear about the CHIPS Act. Trump sort of got rid of that. Or I don't even know if he had, but he had talked about how it was maybe one of the worst acts that Joe Biden has ever signed, something like that. And now we only sign the greatest things ever. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Intel here overnight and right away at 4 o'clock. Intel, we're looking for that number. So looking for a positive EPS, that would be real nice if we can get that from Intel, and then more talk about their foundry. But It's been a great level. You know, you want to talk about going positive now on the month for the NASDAQ. We're pretty close to that. Intel just alone this week has gone from $18.20 to $21. So you're almost $22. So you're almost up like 15% here in a week on Intel. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of names that have gotten really excited. Intel is definitely one of them. So either someone knows something about the earnings coming up here today, or you've all been fooled a little bit. But that's a huge move over the last 4 days on Intel. So I'd say if you're heavily down here, get some out before earnings and let the rest ride. Maybe play with some house money. You never know where the report's going to come out. But Intel, congratulations if you've been buying that over the last week, week and a half.
All right, Google expecting results after the bell as well with Intel, or Alphabet, that is, up 2.13. Here's what we're expecting. Earnings of $2.01 per share. That'd be up from $1.89 last year on the quarter. On revenue, guys, of $89.15 billion. That would also be a noted increase from $80.5 billion, guys. Alphabet after the bell.
Yeah, I want to see how the advertising revenue is doing for them. That's going to be the big thing for me. It's not one that I've been looking to buy. I sort of said that this year, the things I was DCAing into, I got my ARM trade. We already talked about the Tesla 220, and Meta is something that I want to try to pick up on weakness. But speaking of that, well, if it looks like it's not going well in advertising for Alphabet, then you know it's like a wait and see on Meta next week for sure. I'd feel way better. Sometimes we were just talking about Intel. I'd feel way better about Alphabet if it wasn't already this decent bounce that we're seeing here, if that makes any sense. Like, you've got this big V shape in the last week that kind of puts you right to where it dumped off at the 160 level, and I'm just fearful like it's going to have some trouble getting to the 165. As you can tell, I'm in Apple because I like the upward trend. Google, Apple, I don't know if Amazon's. I was kind of hoping your chart would be up on Amazon, but
Amazon's ripping.
No, well, it's more this weird action. That you see this up and down action that you're seeing on the nice trend up. That's like low volume algos in control, and that's what was happening. It's more distinct on Apple. It's like let's just go up and down and move the stock around. So I wanted it to hold a prior high. I don't know if it will. I'm going to get out if this breaks 207 because I think you test the bottom end of the channel. I think Google's doing a version of that that's less extreme than Apple. And oftentimes, until you want it to do something different from this action before you get into it for a day trade. So it's compressing and not nearly as, I don't even know, like heartbeat or EKG, whatever you want to call that sort of price action. So it's compressing for a move going in earnings. But I'm going to stay away from it because it's not doing anything distinctly different just yet. Whereas when I went over to Apple, like it did this little channel, then broke it out. And I want to see the continuation as it tries to hold higher. So yeah, just kind of weird. You see that a lot of times with low volume. It's an algo-driven market, so it shouldn't really surprise anybody.
Yeah, I just tweeted this out here. You grabbing one of these guys? Trump 2028 hats.
How much?
Right now, $50 for the low price of $50. You can go grab one of these Trump 2028 hats.
You know what?
Wait a minute, third term.
I was going to grab one of those, but I can't because my $50 is going to buy Sharif shoes.
Yeah, Sharif, are those still available, by the way, or?
Hold on a second.
No, I know, that's why we're asking you. I'm asking you the same message. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There he goes. Hey, you got another pair of those boots? I like those shoes there. Those are some tap shoes over there. See what happens around here? You know, Sharif gets off the air, and now we're all...
What does that say? You can read it.
Where? Are they still available? In all seriousness, they are sold. Let's do this.
And then what does it say?
Offer sent. So you sent an offer. Neil sent an offer to you, Sharif.
No, I'm buying... Yes. What part of you guys can't read this? Is this what? Is this still available?
I thought it was a joke.
In all seriousness, they are sold. Let's do this. Then I sent an offer to Sharif, the seller. Of course.
You guys have the same shoe size?
Yeah, we're both.
All right.
Well, I'm usually 11.5, but it'll work. If you're watching the market recap show, you know what's up. Let's go talk about SMCI.
All these chips, guys, they're all strong on the day. As I mentioned during the Intel segment, all of them up and to the right, none red on my watch list anyway. As you can see there, overall strength in semiconductors as a result of a good March durable goods order, as well as President Donald Trump confirming that there actually were talks with China today. China coming out yesterday and rebutting Donald's statement yesterday that there were back-channel discussions.
So the shoes are not available then?
No,
You don't-
they're
okay.
not. They're actually.
I was gonna send a message myself, but I see that they're not available anymore. All right, so yeah, we called this up on the first on the early show here today, and I was like, what? When we were going through some of those names that were ripping, and SMCI did not stop. Like I was impressed when it was here during the midday or during the open, and then all of a sudden it just kept on climbing. So SMCI, again, sometimes it's so bad it's good. This name has gone through quite the year. Oh no, our chart's going to do this. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen after the split. But pretty okay. I mean, considering some of the ebbs and flows of this stock, it looks like right now you're looking to break back above this $37 mark. And if you can get that $37.50 to be that high there, not sure if Sharif mentioned when they report, but I think that would be something else to look at the next time they do report. But if you're looking at a trade today, this blue line right here is VWAP. So VWAP, 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 held. And now you're all the way to the upside. So lesson learned, May 6th. Okay, so 2 weeks away. A little bit more than that. We'll see about SMCI earnings. A play there if you're going into the racks and all that kind of stuff. Also, Dell has had a nice little comeback. Look at this move for Dell today as well, straight to the upside. So lots of different names starting to move other than Mag 7, but have relationships with the tech space, right? I mean, another name that I wanted to look at too was going to be Oracle. I think there's some opportunities there to trade that name to the long side as well. But yeah, right there, Dell also making that move. I mean, I've already said this about Intel. I'll say this about everything else. That move from the bottom on so many names has just been so impressive that it'd be nice to get a deal from China. It'd be nice to get a deal from all these places. But right now, we're kind of still in the same area other than like rumors. So if you are nervous about anything coming into earnings, which is why I asked about SMCI with May 6th, I think it's time to piece something out just because of that run that we've been on over the last couple weeks. So that's a little my take there. I don't know what you think about SMCI so far today.
Well, look, it went a little parabolic lately there. That's why when I said this, we're going to take this to the short side, it was just more about how far we've gone and then this price action. The daily charts got resistance up there, so I agree with Sean. If you got this much of a bounce and you have resistance on the daily with a couple of weeks to go and no deals struck, then why not ring the Reggie a little bit here? I've never owned SMCI, and I've never really had any desire to. The roller coaster last year was insane. You don't think you'll ever see anything like that. But it was a double top. There's your wick high. Once it broke underneath this, there's your wick top. There's the next bar. When it broke the next bar, I then took it short, and we just got some out there at first resistance. I'm looking for a reload here right now at 36.25. We'll see. I might decide this is too strong to want to reload it. But to that point, this daily chart, oh yeah, that's right. Zoom in, zoom out. This daily chart, like if it breaks out, there's a lot of room for it to go. But even then, you got big resistance at the 42 level. So it's got multiple legs that this thing could run through. It's been a good one today. I don't know why specifically is so much stronger than everything else. Like I thought it was ARM that was doing the best job in the chips, up 6 2/3, but SMCI even more parabolic.
I just want to show something funny here because this just goes. It fits the sort of Trump like what we've been seeing so far here today, or so far here his thing. Look at this. Due to high demand, this is what I mean. It's like so many people want me to run 2028, but also this hat is so much in high demand that we've got to allow 5 to 10 business days to process the order prior to shipping. So not only maybe this hat may take a while to come to you, but you got to allow a week to 10 business days to actually get shipped. So there we go right there. But it is made in, is it though? Made in America though, Sharif, it still takes 5 to 10. No, this is to process.
Come on.
So this is not to ship.
That would be the best thing ever if it was.
Yeah. So anyway, if it said made in China, I would die.
I would die.
That would be the best. So we'll have to wait to see. But anyways, I just posted that on there because I thought it was funny with what we're talking about. You know, I don't plan on getting that. He can't run in 2028 as far as I know. That's why I think it's. I think it's a joke. I think it's funny.
They didn't always have the term restrictions in the U.S. That was something that got voted in, and it can get changed. You need a two-thirds vote, and you could do that. So it is possible. Look, man, we're Canadian. I don't know that much about American history and politics.
I don't want to say anything.
But when I do know something, then we're going to throw it out there. So it is actually possible, everybody. But two-thirds vote would seem to be a little bit difficult to pull off. That has nothing to do with SMCI.
Or Palantir.
Or Palantir. But
we got to chill with Palantir, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, chill, bro. 6.6% for Palantir, up and to the right, well over $100. Again, guys, good look. There's no specific catalyst today for Palantir, but like with the overall chips running stronger on March, strong durable goods orders and economic data, as well as President Donald Trump saying that they spoke with certain Chinese individuals today. This headline came from yesterday, though, so this is a market-moving one. Shares were climbing yesterday for Palantir after they teased a little collaboration with Northrop Grumman, guys, on X. Northrop Grumman, obviously an arms maker.
Yeah, an arms maker that took it on the chin yesterday, NOC. So there's a distinct difference between Palantir and the other defense names. We'll just give them that. Hey, Northrop Grumman didn't make a
battle back today.
It didn't make a fresh low. It was worth a watch. So I just want to show a few charts if that's okay. Northrop, we can come to my chart. There you go.
That shouldn't even be there.
Dumped on earnings, actually holding a higher low. Maybe you can look at like a Lockheed Martin as well, which I'd say is doing a little bit better. Remember last week we were talking about this 420 level on Lockheed. Feels like the worst is in for them. So they're doing a little bit better.
Your own reload
trying to break out. I think it's holding this week above the holding this week above the 50-period moving average.
All right, bro.
After post earnings holding the low, and then you have the difference, which is Palantir. Now traditional military funding might be shifting and changing. Well, they're the new, I guess. Shout out to Ryan Leslie, good song. And it's doing that thing where, see how like I took the shot on SMCI, and for now it's working. But when Palantir goes linear to the upside, I've learned that you don't want to try to fade it. You need it to do something crazy. Usually it's like a big parabolic candle, like through the high, and then some kind of crazy reverse, and then it comes on the other end. But when it's going linear like this, and what I mean by linear is just a straight 45-degree angle, very, very steady, it's really dangerous to short. So anyone that's looking at it, like I'm not looking at reversion, like SMCI did this, like bigger, massive candle, red candle on the 15, let's go short. Palantir does something like that, then yeah, you take a shot at a short trade. The incredible Mr. Lib, Palantir has a beautiful cup and handle playing out in the 4-hour time frame. Okay, there you go. I don't look at a 4-hour time frame, but good look. It's well above that $100 level. I don't even know where the dip buy would be at this point. Being real.
I just can't. I mean, 2 days ago, like I was saying, man, we had 91.50 on Palantir. Like that was just 2 days ago. And now you're up to 107. I mean, just the movement in this name alone over the last couple weeks, or last week, has just been like, that's $70 to 107. So like that's 50%, you know, $40 on 70. Like that's more than 50% of a move higher there in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 trading days, 58% up. Like that's just a huge move. And of course we're cherry picking because we're taking that exact bottom. But even if you just go back 2 days, you know, we were long here, we were long yesterday, and then today we had written down on our book here to get long on dips and looking between 100 and 101 for the long, right? And so I came in unconvinced this morning, and I told the story about how Sharif asked me, like, which way are we going? And I was like, I don't really know. I want to wait to see what's going on. So, you know, we put our bid there. We put 101. We put 100 to 101 today as a dip buy. It goes to 101. It goes to $100.91. So, I mean, we should have taken it, but it was the very first opportunity. You could have had it early. That was the play. That was the play that I liked, and I didn't take it. It's the same story as Tesla. I wish I had more conviction on the longs today, but wow. I am very, very confident with trading Palantir. We nailed it yesterday on a break of $101 rate. No, $100 break right there yesterday, and then it mooned up to 104 as well. So we did have that play, and I think we had something here in the afternoon, but I'm not sure, maybe not. Anyways, Palantir just continues. Look at that VWAP hold. So a lot of stocks. We saw SMCI. Probably the whole market made this little dip into VWAP and then just ripped. So yeah, big surprise there. Palantir up 7%. Really on air. I mean, there's always going to be stories with defense. There's always, I mean, these stories just continue, right? And so the important, I mean, we're still going to keep talking about this, but I think the important thing to understand is earnings season. So thanks. Yeah, we're done the rundown. Good. We'll get rid of that. I just want to see here, when does Palantir report? They're always in the middle. So we'll have a quick look here to see. They're stuck in the middle with that report. Okay, so where is it? There it is, confirmed 11 days from now on May the 5th. So may the 4th be with you on that day. And then after that, you'll have Palantir. And then, as Sharif so eloquently brought to us, SMCI on May the 6th. So a couple big runners, back-to-back jacks there, like Jose Bautista and Josh Donaldson. Hey, does what's his name, Vladdy, only have one home run? Or does he have more? No, I'm asking that. I'm just.
Why you always got to bring up
what?
Depressing stuff?
The guy that's making 700 million Canadian? Yeah, I was just wondering how many home runs. I think he only has one, doesn't he? Or I'm not
He's
even
having a bit of a power outage right now.
And then what about the guy that we spent all that money on, Santander?
It's not going too well.
Oh, it's not going too well. I'm not trying to be. I heard, because I don't watch as much as you do, that Vlad just has one home run.
He has only one home run. I also, look, I dominate my fantasy baseball pools, but everybody knows I'm a bit of a homer because I have season tickets to the Toronto Blue Jays. And the second they signed that Santander guy, some dude was in my inbox, and I'm like, yeah, let's go get him. I made like the worst trade you could even imagine.
Okay.
This is why I try not to ever bet on the Blue Jays and the Buffalo Bills because I'm way too much of a homer.
As you know about Santander, though, he's a late bloomer.
He's a really slow starter.
Yeah. So if I was in your pool, I'd be trying to acquire him from you.
But I would never trade him. I know. If I was smart, I would have waited till he got a slow start, and then you buy high, sell, buy low, sell high. Our buddy in our fantasy football league, he likes to buy high and sell low.
There's a couple buddies.
Shout out to you, Zane.
There's a couple buddies in our football pool that also just like to rip other people off and don't really trade it with other people other than them.
Well, that's
football pools.
That's a skill.
It is a skill. It's a negotiation tactic.
In the way
it's like the art of the deal making.
And that's the way that I see it. We have a guy in our league who will always find the 2 weakest GMs, and he will just trade with them. And so what? It works for him. I don't do it, but let's go back to the market for a quick little second. First, Apple's breaking high of the day. I should start with SMCI because it's right back. SMCI, we got a bit out at 35.9, and it came right back in. I elected not to reload this, but if Apple... Okay, we're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but I just wanted to go over to the 15-minute on Apple to show you where we're at here. This is yesterday's high. If we fail this high, I'm trailing out of Apple right here. I don't like breakouts in the afternoon, especially if there's any news that we're hearing.
We do have a little bit of news on Meta, not likely to be super market moving here, but I think definitely worth noting, especially during earnings season. Meta reports next week, and The Verge reporting that Meta is laying off some of its Reality Labs workers, specifically some of the teams behind the apps for Meta Quest, including Supernatural. Apparently, Meta, according to this report, is saying that the changes are going to help them focus on future mixed reality projects. But we do still have lower Quest sales, though apparently the actual smart glasses space is doing well. So Meta Quest still struggling here in their sales. And we have Meta apparently, reportedly, according to The Verge, announcing some layoffs in the Reality Labs space. Back to you.
Harvest peach, yeah. You go get the peach. I'm going to get the peach after. And he wants to go get a...
I'm just going to go grab a tea. And there was a tea that Sean got that was so delicious like a few weeks ago. And I'm going to go...
No, it was way longer than that. But it was, I think it's the
way
peach.
Longer than that.
There's a Jolly Rancher tea?
Not Jolly Rancher.
Yeah. There is a good one. I think it's Neil's gone to go get it. I think it's the peach one there. So, all right, thanks about Meta. Look, I mean, Meta, another name that I don't want to talk only about Mag 7 names or anything like that, but Meta, A big move again, up 2.5%, just straight fire right now. 230 up to 230, 530 up to 532. And this name, we talked about some of those other moves, right? Palantir being up 50%, so on and so forth. You know, I really think that there's some opportunities here for Meta to even get a lot higher than where we are right now. So Meta still has an opportunity to go. They're going to report, I believe, next week. So we'll be able to find out where they're, you know, what they're thinking. And I'm not sure Meta is affected by tariffs whatsoever. So this could be a play there. The only thing about Meta would be the advertising revenues of different companies. Like if Coca-Cola or Nike or any of these big companies are a little nervous about the future, right? Maybe they'll cut back on ad spend. And if they do that, then Instagram and Meta, you know, I don't know if anybody advertises on Facebook anymore, but I'm sure they do. But Meta, I mean, look, this has been, I mean, I might have to just look at this daily chart. This is like a crazy move down. You still haven't, you know, it's like right now, I kind of get the feeling, which is why I don't want to like stamp bids on everything right here, which is actually why I think Joe's idea about Bitcoin isn't that bad. Meta, like the ups and down here that we've seen in individual stocks is quite insane. Like what's saying that this isn't about to happen again? Like you might have thought the bottom was there at 580, it goes up to 620, you get that FOMO 630, 640, and all of a sudden it's like whoops, down to the 200 again. Oh, maybe I'll average in again. Whoops, and then you lose that and you lose $80 as fast as you can. Then it gets all the way back up. You're like, oh, okay, well I didn't buy the bottom, so let me whoops, and then all the way back in again. So for me, this 580 is going to be pretty important. Until we get above $600, then I am a little bit weary of buying any Meta right now. But if you think there's a bottom trade, then 480, 450, going all the way back into here of the summertime, it's a great stock. It can get going. We had something like 22 straight up days, but that was followed by 22 straight down days. And I just say that, you know, metaphorically, it's not. There are some up days in there, but you wouldn't feel like that if you're in the name. Trust on that. So yeah, nice downside move, nice downside as we continue to go. Walter Goggins. Oh yeah, that was pretty good. Thanks, Neil. I didn't even realize that. Oh, that Walter Goggins dude here, he's at Righteous Gemstones, he's White Lotus. Saturday Night Live, May 10th. You know who that guy is?
No.
Yes, you do.
No, the only Goggins.
You know who he is.
The only Goggins I know is David Goggins.
All right, hold on a second.
Who's Walter Goggins? Just one quick thing. I did trail out.
Have you not seen Gemstones?
On Apple. No, I haven't.
What the hell? You're missing so many things, man. Stop watching Yo Gabba Gabba.
I did
Here, look
add
at this guy.
this to my list. Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah, man.
He was in
Unchained?
Okay, this is bad, but
The Hateful Eight?
He was in one of the worst.
Fallout?
He was in one of the
Fallout.
worst of the Major League movies, Back to the Minors.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Character they call him Downtown. No, but he was also in something that I just watched.
He's only 53 years old, man. He doesn't look good for that.
It was like a spy show that I watched, and he was in it. I don't remember what. It doesn't really.
The guy's hilarious.
No, he's good. He's good. I could check my DMs.
I love White Lotus.
Very quickly, I did trail out of Apple at that 208. I am not reloading SMCI at the high. It either works or it doesn't. Like at this point, I either want it breaking down here and give me another leg down. It's binary. Either breaks 36.30 and I get out, which is about 15 cents worth of risk, a little more because there'll be slippage, or we get the breakdown underneath. So we got some out better than 1-to-1, and we want the big flush. Oh, and I'm still in. Let me just see this. Yeah, 35 is yesterday's high. I want to be out well before that on SMCI. I think you can catch a bid. And I'm still in end phase, which it never broke that high from yesterday.
You're
unfazed? It's been short. It won't break more than like 50, 60 pennies in the money, but it also hasn't broken the top, so I'm kind of sticking with that one. So we'll see what happens over there with Apple. Maybe we get another chance at a dip buy on this. If it can hold like the prior trend line top, I'm just looking for it to come back in here and hold and maybe get a bit of another bid in there. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to say just regarding trading, because this happened to me today. And it's an important one. I've said this is something we've talked about with other traders before. Whenever you're trading on a day-to-day basis, you always pick a day where it's like, okay, well, this has been working and you want to like scale up. So you're like, oh, my default in this is X, make it 1.5, like whatever it might be. What can happen to you on that first day is the day that you assign new risk to a strategy just happens to be a bad day, and then all of a sudden it's just a bigger loss than normal. What you have to be willing to do is come back the next day and still trade at that higher default because you went up there for a reason. And it's really easy to be like, oh, crap, I lost the first time I went up. I have to go back. Anyways, that happened to me and some other stuff today, and I got away with it, which I shouldn't have. That's another story. But yeah, we're going to stick with the things that are working. I like Apple long. I like Enphase short. SMCI, I'm iffy about because I feel when you're trend trading or when you're trend reversal trading, you want that to work. It's supposed to work right away. It's not supposed to be let's bounce and make a higher low at first support levels. So I'm not going to be adding to that bad boy anytime soon. And let's go to Adara.
Here's Nike. I'm not seeing any news on Nike, but there was a bit of a volume spike for this one. It is worth noting there's some talk on X, people just saying, oh, Nike's moving, Nike's moving. No news. Again, worth noting Nike pushing to days highs right now with some volume. NKE on watch. If I see any news, I'll let you know. But this just seems to be social media driven. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
We like some Nike.
Miss Adara.
Oh, no. My Nike shirt.
Amazon's $5 in the money. We're just taking another piece out right now of Amazon. I mean, we've let this thing go all day to the upside here, and it's just like even if you hold a crumb, I mean, it's still really good. So there's Amazon up 3%. Now it's up with the market, but it's just continuously going here. And this was a name that I said earlier, I was like, I wanted to buy Amazon, and I didn't do it. So nice day there for Amazon. Still trying to go there now. Upside. All right, whoopsies. That's what happens when you zoom down a bit. All right, let's go. When I move, you move. Yeah, just like that, Zion. All right, so we'll look at that. That's Amazon. And then the other name here I want to look at too. Let's have a look at some of the more recent IPOs and some of the ones that have been moving a lot. Okay, so Webull. And wow, down 9% today, Webull. Okay, so I mean, this name continues to get hit there. There was that story by now famed Fox reporter Charles Gasparino, about Webull and their China connection. So I was actually surprised that this had gotten up. I mean, look, it's a recent IPO, but there's the gap. There it is again. This has only had about 10 days of trade underneath it. But yeah, still making moves back down. And I always think that you're always coming back around to test
if it gets
the
back
IPO
to
price.
10.
Yeah, if it gets back to the IPO price and you could get it again for that ride back up.
I'd take that all day, I think.
And then the CoreWeave, I think, is a little bit of a stronger position. If you were into CoreWeave, I think you'd feel a little bit better about this. It didn't really have it did have the over-exuberant IPO issue there, but it's come back and given you a decent area there. So, when you're looking for some stocks to trade and some sort of strength or weakness, you want to see it try to hold its initial go, and that was 39, I think it was, came out, not think it was, $39. So we did come in. Look, I mean, a lot of things get blasted lower, right? I mean, we talked about how good the IPO of ARM has been, how good Reddit has been. Obviously, we're talking about some of these have fallen back in now, but they've all broke through their IPO price. So it's not a surprise there that CoreWeave did that. Maybe a little surprised at how fast that came back in and sort of how orderly it was not. 2 moves down, then again, like a 10% move higher there from 46 to 50. Then we went from 50 all the way down to 43. Then we went from 43 back to 48. Then the very next, this is almost like if these candles are each like 7-8%, if not more than that. Like what was going on with it on these days? 48, back down to 43, back to 48, down to 43 again. Then you make that move back up to 48 again, and now straight down. Now you're trying to get back. So I think CoreWeave actually, even at this level, could probably be bought with.
When's their first report?
Yeah, it's probably a good question. I don't know when they're reporting, but no time soon, I don't think. He was going to look that up.
I'm just going to look it up.
All right, that's fine. Power Hour in 10 minutes. So tonight we do have Google and Intel. I did want to look at Intel again. I'd already said that I think Intel is going to be a winner tonight. So we'll wait to see where that goes, and we'll bring you all the numbers as Adair and myself will be there on. Sharif was uncertain if he was staying tonight, but he's not now. Okay, I think it's a bigger night than Tesla, but Intel, and maybe not, it doesn't matter. Me and Madera will rock the after show. We want to thank Sharif for staying with us a couple days ago. Intel 4%, nice move there. What are we expecting from Intel? An EPS of 0. So if they can just show us that they're not losing money, that would be great. Revenue, it's amazing that you can have an EPS of 0 but a revenue of 12 billion. That's kind of what we're looking for. The implied move is over 8%. I think that might be a little light, to be honest with you, but its last move was only 3%. So Intel, we'll find out where that's going later on tonight. Then we have T-Mobile, we have Google, Gilead coming through as well. We watched Handmaid's Tale yesterday. That's the name of the dystopian, the guys that are taking it over there. I don't know, the faction. I don't know what you call them. But Google, yeah, just a group there. So Google, looking for that report as well. They're looking to make $2 per share on EPS, and this looks like everything looks pretty sweet today. I mean, we talked about that VWAP bump right there. You could have had that. And then T-Mobile, you know, the comm sector has been pretty hot. So I haven't even looked. What? This is $260? Okay. I didn't know that. But I mean, it's been here for a while, so I haven't looked at it. But chart. Yeah, you think? I mean, this is what we've been talking about with them for a minute here on T-Mobile. I mean, they've been really producing, honestly, man. I mean, we saw the communication sector was the #1 sector in 2024. And you can see why. 161 at the beginning of 24 to end the year in and around 250. Nice move there for T-Mobile. So we'll see if they can hold that bid as well. It's going to be a spicy one for sure. Adara? Neil?
Well, it's a spicy one on T-Mobile. It'll be a spicy one tonight in the NFL draft. And if you're into that sort of a thing, then if you want top tier odds and total control, well, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation and cost-efficient trading all in one place. Day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, exchange them. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play. If you use the code TRADERTV, you'll get the sign-up offer, 2% cash back up to $300. And then if you're like myself and watching the NFL draft tonight in between, well, you watch it at the same time as the hockey game. The NFL draft, you can just throw it up on my phone.
5 minutes between picks.
Like, it's all the analysis and then each pick. But you want to see, I think, Shador Sanders, Dion's son, is going to not go in the top 10.
Ooh.
Well, it's 8.5 actually, so whatever. It's
over
not
8.5.
You can get on the no side of that, and the best part about it is you can sit outside to try to get yourself better odds. Now, will you get swept up when it's plus 600? Will you get swept up at 200? I think that's pretty unlikely, but you never really know. You could always just you could make a different price if you wanted to put that in there. It would be. I was kind of hoping you'd see Jackson. Where's Jackson?
Wait a minute. Who's going first overall?
Oh, Ward's going #1.
So then, yes, over 1.5. Yeah, we want to know, right? Yeah. So that's not there.
So you're looking at the guy I want to see is right here, like Jackson Dart, over under 25.5. I think that's kind of bunk because the Saints quarterback is hurt and the Saints pick at 22 or 21. So either they get him or someone jumps in front. So I feel like this guy is going underneath that. I think he's going to go in the 20, 21 range. Jackson. I'm not a big fan of his, but it doesn't really matter what I think. It's what the NFL guys think. Okay, so a lot of people have asked me about Omex and RDFN. Seen it in the chat. Omex, penny stock. Here's what's good about it. 230 million shares worth of traded today. If you were trading a penny stock, this is what you want to see. Right? Because that allows the type of liquidity and movement that you can just pretend this is 8, or that's 8.10, and that's $8.50. Just move a decimal place, and you can just think of it exactly the same way. And there's liquidity that allows you to trade it in that same fashion. What I don't like is it's underneath VWAP at power hour. And it's underneath your morning dip buy spot, which has held support at that $8 level, or 8-cent level. See, I just did it to myself. So let's get rid of that, because at 3 o'clock I get the same thing, even though I don't trade Australia. Probably entitled for the market, probably the issue. So the other thing to consider here is it's failed a buck. And I'm not a huge fan of things the day they fail the dollar. It rejected the dollar move and is trending down underneath. I'm never usually a big fan of that. You get a lot of selling when that happens, people that bought into it. So you want to see maybe continuation on a day 2. But that's just something, it's like an old rule for mine. And I was more of a penny stock trader 15, 20 years ago. So take that with a grain of salt. And RDFN, I couldn't find anything really exciting about Redfin when it was being asked about in the chat. Blue Ocean always comes up first in the drop down. I'm really going to have to wait. All right, there you go. That goes away, and then we can actually get RDFN up here. It's a good-looking chart. Remember what we said about Palantir, where it was very linear? That's exactly what you're getting at. And then finally, it showed you something at 925. Like a real level at 925, where you can bounce off of. What I really like about this, knowing little, it's like a real estate something company. I don't like that space right now. That aside, it's closing the 200 period and breaking a consolidation. From a technical standpoint, this is a good close that if it can hang on to $9, that's a really tight stop. If you really were convicted, you'd put it at 8. I never would because I don't like the space. That looks pretty solid. It's a breaking trend, holding the 200 period. I hope they don't report tonight or anything like that because I would throw all of that out the window. But it's for a day trade. It's not doing nearly enough volume this afternoon. Don't want to step on that one at all. But we want to jump back to Apple for a quick little second because we did get out of it and it's now just going sideways. The market's still grinding higher. I don't see any red candles in the last half an hour or so in the last hour on the NASDAQ. Like you're all green candles grinding slowly higher. Apple is just going sideways off this top. I wanted to get out, look for a retest of that trend line. Ideally, don't catch the falling knife. Whether it works or not, executions here are better than here on the big down candle. Sometimes you leave the bid in front of the prior high because that's where you want to buy it. But it is, to me, better to get it on the other end. You get the same price after it's already shown you a bounce. And then your stop placement can be a little bit better. That's what I'm looking for in Apple. Want to buy that dip. SMCI is coming back. It's binary at this point. Still same range on SMCI. There's your top. Hasn't broken the 35.9 bottom. You could scalp it. Suppose now it's looking much better for a scalp trade. But we're just hanging on to see what we can get. Airy Pages is a good one. When trade positions work in my favor, I feel absolutely jubilant. Even the smaller trades trigger jubilance within me. You've got to do you. And that's what I always think, like, you've got to be yourself. I'll be candid. I'm like literally the opposite. There was a moment like a few months ago on the floor where like I got up. I don't really show emotion, but I got up and I like stomped off the stage or something. And it was Sharif or something asked me to describe what the trade just happened. And I literally just made like the biggest trade that week. But I was mad at myself because I took a half of what I should, and I had done it twice in a row because I got faked out by something in the book. So I basically had risked too much to still make well, but I didn't make enough because I got tricked on the tape, which really teed me off because I thought I was reading the tape pretty well on the stock. And I was like, it didn't matter whether I won or lost. I was just like, man, I just got bamboozled even though I just won because I could have had twice as much. I just get caught up in the analysis part of it. That's the way I sort of always look at things. So I'm like, what is the next thing available to me? I usually get more wrapped up on the decision-making process, like what should I or shouldn't I have done, that kind of thing. But you've got to be yourself. It takes too much mental energy to not be yourself. You have to try not to be yourself, and that's wasted mental capital, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what I want to do with Amazon. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's what the whole thing about, trading the right style and trading what's comfortable for you. Trading earnings is comfortable for many people. And tonight, I know we've already sort of talked about this. We'll have the weekly calendar out tomorrow for next week. So if you're interested in that, get ready. That's coming out tomorrow. But yeah, here tonight, look at this. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. This is not me on a golf course here. This is what's happening tonight. So, I mean, yeah, big time movements happening later on tonight in this market. So we will look to that and say thank you to Adara for posting all this up because this information is priceless. You want them all to hit. You want to know when they're going to hit. And remember, when all these carts start coming through, there's only one spot that's going to literally, and it's going to be me or Neil, whoever's on. Tonight's me, but whoever's on, we'll show you the level 2. We'll show you what's going on here with the charts live. So no matter if you're in any of those 4 names, Google, Intel, T-Mobile, or Gilead, you want to make sure that you do check that out with us tonight, and we'll be rocking and rolling with the after-market recap. And I believe Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool fame will be coming through later on where I will ask him everything.
Ask him
and
this.
we'll just see. Sure, what do you want me to ask the guy? I always run out of things to ask him.
Jan Lossy just asked us the question, so let's defer it to,
Well, yeah,
an
an hour from now, yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can ask him this too.
What could be the best performing sector 2025 in your opinion? You like that question. What's hilarious about that is I can't say that I feel the same. Look, what I felt at the beginning of the year before all the tariff stuff, it's hard for me to, because I told my love was for XLF, right? I was like, I like the financials this year. That anytime you have risk of recession, it does change your mind a little bit. And so I'm going to assume we're talking about from this point on. Because,
yeah, we don't want to cherry pick.
Because we can't cherry pick from the beginning of the year. And so I do like from this point on, it has not been good for healthcare. I think it can be good for healthcare. That said, I've never been the healthcare ETF person. I like to pick individual names, which is a bit tricky. I do like healthcare. It's the problem with that is it'll never be the best performing if a deal gets done. What are you going to do? Because if a deal gets done, then the answer is going to be semis. And you have to somehow price that in. So if I liked XLF more at the beginning of the year, I don't know if I can make that same call right now, despite the fact that I'm still dip buying XLF. But I do like some healthcare. I think it's a good safe play if these things don't get wrapped up as quickly as we.
So I'll go with energy because I just think that if there is no recession, then and again we can pick from. We're saying we're going to pick from now. So I just think that not only does it look great on a chart, but by XLE, I think that there's a good opportunity for this one to at least go 10% back into the 200 period moving average.
Not Sean's screen.
No, that's Adara's screen, but Adara's working on something.
I was wondering what was happening there, actually.
Yeah, I'm working on something undercover. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, I just think that energy here, if there's going to be no recession and there's a deal with China, let's get that production back up. And when production's back up, oil goes up. So we'll hopefully that gets done. And then you also have the potential with that Ukraine ceasefire, Russia ceasefire possibly. Don't add us for that. I don't know. But that could be something. And then, you could get into precious metals or just say gold. But I think if we're going from now, it's just had such a big run. So I'm going to stay with energy, but I've been buying some XBI. So I also do think that there is some potential here in biotechs. Crypto? Yeah.
Well, Bitcoin specifically. Is it a sector?
Yeah.
Do we now call crypto a sector? That's fair.
No, I don't think it's a sector.
It's not an economic sector. Because there's no that's the thing. It's not like a business. I get it.
It's not really
it doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't think it counts. You guys, will crypto eventually? They have it up on CNBC like it's like an index.
Yeah.
They have like the Bitcoin price scrolling around.
Because you can't put it with commodities. That's not fair. It should be its own.
Yeah, it's not a currency, right? That's for sure. I just think it's an asset class.
Yeah, it's an asset class.
So I would say that if I was going to choose gold, then you could choose Bitcoin, kind of the same way maybe. Anyways, yeah, that's an interesting question. All right, so yeah, nat gas. I'm just choosing energy in general. There is another one, URA. Again, as we talk more about AI and things like that, everything needs to get powered. So there could be some uranium plays moving forward as well, up 3.9%, sorry. SMR, we've talked about that as a possible name. There's NNE, which is nuclear, nanonuclear. This is NuScale. Talk about ebbs and flows of emotions. SMR some days down 8%, today up 7%. That could be a good one. And then JP Morgan, just far as a stock, that's doing well today as well, up 1.4% as some of the financials start to kick it a little bit. So that's good, man. But for one individual stock, I'm wondering what could be a good play as an individual stock. I still like Palantir. Palantir moving forward. DraftKings has had a nice bid underneath it, as has Robinhood since some of those garbage bottoms. I think this got to 28 or so. Doesn't look as good as 29.50. Actually has not got going. Didn't realize it was basically flat today. I thought we had a little bit more than that. So DraftKings, I think, is a good potential as well. Look, the market's right here. As we talk about different opportunities, the market's given the shorts a decent opportunity.
Video is starting to go.
Yeah, so it's a good thing that we were able to claw out of our way here of Amazon. I'm going to get out. I'm going to put the stop in right now. We haven't broke the 200 period at all today. I'm going to forget about the open. It's tough to look at these levels on the open because the strategy for me now is to not get destroyed off the open. And a way to do that is by trying to follow some of these lines and then them just not working. And then it's like, wow, like a 50-cent move turns into a $2 move off the open, like real quick. So that's a problem, but it hasn't broke it. We got right into there. We didn't break it. So for me, if we zoom in on Amazon, just to get rid of our last 2.5%, right there, that would be 185.25. So I'm going to go to 185.20. So if we break down below 185.20, I think I canceled my stop a while ago, yeah. So here you go, 180, because my stop was so low. 185.19, we'll just get out 100%. If it does break, we'll put that order out and wait for that to happen. That way we don't have to monitor it, okay? So that's what we're doing right now. We're looking at those names. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. Thank you so much for joining us as we talk about different sectors, earnings, plays, have some fun here as well, looking at some of our trades. There it is. Yeah, hit the like, subscribe, says Adara with her hands, you know. Oh, I almost have knocked over my water there. Yeah, you knocked over your coffee today. I knocked over mine yesterday.
I thankfully knocked it over away from myself.
That's a good way, day trader cut, use less shares in the morning. Yeah, I mean, that is what I have been doing, but problem is when I use less shares, I think, oh, I don't have that many shares, and then I average in, and then I have my normal amount. Just got to get better at that, but we had some real good bangers this week for sure off the open. Threads, yeah, whatever happened to Threads?
It still exists, but
Yeah.
nobody uses it.
Says Threads web app is moving from .net to .com. It was Threads.net before?
I did not know that.
Oh, you learned something, I guess.
People signed up for like a few days, and then that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
It just never.
I think everybody has a Threads account. They just made it so easy. Went and logged into Instagram, and I was like, hey, you want a Threads
Well,
account?
it's the thing. Like, they made it easy for everyone to join so that it seemed like there was, oh, look at all the people joining. But then nobody used it. So what difference did it make?
I don't know how many daily users they have, to be honest.
You know what? Okay, fair enough. I don't know anybody that uses it. So I'll leave it at that. I could be just so dead wrong. And it's like, hey, look how great Threads is. But I don't know anybody that does. Deep Tranquility. Great name, by the way. That's what we need. What's your thoughts on Netflix? How far can it go? Well, the thing about a blue sky setup is there's only blue skies.
When Moon.
Is one of the trickiest things to ever look at. Because I'll tell you right now, like, I'm not a chartered market technician. So when I look at a chart like this, and I own Netflix shares too, and I'm thankful that I didn't sell anything at highs, new fresh highs. When you break through a top like this and it's blue sky, some people have Fibonacci's that they like, or all kinds of extravagant things that they look at. In the short term, I tend to think of a couple of things. Okay, well, like, where's the move from? And I would venture you're looking at a couple of places in here. Like, you can look at from earnings, or you can look at from like this 850 to 860. And if that to the top was like $200, then I think a reasonable like month rally through earnings season could maybe get you $200 off the top. The problem is in this environment, so much is going to matter what goes on with tariffs, although I do think these guys are a little bit insulated from that. Technically, that's about all I could give you, or just simply like look at like a trend, like slap a trend on it since the bottom and then let it go till it breaks the trend line. The blue sky setup on Netflix. I think they're well insulated, but I'm not doing anything with my shares. And we were talking about the other day, it's like, oh, you can, like, you could buy Bitcoin, this and that, and FOMO. And I didn't mean like you don't do well in individual stocks, right? Netflix has been fantastic for me. Eli Lilly's been fantastic. It's just that, this is not gonna go 1,000x. But it's a complete blue sky setup. To me, I need like trend breaks or hold it till it gets back underneath the high if I was swing trading it, which I'm not. It's just so much room. And if you mean today, well, the market's turning and it went to exactly 1,100. So for today, there's your answer. It double tapped 1100 right when the market's turning around. I think we're in a little bit of a pullback mode because it's been such an exuberant day. I mean, I look at it in some of the leaders today, NVIDIA, look at it just curve. Whoops, I don't have my drawing tool on. Curve, trend break, like you could be in that for a short right now. SMCI, which we did grab, did parabolic, curve. I want out in front of 35. So I think you're making the curl right now. Netflix 1100, probably the next stop, but I still think it's doing really, really well.
Yeah.
They're not recession proof, but I mean, they're as good as you get.
I think Day Trader Cut, we're going to go to Darren in a second. I think Day Trader Cut is a good point. Why don't we put a poll up where what do we think is going to have, I don't want to say the bigger move, but Intel versus Google. So something about that percent. Yeah, what's going to have a bigger percentage move?
Intel.
Yeah, okay, that's a good question. All right, what's up, Adara?
I should check the expected, actually.
Keep an eye here in SWTX. This is SpringWorks Therapeutics. A little bit of a bounce here. So basically, Merck KGaA, which is the main holding company for Merck Group, it's headquartered in Germany. Reportedly, Merck KGaA is closing in on its $3.5 billion deal to acquire SpringWorks. This is expected to pay around $47 per share, according to the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal further reporting that this deal could be finalized as soon as Monday. So SWTX trading higher here on reports that Merck KGaA is near a $3.5 billion acquisition deal. SWTX said to be acquired for $47 per share under this reported deal, currently trading around $44.50 with a high of day around $46.25. Back to you.
There, yeah, that's the kind of story that we need. That's a great story there. So Merck looking to buy these guys, $3.5 billion deal. SpringWorks right there. Surprised that, like, why? Isn't that 10%? That's no, it's not. 40 almost. Obviously, it's 8% there. But that one move alone right there, 41.38. It got close to halting, and now I don't think we're going to. Well, it's been more than 10, well, it's not 10 minutes yet. If we get a little higher, we may halt here on SWTX. So thanks, Adair. Looks like they're getting closer to that deal right now. The only thing is that's a roughly $3.5 million deal. So we could we could probably figure out the price for SpringWorks coming up right now, but it's 3.5. $47 is what I'm hearing is about the price that would be, we'll put that at that 3.5 billion. So the thing about these companies, again, with a Merck and stuff like that, there's going to be different things involved here.
Also foreign buyers.
Are they allowed to buy them? Yeah.
It's a little longer to close.
Different rules and whatnot. So $47 looks like that's the agreed upon price right now, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah,
so.
if it is at 47, like what's that, 5% annualized maybe? Which is it's kind of at the sort of the right price in here. If it were to be a deal at 47, just the risk of A, it not happening, B, it not closing or taking too long. And I'm just in the head napkin math, so don't really at me. There's a downside to trading this, and I'll tell the story every single time. In a very similar situation, I was trading Southwest, and they got similar deal news in the afternoon, and it didn't halt for volatility, but it did halt news pending. And the news pending was exactly what we already knew, but it didn't open until the next day. And I got trapped overnight and got rinsed because there was no deal. So I do not like trading these until something is firm. The risk to reward, if you get caught overnight, is just different. And like, that's just, for us, it's like it is what it is. I wasn't expecting to hold it overnight. I thought I was just churning it intraday. And next thing you know, I had to hold overnight. There wasn't a deal. And what do you think happens if there's no deal? It goes right back to 41.5. So good look on SWX. This market is curling. NVIDIA does want VWAP. Right, this bounces off VWAP. I'm literally punching out of SMCI because NVIDIA wants VWAP and SMCI is trying to get the volume weighted average price. We're going to use this as the new trail, 35.75. We'll put a trail there on SMCI, see if we can't get to the volume weighted average price as the market's heading into the downside. Yes, advanced money destroyer is also going down, Richard, because all of the chips are falling as we speak. Tesla's probably short. I'm going to imagine just about everything is dropping in because the heavy candle over there on the NASDAQ. Yeah, right back into the volume weighted average price on Tesla. If we start bouncing off some of these levels, I think it'll be a good place to get out at VWAP. Why is like the one thing that's been a short all day is not going? You gotta be kidding me. Load, yeah, that's not. Holding 45, the same level all day. Same top, one stop out. The best part about this, I've been like, take profit, get out, get back in, but we just cannot break 45.8 on this bad boy. You know the problem with the poll? Day Trader Cut just put this to best. It's not a fair poll.
It's fair. That doesn't matter. The implied move doesn't matter.
Well, I would just say which one beats their implied move. It's almost like
yeah. I mean, we could word it differently, but I think it's fair.
Which one beats the implied move as opposed to, because I say Intel easily, but then it's 10 versus 7, so it's not saying much.
Well, actually, Dara had written down. There's different implied moves there. I had written down much closer. I think it was 8 to 6% or something like that. It does.
I think
change.
Intel does
Yeah,
double digits.
It does. It does change. So I voted Google. I think there's more about Google right now than Intel, but we'll wait. I just think Intel's had such a big move that even if it's a huge report, I'm not sure how much they blow it out off of that. But yeah, I mean, that's a good one. I did want to say though, like we already have more votes than we do likes, so we need to get that fixed. 353 likes, guys. Just hit the like button for us, please. If you're watching right now, tell YouTube that you're here. Over 1,000 would be nice. Over 6,200 of you watching right now as we are ready to rock and roll. So, hit the like button and thank you for doing that if you can right there as well. So yeah, Amazon, let's move off of that. I was just looking at it. A lot of questions about Robinhood. Yeah, I mean, my opinion on Robinhood is, let me just check out. I was going to say, I really like the stock. I mean, their quarter was great. I've talked about wanting to buy that name, but yet have never done that, which is a little silly. I probably should be in it. Robinhood, yeah, the shortfall is only 3%. I was seeing if that was a little higher. What's SoFi's? SoFi's moved 11% in the last 3 days. So that's another name here, up 4.5% today. This is in 5 days, is SoFi, and that has a much, much bigger short float there. Triple that of Hood. So SoFi definitely has some juice as well underneath it that can get that name going. So if you do like the space, then, like the space basically, and try to get some SoFi and some Robinhood. I mean, why not grab both of those? Affirm is kind of in there as well. Remember, SoFi is a bank, right? So they're going to have a little bit of a different story to Affirm, which is just the buy now, pay later product. I'm sure there's other things involved with Affirm as well. But Robinhood, I mean, wow. I mean, that's a banger right there. It already took out the 50 period, bounced so smoothly, man. Some CL smooth right there off of 32, all the way up to 48. And it looks like it wants to break, man. So I would say, I think you could even get long now, especially if you're liking the market, and then just play off that VWAP, or the 50-period moving average, which is 45. If you're long, I would stay long. I would stay long until you break at least back into yesterday's low, which is 42.50. I really think that's a good one. So Robinhood, I think, continues to work. And then if we're going to have SoFi in 5 days, then you're probably thinking about making a decision pretty soon on SoFi. And I mean, just on a daily chart for that, as I said, that was $11 up to $12.50. That's a huge move, let alone where we've come from. Stuck in the middle right now. Look at SoFi taking out the 50-period moving average. I mean, it rode it all the way up. Then it eventually, I mean, it was breaking it here. You get a bump down, then we're down through. So let's spend a little more time over this 50-period moving average, which will adjust again after today. Looks like 12.50 is a great little level there for SoFi. So if we're above 12.50 tomorrow, then I think it's a go on SoFi. We've started to break a little long. You can even go now, the bottom 11.50. All the banks were pretty strong. SoFi in just a couple of days. Again, like the stock, think there's a good opportunity to get going there. So far, so good on SoFi, on Robinhood, and on the financials. They started the earnings season real well with some nice positivity, and it looks like it's continuing through with some of these lower names. I don't know if Affirm is even up.
You mentioned Affirm. I was about to pull it up. Affirm has been moving.
Yeah, I don't like it as much.
No, I don't like it as much either.
But Klarna got shelved.
It's up, like it's at the 200 period moving average. Like this has just gone, like these moves are nuts. It's gone 60% from the low if you cherry pick to the bottom, but because it's Affirm, like the stock went 80 to 30 as well. So it lost 60%, which is not funny if you're in it. I shouldn't chuckle.
I gotta go get it.
But it's a big level. Like if this $50 on Affirm, it's a big, heavy level. Now I'd be a little bit, I don't remember when they report. I don't memorize these things. But I'd be a little bit cautious with it, especially if we fail to break out this high. This is exactly the kind of double top on a stock like Affirm that would get me a little bit nervous if I was in it. I'd be thinking about taking some profit. And certainly tomorrow, I'm going to probably throw this on my iPad for a potential reversal underneath this 50 level. It just seems to me like it's the old 1, 2, 3, like boom, boom, third time. If it holds these highs and then fail it tomorrow, you go short. That's a pretty good setup. I actually like that short setup. I did get out of SMCI. I told you I put the trailing stop in there. Even if I didn't put a trailing stop in, see that candle? Come on. Like I saw it bounce. It was right around here at the 35, 70 trail, or this prior bar, which is like 69. There's a reversal candle. I'm trailing out of that 10 times out of 10. The futures caught a bid as well, so we jump out of that bad boy. Yeah, yoga, we can look at anything you guys want to. I see Holo in the chat. Root is one I haven't looked at in a very long time. These guys are, Root's the insurance company, right? Double check. I do believe, I should remember this. Is it? Root? No. I got to think about that one for a second. I'm pretty sure this is the online insurance company, which, apologies for what I'm about to say, because I got talked out of investing in Lemonade by someone in the insurance industry. And caveat, my wife has worked in the insurance industry for a while. So I'm like, it's a very, very difficult game to be in. I had no idea the stock was performing this well, first of all. This is really good performance for them. I just know how incredibly difficult that business is for the newcomers. Everyone's trying to change the game with AI and all that good stuff. So I would probably have to do some work on this. I was expecting to see more of a downward sloping chart. Why is this so good, and why is Lemonade so bad? That's what I would like to figure for myself. So what I would tell you is that looks so much better than a thing that I would compare it to, which makes it by definition pretty solid. It's not a day trading stock, but wow, yeah, you might have found something there. But I would say, like, if you got to be able to say, I don't know, and I'm not sure, why did I just type in Toronto? What are you doing? Yeah, that's a really good looking chart. Regains the 50-period moving average. Has been trending up. If you look at the pullback, yeah, it's crazy the pullback from the highs. But when you zoom it out far enough, that's not that bad compared to what else we're seeing on the dips in this market. You could do a heck of a lot worse. I would have expected a stock like this to have lost the 200-period moving average. How would this not? I did. Oh, I'll take another. Is it that peach stuff? My goodness, this is the best tea I've had.
I didn't smell it. So I thought I was going to go get you one. I thought I was.
I'm only having the peach tea from now on every single. I only do tea in the afternoons because I can't drink coffee in the afternoon.
Really? I didn't know if I didn't think you got one, so I was like, I'm going to go get one. And I was going to get one for you.
That.
Yeah, that's good. Now you have 2 teas.
It's because it's cold in here. I always need like a warm drink.
Yeah, this is it, man. There it is. Peach. It's nice. I feel like my voice was getting a little raspy
because you're cheering. You know what it is? The reason why it's worse cheering for hockey than anything else. Like,
why then?
It's the cold. Like you're in the cold rink all the whole time, and then you're yelling. That's way worse than when you're like outside in the warmth. I think.
Oh yeah. I think it's colder in here than it is in the rinks, man. Like right now, no cap. All right, so
NDP, that is 100%.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so you guys like this Amazon trade. Thank you very much for that one. But at the end of the day, it's the same trade that we've had all morning. So we're going to look to see if we can get into anything else right now. Bitcoin 93.9 right now. Like we said, the hard part about trading in the afternoon is there's nothing hard about it. It's just the day's sort of already on. We already know some key levels. We know some stocks that we like. And unless you kind of break levels or come back into something, it does become pretty hard to like look for great opportunities. We could take some trades and just sort of call them lesser value. Like, Oracle's a New York stock. Phone's in my pocket here. I got to get it out. All right, we have security around here. You can't get from the trading floor to the kitchen without the special sauce.
Or a fob.
Or a fob, yeah. Or just a phone, basically. Wow, okay. This was another one here with low PE right now. Oracle really hit down.
Uh-oh. Is that
the stream? All right, so I don't know if we're up or not, but...
our monitor just went... Oh, the stream seems fine.
Okay, it's just our monitor. No, but Ramin wouldn't have seen that go off, down. Too. Are we still up, guys? If we are, that's fine.
You guys can see and hear us?
Yeah, okay. People are saying fade to black, so maybe they can't. Here's where it's supposed. Can you use...
Oh, you can hear us, but you can't see us.
You can hear us. Well, oh my God, the market's ripping. If you guys
We're still here. They can't shut us down. They can try, but they can't shut us down. Look, we're just keeping things chill right now because the market's not moving that much. We're in dark mode, apparently, as people are saying in the chat. We got Fabian and Ramina working on it. We'll get it back up. But obviously, if you guys can still hear us, then that's A-OK. Would be really audio good, visual bad. So I'm not going to be able to talk about the Oracle chart that you just
Yeah, the Oracle chart looks real nice if you could see it. Trust me.
It's a nice upward slope in Oracle. It is fantastic. It's breaking trend. I think it's got another bottom. And I'm not going to live it down. And and this is one of those things. I was doing some stuff. Like I trade a lot of market making stuff on the side. And when we lost execution, I had a lot of orders that I needed to put back in, and I should have been right back in the stock. There's no excuse for it. I should have had one trade in Intel, and I had every reason to be right back in there, and it should have been like a really easy stock. I wish I could tell you SMCI was doing something, but it's not. Their first short was clean, even reheld our level, pulled all the way back into 35.5 on the 36 quarter short, and then nothing doing. Oh, by the way, imbalances did come out there. One imbalance, NVIDIA 3.7, because Intel 2.5. I don't care that they're reporting tonight. 2.5 million shares is nothing on Intel. It's too cheap. But look at the paired vol on this NVIDIA. That's probably a reversal short, I think, off the high. Yeah. See that wick on NVIDIA? And it's already 18 million paired volume. So 4 mil, 18 paired. This, I wish this was 354 because that's like a textbook. It pairs off to a sell imbalance and then you short that high for sure. I mean, let's see. I mean, NVIDIA has got 3 minutes until you actually get the pairing event, but it's already showing you a reluctance to get through the top, and it's a massive paired volume. 18 million is pretty big compared to that 4. Yeah.
Careful with whatever you're doing. Where our stop still us or not. The big I voted.
You voted for Alphabet. Alphabet's winning the poll.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, they're saying no. Your mic is muted.
No.
They're saying they can't hear you.
Probably a good.
You
probably a good thing.
You guys hear me?
I think I was muted over there, right? Okay, we're okay now. Just admit it, Ramin. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Your job is safe with me. Yeah, as I said, muting the mic's probably a good thing. No, I was just saying that sometimes these imbalances. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, they're lying. I mean, don't worry about it. But no, at the end of the day, I always say that. Right. Okay.
We're good.
Yeah, everything's fine now.
We're good. We're good.
But Intel versus Google, I was just saying that I had voted for Google, so it's nice to see. But they're both moving around right here into the close. There goes Intel to the upside. And all I was getting at was Amazon was a sell imbalance, a buy imbalance, and just kind of doing like this. So with just a few minutes left, I still do have that imbalance, or sorry, the out of 186.20. So if we break below, was it 20? Oh no, it was lower than that. All right, I'm actually going to get out of Amazon right now that I see that, because my stop was breaking 187. That's it. That closes the trade right there. Oh yeah, my Stream Deck's not working. That might be the other thing that's down. No, it's okay. I'm just letting you know in case that matters for the closing show, because we do have Steve Tileman coming.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we do have our guest coming through. All right, yeah. See, now it's working. So there
Power
it is.
Hour
All right,
2
so there we go. So yeah, so now we're working. Good trade to end the day. It's a $5 winner there on Amazon. We went long early. We just got some out right now. So we'll figure that out after this. Yeah, not much else to go on there. Nice move up on the TQ. So sorry about that. We failed on that one. It was just a small 1-unit play, trying to do something here in the afternoon, and we did give some back. So I kind of little sour taste there. But as we exit our trade, we have a very, very small LFT because we're able to get out at the highs there for Amazon and just took the L here. Wow. The NASDAQ right now has broken through the high of the day. So congratulations, anybody that had it.
Google.
Yeah, wow, it's even going higher. So, all right, let's go over to Adair and just watch this NASDAQ climb.
This part of the show is brought to you by
This is
Trade
my
the Pool.
alphabet.
With Trade the Pool, you can trade real stocks with massive capital and only put down $47 to get started. Trade the Pool offers up to 2 ways to get funded, and both give you access to up to $200,000 in company capital. It all depends on your trading style. The Max plan is built to reward consistency with a smooth path to payouts. The Flex plan is designed to fit you, and you need more time and flexibility. Whichever path you choose, your risk is capped and opportunity is unlimited. Join TradeThePool.com. Scan the QR code and get 10% off. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate you there. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. The market's already breaking out. They must like, or at least like, the notion of buying into Alphabet earnings tonight, which are big. I want to give a big thank you to Chris Style. I like that.
Yeah,
Chris Style, not Crystal. Chris Style in here. Crystal's okay too. For the shoes, thanks for all you do. We're getting the shoes, all right. Trust me, if it wasn't happening, it's certainly happening now. We appreciate all the super chats over it.
You just have to make Sharif knows you're not kidding. That's all. He needs to bring the.
I looked him dead in the eye, into his soul, and said, I'm the one buying these shoes. Okay. You're selling them to me. Take the listing down. They're mine. Okay. But I don't know. I've never bronzed anything before. I don't even know where I go to bronze something in the GTA. I'm sure I can just Google it or something like that. I can't promise it'll be a quick turnaround on the bronzing. It can't be that expensive, man. People used to bronze like baby shoes and stuff, right? Like when you're a kid. Isn't that something you did? Like,
so do you understand the size of baby shoes?
Yeah, but how much could it have possibly cost anyway?
It's covered in bronze. I mean, it's probably
can't be that
20 times. Like, I don't know, my baby, don't bronze my shoes. Like, I mean, at the end of the day.
Might have been a bad idea. It can't, I don't know.
I'm not saying it's a good idea. It's a fun idea. It's a fun idea. Well, it's being funded anyways.
Yeah.
So we'll
trophy store, someone just said you can go to, but people don't do trophies aren't as big of a thing. There used to be a couple. Trophies. There was one close to me, but like they do a lot more.
We could spray paint it.
They do a lot of medals now. Yeah, I could spray paint it.
Spray paint it, bro. We don't have to actually bronze it.
Straight up gangster. I'll spray paint that joint.
Dun, 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 dun,
Whoever said spray paint, thank you for reminding me of the cheap way to do it. That's how I'm living. Done.
Yeah.
So 3 minutes to go here. Alphabet breaking high of the day. Just to recap. Yeah, that's my Alphabet chart. It doesn't like me today. Apple, 208.5. Apple, 2% to the upside. So everything is breaking this top. NVIDIA.
Wow.
NVIDIA is still struggling. And see how NVIDIA can't seem to break this high? Let's lock 106.5 on NVIDIA. Everything is breaking the top. NVIDIA can't break 106.5. You can see the wall that is just being put up on this chart when everything seems to want to go as well. So good look on NVIDIA. Everything was a buy imbalance, and SMCI was flat, so I just assumed it was a buy imbalance too and punched out flat on that last short. Forgot to mention it. I did have a stop to lose 10 cents, but I'm like, whatever. Everything was a buy imbalance. It seems like it's not going down. Let's just punch out of it for sure. Mean Gene wants me to walk around with them in the studio saying, my precious. That's not bad.
There's another $10. Okay, now we have.
Okay, we're good. Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
But bring your real ID.
For the can of spray paint.
What did I miss
Bring your real ID. I don't understand that.
Oh, because you're going to get ID'd for buying spray paint because they think you're going to huff it? Is that why?
You need an ID to buy spray paint? Come on. I don't know.
Not here in Canada, baby.
Not in Canada.
Yeah, you can
walk into Canadian Tire and get some bronze spray paint. No problem.
It's going to be hilarious though if we.
I'd be happy if I got ID. Getting ID is cool when you're my age, man.
All right, man. Great job today for everybody. Yeah, less than 1 minute. I'm going to get over there because, and Ramin wanted me to point out that they've been working overtime. That closing bell, is really accurate. It's there after 3 minutes, 3 minute countdown.
Yes.
So you definitely, if you're ever looking for one of the best countdowns around, that closing bell right there. Thank you to Ramin and company for that. It's.
I felt like I saw the Canadian flag down there in the bottom of the screen for a second.
Yeah, I hit this.
Oh, but didn't you see it lingering though? It was lingering for a bit down there. Anyway.
Today the ghosts are here.
There's a ghost in the machine today, but you know what? There is going to be a hot fire aftermarket recap show up next.
I better go. Okay, see you.
Yeah,
Intel's out. No, it's
in
not
about 30 seconds. Remember, we are expecting, they're supposed to be 4 o'clock, right? So Alphabet, Intel at 4 o'clock, almost right away, so we don't want to delay too much. We'll go kind of right into it, everybody. Let's just try to sit back, relax. You'll just pop right on over for sure. So I'm going to keep eyeballs on Alphabet because I feel like that's the big one. But let's get on over to Adara. Let's ring this closing bell on in about 4 seconds here. Alphabet, Intel. Let's get this party started, Adara. And I mean get the party started because, the trading show and the day is wild, but it's earnings season, and it starts in earnest already. It's already started in earnest. But we got Alphabet, as we said, we've got Intel. Not really seeing any movement. There's a big close print, obviously, on Alphabet here, but yeah, no big movement just yet out of them. I'm really interested to see how the ad spending is going. I think it's a big one. Make sure they're doing their big capital spend. I don't want them to be getting rid of that. It's going to be a big one when it comes to that conference call. Looks like we're getting some movement to the upside in Alphabet. When these guys give the thumbs up, first of all, got to thank everybody on our team. It wasn't just Fabian and Ramin that got us back when we had those issues. We had everybody coming in from the back. Mark, Rob, everybody came in, made sure we could get back up live. Brendan as well. So shout out to all of you. Thank you guys so much for all of those super chats. But it's some movement through the high. I don't think Alphabet's out yet, despite the fact that it's trying to break 160, and there is some churning volume, but it should be shortly. And our market recap show, Intel is out. Let's go to the desk. Intel is out, everybody. Let's go to the market recap now. And it's bad.
There goes Intel for a little bit. I mean, we do have that downside tick there. Wow. Revenue of $12.6 billion. Looks like they're going to beat a little bit here on the estimate on the revenue, but we're going to figure that out right here about their EPS. So Intel, for some reason, fat fingers all the way down to 2050 right there. Now we're starting to get some upside move. Adair will parse through the numbers and get them to you ASAP when they are accurate. But right now, Intel, loss of 19 cents for Intel. So expected EPS of 0 minus 19 cents. Come on, Lip. What do you got going on over there, as this is a nice move down in there for $20.50. Downside move right now. Welcome to our Profit X market recap show. Adara, interrupt me, please, when you have something.
I've got stuff. So
Google's ripping.
They actually did beat on EPS and sales, Intel, because that 19 cents per share, that was actually going to be their GAAP loss. So their non-GAAP was actually a beat, 13 cents per share versus 1 cent expected. Sales also beat on Intel, so 12.67 billion, beating estimates of 12.3 billion. Let's pull up Google here.
Google's ripping.
I'm still not seeing these numbers though on Google.
Okay, so
I don't have anything yet.
Okay, good. So yeah, not good that we don't have it, but good that it's moving upside right now. There goes Alphabet, Google, Rip City right now. Nice upside move there for Google. Here's the live level 2 if you're wondering what's up with this. There it goes right there. There's a 1 minute chart there for Google. Google went out tonight at 159.50 up to 165. Hey man, what goes bump in the night? The NASDAQ goes bump in the night. That was a nice move there at the end of the day. We talked about that. Why was it going up? Was there a whisper number out there for Intel and Google? I'm not sure. If it was for Intel, then they have the wrong way. But Alphabet right there, banger. What a move. There we go, 167. Let's go. This might be the right time to check your accounts. 168 and change for Google. We're up and away, Dara.
Yeah, I've got the numbers. So earnings, $2.81 per share compared to $2.01 per share estimates. So that is a mega beat. Net income, $34.54 billion versus $24.85 billion. So they beat here by about $10 billion. Revenue, $90.23 billion versus $89.15 billion expected. I was seeing different revenue estimates, but this is what I'm seeing, I guess, circulated, so I'll go with that. Operating margin, 34%. Google Ads revenue, $66.89 billion. Google Cloud revenue, $12.26 billion. Also, Intel announcing some cost-cutting measures. It was reported earlier this week that they were going to be announcing that during their report anyway, so that's actually not a huge surprise at all. But yeah, Intel, as I mentioned earlier, they did actually beat EPS and sales, though again, their GAAP EPS was pretty bad there with regards to that loss.
Yeah, nice move up there. Huge move. Apparently, I just saw in the chat, I don't know if you mentioned this, $70 billion buyback for Google. I mean, put that money to work and give it back. That's okay. Maybe it's not there. But nice move up there for Google, up 8%. So that's a monster. Intel, I just saw the Intel guide, and man, did it suck. Right there, Intel sees Q2 sales, $11.2 billion to $12.4 versus $12.8. So way lower on the estimate there for Intel's guide. So that's not great. They guide lower. Is this that kitchen sink opportunity there for Google? But a nice move down there, now through $21. Intel still holding positive on the day, but it is giving some back. We go out on the day at $21.50. We're only down 50 cents on Intel, so let's not do some Justin Timberlake and Cry Me a River yet on that one. It's Google, though, right now. Nice top side. T-Mobile also is now out as well. And you can see TMUS making that move down to $258. This is T-Mobile right here. TMUS downside. Whoa, nice downside print there as well. Let's check out Gilead, and then we'll go back over to you, Adara, for some news. So GILD right now downside as well on Gilead. SKX Skechers is now out. Bang to the downside. Oh boy, are we covering it all for you right now. It's Intel, it's Skechers, it's Gilead, it's Google. What do you want to talk about?
We do have the $70 billion buyback. I did finally see it come through in Alphabet, but I didn't want to confirm until I saw it because there's a lot of fake news and rumors. So it approves additional $70 billion buyback here. GOGL. They did also announce a 5% increase to their dividend. Yeah, that Intel guidance he went over, but it was really bad. Let's also talk here about TMUS, so T-Mobile and our good friend Gilead. So T-Mobile actually beating here. $2.58 earnings per share versus estimates of $2.44. Sales also a beat, $20.89 billion versus $20.62 billion expected. Now let's look at our friend GILD, see what Gilead's doing over here. Not Gilead from Handmaid's Tale, Gilead, the science company. So they did have a miss here on sales, a $6.67 bill versus $6.77 bill expected. Adjusted earnings of $1.81 per share versus $1.76 expected. Let's talk about their guidance, though, because they lowered their guidance. They lowered their fiscal 2025 GAAP EPS guidance, $5.95 to $6.35 versus the previous guide of $5.65 to $6.05. Their new guide entirely misses estimates of $6.21. They did reaffirm their previously issued guidance for fiscal 2025 EPS, but their GAAP EPS, again, that's what's really going to be the issue here. Their sales guidance for 2025 is also a miss. But that was reaffirmed, so that wasn't anything new.
Yeah, good. Yeah, a couple good reviews there. Thanks, Adara, for that. But as this goes on, man, Intel still getting cranked lower right now, down to $20.50. They do not like that report there today. So downside move there for Intel. So if you guessed Google versus Intel, I'm actually not sure which one is moving more. It's Google that's moving to the upside. It's Intel that's moving down. It looks like we'll get that tariff relief that we are hoping for with Google. Not much effect to them, and good movement. $70 billion buyback. It's a good day here for Google shareholders as they beat 280. Wow, what a hefty beat. 281 versus 201. And then sales 90.2 versus 88.8. Like Google absolutely hammering those shorts. Nicely traded to the upside. But, you're not through anything yet. We talked about Google being above that 160 mark. So that's the key. We just broke through that 160. We're now up here to 165. What's up, Tia, there in the chat? What's up to Marcos? What's up to Paulathon? As we get that nice move right back up there into the 50-period moving average. Look, it's been a long time that we've been excited about some of these tech names. We're excited now. It's Google, nice upside play. Man, I feel like, about not being able to, not buying the dip there. I was buying throughout there, but I had a lot of cash sitting there. We should have been a little bit more aggressive on the cues. But you know what? When the sky is falling, it doesn't look like a great idea to step in there and buy. So I have Google up here at 166, watching that live level 2. But you know what we maybe should watch? It's Intel. Intel right now getting absolutely destroyed here right now, down through $20.
Not that bad. Some of these numbers are not that bad.
No, I don't know. I mean, the numbers,
the
guide is horrible. Check the guide. It was really bad.
The guide is
yeah. So the lower end of the guide right there, Adara, was $11.4 billion, and they were expecting $12.8. That is like 10% lower on the guide. So there goes Intel looking real nasty, man. On the daily chart, we're all the way back here. And if we flip it over to a 1-minute chart, it just looks nasty. I mean, as Adara just mentioned, it's not that bad, the number, but Intel was up 7% or so, I think, today. And we're down 3. So Intel getting hit on the downside again there. Is Meta going? You just mentioned that. I saw that in the chat. Yeah, there goes Meta. And this is exactly right. This is a sympathy play for Google. Probably the Google Cloud number is probably great. So there goes Meta, good hyperscaler, nice move on Meta. And again, remember, if Google is talking about ads still being strong, YouTube being strong, well, who's advertising? It's Meta. So it's a nice move up there for Meta. I'm gonna guess Amazon flying a little bit on this as well. Yes, there goes Amazon. Wow, man, we had Amazon today long at 181. Amazon right now is 189. Nice move higher there for Amazon. What is another hyperscaler there? We've pretty much gone through most of them as we go. I don't think this will have too much effect on Apple. AAPL, that's right.
Oh, it's doing that. He was doing that thing where it decides it wants to take a nap.
Oh, wants to take a nap?
It does all the time. If you look up too many charts at one time, it just decides to not.
Oh gosh. Okay, so we'll have to
on that computer anyway.
We'll have to hold out hope here that
It's not going to come back. You're going to have to close it and reopen it.
Oh, it's not going to.
Yeah.
There's right on top of all of this. Okay, so let me close this and reopen it, but we do still have our live level 2s right here. So why don't we just go over this quickly? I can use this. Thanks, Adair. I'll get that closed and read back in. But there goes Intel down to $20, bouncing off 20. Maybe we get a bid right here. This is $19 on the daily chart for Intel, so maybe that comes back. An absolutely destructed guide. I do not like what we heard there from Intel today, although you already gone over the numbers. They're not horrible.
Yeah,
all right.
actually
TMUS, I don't want to avoid all these names because there was some bigger moves today as well. There goes T-Mobile down 5% now. So they're losing $20 or so on this move, down from 265 down to 247, move down for T-Mobile. We already highlighted Gilead. That's back now. So they were getting hit right there down to 99, back up to 104. Rewind about 5 minutes. Adara did some great work on that name. Let's see if there's any sort of effect on NVIDIA. And again, as Google says everything is fine, then maybe everything's fine in NVIDIA land as well. If Google's going to buy some more H100s, then let's go on that one. AMD reacting to these numbers at all? No. So right now it's Meta looks like it's going to be a big winner. Meta. Oh no, now everything on this computer. Oh, Meta, bang, right there. 5% up right now on Meta. Meta getting another $15 here after hours for this name as they're going big on Meta right now. So good number for Google, bad number for, the Intel numbers, as you mentioned, weren't that bad.
No, I really want to talk about their AI.
Yeah, let's go then.
Because it was spectacular. So Intel reported $4.01 billion for AI data center revenue. Analysts are looking for 2.96. So that is a significant beat for INTC in an area that they are historically known to not perform super well. And we know one of the criticisms here of Pat Gelsinger during his tenure as the CEO of Intel was that AI and data center revenue was not it. Now we have a nice over $1 billion beat on expectations. I think that is a really good look for INTC. Also, there was some Apple robotics news that came out near the close. I don't think it's anything super significant, but basically they have some new people here entering the robotics team as they prepare to kind of spruce up their AI, which we know, much like Intel, is not something that Apple is known to be historically good at, AI. But yeah, that's just my quick take. Also, I guess we have Alphabet. Just more comments here from Alphabet. Nothing super significant here. Intel, again, I want to mention they did talk about cost-cutting measures, but this was reported earlier. It was actually on our watch list a couple of days ago. This is not a surprise.
All right, so just trying to look to see if there's any other sort of movements here that we had missed in the after hours as far as earnings are concerned. We were just looking at those big four right there as well. MSOS today, wow. Talk about some sectors that were making some moves today. We ignored this, and you had brought that story from not High Times, but there was a marijuana website. Marijuana Moments. So have your marijuana moment tonight maybe, but for today, they definitely had a moment. Marijuana stocks, MSOS to the upside today. Also by, so Google raised their dividend by a penny from 20 to 21 cents. Not a huge movement there. Canopy Growth today up 1.5. I think there was some tabling of a bill, maybe, is that what or the website was being built? There was some news there
some research
today.
Thing,
But a nice move to the upside right there for CGC. Did Tilray also sort of get high today? Yes, it did, up to 49 cents. But let's just look how bad this has been to the downside, right? As well as CGC as well. Oh, you know what? So Intel right now talking about they have no M&A activity at the moment. That's bad because we did hear that there was an underlying call on these guys because it wasn't, or maybe it was, no, it wasn't Oracle.
TSM was reportedly buying them.
But there was someone else. I'll try to remember who that was. Was Taiwan Semi? No, they had a deal with Taiwan Semi anyways.
That's
Oracle. It wasn't Oracle. There was another name that was involved. But Intel right now, I'm just hearing in my ear, and maybe you can confirm this, but there was no, apparently they're not looking at any M&A opportunities right now. So yeah, someone in the chat saying, wasn't Google just 140? Yeah, it was. Now 164. If we flip over to the daily chart for Google, there it is, man. There's that bottom of 140. And yeah, just Monday, we were at 148, so a nice move there for Google as we get that. Qualcomm Trade forever, you're the man. That is exactly what it was right there. It was QCOM. So Qualcomm did have interest at one point in Intel. That was maybe a couple of months ago or a couple of weeks ago. But Qualcomm actually also continues to get hit to the downside as well. Qualcomm reporting April 30th, so they're coming out very, very soon. I know you're working on the weekly calendar.
It's done, but I'm not posting it yet because we're trying to do a schedule. So it's just like going to be basically, if you want the weekly calendar for the next week of earnings, look for it the last day of this trading week around 3 p.m. So it'll be Friday tomorrow. Sometimes it'll be Thursday if it's like a shortened week, but Friday, 3 p.m.
Okay, perfect. So Friday, 3 p.m., we'll get the earnings. We'll talk about that off of your post tomorrow. And there's a lot. And the reason why I want to bring that up is because Meta is also April 30th. So that's going to be another big name coming through next week. May 6th is AMD. NVIDIA is May 28th. That's a late one. We have Apple next week, I believe, too. Yes, May 1st for Apple coming out next week as well. So the big winners today, before we call on Steve Teilman here from Trade the Pool waiting in our green room, we thank him for coming out. There it is, the news today. So Apple not moving too much here. I'm going to put up a 1-minute chart just so we can see how dramatic some of these moves have been. Intel CFO. Okay, expecting to have some tariffs weighing in on their name. So here's Intel up here, $20 by 2060. What do you guys want up here? You want Google? Let me just call up Google. These are live level 2s again as we go. There's Google 165 and change, as you know. So there's Intel, downside move. Good report, bad guide for Intel. Google, let's have a quick look at that one. Still 165. T-Mobile, one more name that we're looking at. Downside. We didn't even get to talk about some of the major moves today. So before we call on Steve, let's just look at some of the indexes today or some of the ETFs. SMH, obviously we got a great semi. I'm going to call the dailies for these. So SMH, trying to claw back from those bottoms, right? NVIDIA had that bottom near $90. Same AMD, $80. Nicely bouncing back, or 70, maybe 76 for AMD. Nice move there for SMH back to the upside as well. OIH, the oil holders, nice move again today, up another 2%. But if you're looking for some sort of value, I think the energy space does have that right now, especially if we do get some sort of a resolution between Ukraine and Russia, and then especially China. Remember, when there's this recession talk, and especially a slowing down of the global economy, which we've seen GDPs come down as estimates, then you're going to get oil to the downside because oil is so used in transportation of said goods and development production, right? So you got to watch out for oil. If China's back on and they're going to start to produce, then why can't oil rip as well? IWM, I know we talked to Steve about this, I believe, last week. IWM, a nice day today, up 2%. Although rates not really coming into focus, I think IWM does catch a lifeline from the no firing of Jerome Powell. I know that if we do replace Jerome, then that would probably mean that we would get cuts because that's what Trump's looking for. But at the end of the day, IWM needs stability, as does this whole market. And I think keeping the big guy there, Jerome Powell, probably a good move. It seems to have settled the markets a little bit. That's part of what rallied the last couple of days was good Trump speak from Jerome. I mean, about him. We went home on Friday talking about maybe this guy was going to be fired, or at least rumors to much the Constitution that they can do, but at least replacing him. It's nice to see that we're all on track now to have a successor next May instead of this May. So that's really good there. Another play today was American Airlines with, actually they wound up today, American Airlines. What was going on there? We did have a downside move early on AAL. They battled back a little bit there. Yeah, so down early, up late. So that's nice. I was looking at the Jets ETF today, up around 2%. So I actually have to log into Stream Deck. Is there anything you want to say quickly before we bring on Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, check out, I'll see if I can pull this up quickly. Check out our infographics on X for TTV Research for the whole Trump Powell situation. I'm just going to pull up some of these. Basically what I did was I did this as a 3-part series. I combed through Trump's Truth Social account, which is, he posts a lot. So this took a while, but I went through all of his posts mentioning the Fed in 2025 so far. And I kind of categorized it into 3 parts. This is the 3rd part. That's when we get into Mr. Too Late, which is his nickname that he gave Fed Chair Jerome Powell. And really these attacks escalated after Fed Chair Jerome Powell basically said, I'm not going to lower rates just because certain people want that to be the case. I'm paraphrasing here, right? So that's when Trump really wanted determination. As of Monday, you mentioned Friday, we thought he'd be getting fired. As of Monday, Trump was still really pro-firing, but I guess some people tried to talk him down.
That's
it
what
worked.
I think it was.
But anyways, if you want a whole play-by-play on this, you can take this on an X at TTV Research. I had a lot of fun making it.
Yeah, definitely check that out at Trader TV, TTV Research,
Yes.
of course. All right, Steve's ready. Let's go with Trader Talk. It's Mr. Tileman. How are you from Trade the Pool? Wow, every time you come on, it seems like now we got big earnings. We had you on last week when we had that major dump. And then all of a sudden today, good earnings from Google. I mean, good reaction to the Google print. Not a great reaction to Intel. Did you have any foresight into any of that? Any opinions on those two names here as we have over 5,000 watching right now?
Hey, Sean, thanks for having me on. Yes, I got everything right. No. Basically where I was coming into the market today is Google earnings was very, very important. Intel, I don't really care too much about, to be honest, but Google really is kind of a weather vane for where the market's at right now. So we're at a very pivotal point in terms of right at the middle of the kind of Trump tariff range, or the high of that tariff candle in the middle of the range from our swing high to swing low. So big earnings after hours. My eyes were peeled on it, and I'm pretty excited to see the results. Seems like we might have some room to the upside here.
It does seem like that, but we are trying to pull back just a little bit right now as Google's coming back into 164. I do agree with you because this seemed to have also sparked another name here, Meta, moving forward. So Meta's going to come out next on April 30th, which I believe is Wednesday of next week.
Yeah,
so we're going to have Meta there, and we'll talk to you hopefully on Thursday and see what happens with Meta. But as you just said, rising tide seems to lift all ships today with both Google and Meta. I mean, here's all the indexes right here. Everything green today. We had an interesting talk on the PM show that we do from 2 to 4, and it was, if there was a sector, I mean, 2 to 4, yeah. That we had last year was comms was one of the best sectors there, communication sector. What would you be thinking if we started right now, moving forward into the end of the year? Is there a specific sector that you're excited about? It doesn't have to be what's going to win, but is there one that you'd like to focus on, either on the long or the short side, in the next 6 to 8 months?
Yeah. I think there's some really compelling opportunities that the current market environment's given us. One that I think is really interesting is biotech, actually. It's been incredibly beaten down. It's starting to look like there is some coherency and some clarity in our plan forward. Maybe one tweet will throw it out the window, but it seems like we've got the potential for a nice rally here to continue. So yeah, I'm watching some names in that space. I still love my emerging markets, especially Latin American markets.
Okay.
So I got some exposure there as well. Those are some areas I'm looking at. I'm looking at energy too, but I don't feel like I have a good enough grasp on the dynamics there either.
You like Macabro Libre there in the Asian, in the Latin markets, or is it EWZ, which would be the Brazilian ETF? Give us a name or something to look at for Latin America. I know New Holding is a bank that conducts a lot of business over there. Is there anything specifically you're looking for?
Yeah, I like the financials a lot. One particular subsector, I think GXG, which is Colombia, and also Argentina, are both looking really good. Right. So I've got some GXG. Awesome. Yeah, I've got some GXG. I think it's looking really good, especially on a longer dated chart. You can really see the base and the potential to move. Yep. So I like that a lot. I like GGAL for, I believe that's Argentinian banking. So I'm in that as well. I also have charts for you guys this week. If you want, I can pull these up as well. Either way.
Yeah, we can share screen if Ramin is ready.
Awesome.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so if there's anything you want to talk about, go ahead. We're showing them now.
Awesome. Great. So this is GGAL. As you can see, we've got a really big cup here, basically. I think we're breaking out into a handle. There's a lot of potential here. I'll pull up GXG as well and just show you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a real big, nice double bottom. We've got a nice trend line break from basically all-time highs. And it's really, really compelling stuff in this sector. I'll pull up one more for you in this space. EWZ, nice and clean. Again, a lot of double bottoms here, a lot of constructive price action, a lot of downtrend line breaks, and a lot of room above. So that's kind of the name of the game in these ones.
Yeah, EWZ, a big Brazil, obviously, ETF there. Looks pretty good. Any thought about MSOS? I mean, I zoomed out on this one, and I almost don't even want Ramin to put this chart up, but she's going to do it anyways. This weekly chart is just like, wow, you're all the way here at the bottom, and I'd rather not look at this. I mean, that high goes all the way back to 21 there, where we were $52, believe it or not, now down to $3. If we actually zoom in a little bit and look at the daily. We're breaking the 50 period. We might have had a little smiley face action going on right there, trying to take out the top. Obviously, we've done that on the 50 period. Looks any good to you here, MSOS?
I want to like it. I think there could be something there. It's such a beat down sector, and we're looking for those kind of places where we can really get some leverage and torque if everything is going to rally, right? So if this does have legs, then I think that there could be a lot of room up to the upside there. It's just a lot of short sellers overhead, so we got to keep an eye on that.
So much here for being with us once again. We have a question in the chat here.
Are you muted? Go ahead. Yeah.
Apologies for that. I was on mute there. Thank you, Steve, for being with us. We have Gurjeet in the chat asking about AI. C3AI on the daily chart does look a little bit beaten up. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think there's any buying opportunities, any potential strength there, or does it look like it's going to continue to be a bit weaker?
Oh man, Adar, that's a name I haven't looked at in a while. I just pulled it up right now, and it looks interesting. So it's a hard bottom there. You can years old crayons here. So it does look like it's forming a decent bottom here. I think we need to get over that 23-24 handle to really start cooking. There's some downward pressure on the EMAs, but hey, we've got the curling action on the short-term EMAs, and if this is an area that you're looking for, I don't mind it. Let me see. There's one other name in the AI space that I am a fan of. Let's see if I can find it. I'll bounce back to you guys if I remember that name. Oh, CLS, that's what it is. CLS is looking pretty promising. So that's one name that I'm keeping an eye on for the AI space. Really strong leader.
So that's Celestica, and of course, located in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So shout out to Celestica there with a nice, here's what it looks like on the weekly chart. We often don't talk too much about Canadian stocks, but there it goes. Nice move there. Yeah, pull back in. Nice move. We'll check out Celestica. So I'm glad you brought that up. We don't talk about those names too often. All right, I'm just going to go to an earnings name again, and it's going to be Intel. I don't even know how far back I want to pull this thing. I mean, I have a weekly chart right here. This goes all the way back to Feb 19th. I mean, I think it actually looks better on a monthly. Intel has a lot of historical data, obviously, behind it. It's been here forever. But if we go all the way back, and, Steve, you tell me, I mean, am I crazy to do this? This goes back to 2010. So right now, if you fell asleep and just woken up, I guess it would be called a coma, and you've been in that since 2010, and you're like, all right, well, there's been 15 years from here, and we're right at that same level, and Intel also doesn't even pay a dividend anymore. What do you think about this name? Like, there's going to be a lot of traders here today that are excited to get back in this, and the reason why is there's been a daily bottom, if we just look right there, and it's been a pretty good one at $19. So now that we have the earnings behind us, it was actually not a bad earnings report. It was more the guide that was horrible, and you've mentioned that you've been looking at this today. What are we doing with Intel? I mean, I want to buy some. I'm in at 1980, so I'm actually flat now. Any comment here on Intel, or we just let sort of sleeping giants continue to sleep?
It's tough to say. So I think there's a couple kind of cohorts of traders, some that are really interested in this, like kind of the bottom pickers, bottom of the range, long-term support, that kind of thing. I think there's a lot of validity there. My thing is that I'm fine not buying the bottom, but I need to really feel like I have the information to know it is a bottom. So for me, you know me, Sean, I love my 200-day moving averages. So that's what my eyes are on. Last couple times it's popped above, it was a brick wall. And that's such a common theme with a lot of these lagging semiconductor names. You see it a lot on MU, how the 200-day was just playing defense like 5 or 6 times.
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah,
the bottom fell out. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. I wouldn't be surprised to see it surge to the 200 and then maybe make new lows. Hopefully not. That's what bulls would want to see. Catch before the new lows.
Great call there. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, the 200-period moving average has been a great level there. And here's your micron. I mean, great. Where's that bang button for you? There it is right there. Call this chart up, Ramin. I just want to give Steve some credit for this because there it is. Bang, 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 bang. 4 times there. And the funny thing is, we came up to those levels. So screaming up only to halt completely, and every single time at different price levels, but always that 200-period moving average. Look, it's good when it works, right? Sometimes we do break above it and hang out for a little bit, and that's sort of what Intel has done there. So, all right, the other name was, you already sort of mentioned this, XBI versus IBB as far as the biotechs are concerned. The ETFs do look prime again, but we are so far away from the 200 periods. You kind of do have to pick that bottom there for both of these names. So XBI and IBB. So another name that I want to get your information on, and this is because you do like the 200 period so much. What do you think about this with Eli Lilly? Because we finally have broken back above it, and I know it's a very news-based game here with Eli Lilly, and they're going to be reporting next Thursday, so maybe we wait for that. But you're now above the 200 period. Do you like Lilly at these levels? Do we let it sort of settle down? For me, I don't like to trade anything, or at least hold on to a big position this close to earnings. Any feeling on some of that?
Yeah, it's an interesting space. I'm glad you brought it up. So for me, it looks like we are through the 50 fib, the middle of the big range that it's trading in. It's been trading sideways for a good number of months. As you can see, I mean, this isn't rocket science here, but I vaguely see a pennant kind of forming here, and we might be peaking out of it. So there's a lot of promise in the chart. I think it's a name that's such a powerhouse that you can't imagine that it will go down for too long. It seems like it's range bound and ready to push up eventually. So I'd be keeping an eye on it, that 200-day like you're talking about. And while we're talking about these this kind of basket, HIMS is also very interesting.
Right.
I gotta say, it's really held the line very well at a really key support level. So this 25 zone held like a champ. We have the 50-week moving average coming up, the 50% of the initial range here it held as well. So a lot of reasons why I think that this could keep going.
It's funny you mention HIMS there, because HIMS and Eli Lilly right now trying to bash a little bit each other there. So we'll see whether or not maybe there's a pairs trade possibly right there. I can't recall. I know I've talked to many of our guests about crypto. Is that something you're comfortable with if we talk about that for a couple minutes? Okay, so right now, I mean, what a rally, right? I mean, back up to 93.5 right now, 93.4 on BTC itself. The venue or the tool that we trade on the show is IBIT. So that's I think it's the most volume, I think, as far as an ETF is concerned, with that follows Bitcoin proper. What a great move. That 200 period on IBIT was just, I mean, almost the best. If we come over to the daily chart, Ramin, really quickly, and then we'll talk to Steve and let him go. But I mean, it held it here. It was sure we broke a little bit below, but held it, held it, held it, held it. See ya. So I don't know, are you one of those guys that's unrealistic on crypto, or do you think that right now we do have it moving more in line with maybe the NASDAQ? Like, we still get people on our chat that are like, this thing's going to 250,000, this thing's going to $1 million. Like, I think we got to get a little constructive before we figure that out. First of all, it needs to break this $60 mark. We need to get going there. I think we need to hear more about the Bitcoin reserve before we really get too excited about crypto. So I'm going to ask you one question. The first thing is, where do you think Bitcoin goes from now until maybe the end of the year? And then the second part of the question is, are there any alternative coins or tokens that you like as well?
Okay, absolutely. So I think Bitcoin, I'm not going to say it's going to the moon, going to 1 million. I do think that there is good room on this chart. I think that the cycle is probably not over. And there are a lot of kind of macro reasons that we could argue that could lead to this. Also, I love this trend line. I've been watching this one for months and months, and we're about to reclaim it. So I'm keeping an eye on that. This is a trade I have been a part of. I've been playing it with MicroStrategy, MSTR, as well as I just added some bit deer today. So this is MicroStrategy. Looks like a clean flag break to me, nice clean double bottom. And then this is my more speculative play that I just added today because I saw some flow coming in. And this is bit deer, coming off a nice clean base here. Had the big squeeze, falling wedge, cooking now. So these are some names I'm watching. I don't know too many coins. I know Fartcoin's pretty hot right now.
Oh God, no, were you Michael Nas? All right, I like that. You're cooking. I like that right there. He's cooking. I'm gonna have to send this clip to Michael because that's a big shout out there. He's been talking about that coin for a minute, man.
So long.
Yeah, that thing really gets heated up sometimes.
Whew.
That's maybe a little bit off there.
Gas on that one.
Okay, Steve, tell me where everybody, there's Adair. Hey, Adair, how's it going? We're on a $3 here. So tell me where everyone can find you. I know you have that Twitter handle as well, maybe a stock twits, and then if you're doing anything that people can maybe log into if you're doing that stream right after this.
Sure thing. You can find me on Twitter at JustyTrades, JUSTY Trades, and I will be on Trade the Pool's live YouTube stream in about 5-10 minutes tops, and we'll be doing a great seminar on some introduction to smart money concepts, stuff like order blocks, fair value gaps, displacement, all that good stuff. And so it'll be a lot of fun. I hope you guys check it out.
Perfect, amazing. Yeah, thank you again, Steve Tileman, from Trade the Pool. Everybody will hopefully go over there, click on that, and find you on Twitter. Watch you during your stream. Thank you so much again for coming through and some great ideas. The chat loves you, so we want to thank you for coming on one more time. Thank you, Steve, and we'll check you next week. Ciao.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, there we go, man. People in the chat saying they're following him as we speak. So thank you so much for that. And thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for putting the handle in the chat as well. So, hey, crazy day again.
What a day.
We started off with like, are we going to go up today, or what's the situation? Didn't get a good read early as the NASDAQ only was up 0.2 as we opened, and then the big close there at the end of the day going out at 2.8%. Nice move there for the NASDAQ. Nice move for the S&P, the Dow Jones, IWM, Bitcoin, gold even today. Netflix all-time highs continue to go higher and higher and higher. All right, thank you so much for everybody for joining us and for watching us today. A big thank you to Steve as well, but we're gonna do it real quick. We're gonna do a roll call because we gotta get out of here. We are well over time right now, but we gotta let Steve cook a little bit there.
Yeah.
He even said that it's now cooking, he said,
like
Bitcoin. So I like that one. So quickly here, hey Dave, hey Royal Dixon, what's up to Go Rats right now as well? Daryl's here. Daryl says hi to Daryl in the chat, so that's nice. Pug life, man, if you're gonna have a life, why not have one of pug nature?
Or
What's up
English bulldog, like Sharif's dogs, right? That's
no, they're French.
Sorry, they're French.
The Frenchies,
bulldogs.
the French bulldogs. Are we gonna get this? Okay, there it is right there. Thank you, Ramin, for that. Tia's here, Sports and Stonks, Damien, the Pipers here as well. David, thank you so much for all your super chats. We'll make sure to bronze those shoes up for you there. Big milkshake trading. Man, we like those milkshakes, that's for sure. What's up to Jai, Bassam, Short Film, Tony, all those kind of guys. Dare say hi to a couple of them.
Dave hates 808s. I just love how much that name rhymes. So shout out to you. Shout out to Bassam. Shout out to Short Film, Rowboat, Robert Liu, DJ 2AM, Tay2 certified. Why not? Stephen Romero, Tia. We've got Mean Gene, nephew with capital P, day trader cut, pop the cork. I love that one too.